Welcome to DIAC Day, everyone. Can I get a round of applause? This is going to be the most exciting venue today, so please stick around and invite all of your friends. A big welcome. A year ago, Vitalik Buterin shared his philosophy on defensive, decentralized, and differential acceleration. The whole idea was believing in a future that is vastly brighter than what we have today, where we are using technology and bringing in human values and safety through acceleration. Today we'll explore a series of lightning talks, we'll have a few panels, we'll have some deeper dive sessions, and there will be a lot that is thrown at you. We'll go through 7 different core themes within the area of DIAC. And I would love to start by introducing Vitalik Buterin himself to the stage, the founder of Ethereum and the core thinker behind the DIAC philosophy. Welcome, Vitalik.
Okay, thank you, guys. So I guess I will get straight into the one slide that I have today. So last year I wrote this post that introduced this concept of DIAC and in general was basically responding to a lot of the discussion that was happening at the time around techno-optimism, the need to be more optimistic about technology and to appreciate the very positive impact that technology actually has had over the past 10 millennia, and also the extremely positive potential that it has over the next century. And at the same time, take seriously some of the risks, and also really focus on like which technologies are going to do the best possible job of giving us the kind of future that we want, while at the same time minimizing and even actively fighting against the risks. And one of the arguments that I made is basically that there is this important phenomenon, which is the offense-defense balance, right? Basically, is it easier to attack or is it easier to defend? And if you have an environment where it's easy to attack, then you almost inevitably have this kind of dark Hobbesian choice between a very powerful sovereign and a very destructive state of anarchy, and it just inherently creates all kinds of very bad political effects on top of creating constant ongoing risk of suffering, right? And at the same time, this is all happening under this backdrop of this discussion about, is AI itself, and particularly super intelligent AI, this very big and massive risk? If it is, should we try to slow it down? But then if we do slow it down, then slowing it down forever basically just creates a world that becomes more and more unstable. And so what is the actually resilient and actually long-term stable future that we could be aiming for? And I think this, to me, is a near and midterm part of the answer, right? So in the post that I made last year, I split up defensive technology into 4 categories. So the first split was the split between the world of atoms and the world of bits. So, very famous distinction, might as well just, grab it and use it. And within the world of atoms, split it up between macro and micro. And so macro defense is basically, you think about physical resilience, and we'll have some very interesting talks later today, including topics on how to massively reduce casualties if some kind of extremely terrible disaster happens to humanity. Micro defense basically means biodefense, so anti-pandemics. And both myself and a huge number of other really fascinating people will be talking about how we can make our environments vastly more resilient against actually existing and even potential pandemics, all without requiring significant changes in individual behavior. So you might be pleased to know that this room is actually already passively airborne disease resistant. For example, over here, you have this like a little fun little box, and the box is HEPA filter. We have like a bunch of these all around the room. And so basically, this room becomes vastly more safe against COVID, against any kind of future airborne virus that comes up without requiring anyone to actually notice. And this is one example of the kinds of open and widely accessible, easily deployable, and freedom-preserving technologies that we can deploy that can give humanity an orders of magnitude boost in its resistance against these kinds of threats. These are things that we are not doing today, and these are things that with a surprisingly low amount of investment, we could actually do a much better job at. So then on the other side, we have the world of bits. And the world of bits, this is a distinction that is, I believe, unique to me, but I talk about the distinction between cyber defense and info defense. Cyber defense is defense against threats where all reasonable people agree who the attacker is, right? So if a DeFi protocol gets hacked, then obviously the DeFi smart contract doesn't agree that it got hacked, because if it did, it wouldn't have sent any money out. But all reasonable people looking at the situation will agree that, like, well, yes, there is a hacker, or at the very least, someone who used a very unintended mechanism to get coins out of that system. And so we can talk about cryptography, we can talk about formal verification, blockchains, zero-knowledge proofs, what I call the Egyptian God protocols, FHE and obfuscation, and also another important thing, hardware security, and actually deploying all of those technologies and actually even applying them at the level of operating systems and making sure that things are much safer than they would be today. And then info defense, so this is where reasonable people can actually disagree on who the attacker is. So one man's misinformation is another man's unjustly suppressed valid point, and we need technologies to actually help filter through this information and help people identify what kinds of content are more likely to be actually positive and what kinds of content are more likely to be misinformative, misleading, things that even they themselves, if they better understood it, would not want to see, and do so in a way that does not involve empowering a centralized elite that decides on behalf of everyone else what is good and true and what is bad and false. Now, that is all a vision of defense. I think one thing that is also important to talk about here is I added a third dimension in the year since then, right? And I call this the survive, thrive dimension. And here we talk about not just the technologies to protect against the bad stuff, but also actually enabling the positive future, right? So in the bio side, we have longevity. Who here is excited about longevity? Now, longevity, and then beside longevity, we also have BCI, and BCI is kind of conveniently beside longevity and open decentralized compute, right? So on the left is making sure our compute is safe, and or at the top, making sure our compute is safe. At the bottom is making sure our compute is amazing, and compute and biology together, we get BCI acceleration. And I think one of the really important points that we're going to make is that there's actually a lot of ties between these different spaces. It's all one very big integrated field. A lot of the viral persistence research that's being done in the context of long COVID right now actually has a lot of tie-ins that are very applicable to aging, right? So there's recent new theories that viral persistence actually is a thing that's a very big contributor to Alzheimer's. And then BCI, better medical technology, could contribute, it contributes to fighting diseases, it can contribute to living longer under quote normal conditions, and it's also a BCI accelerator. Now, physical abundance. So we want the big solar punk cities. We want housing to be affordable. We want housing to follow Moore's law instead of following E-Room's law. For those who know what those are, and then we want to go to space. We want everything about our physical environments to not just be resilient, but also be affordable and amazing. And finally, collaboration technology. So even in situations where people are not attacking each other, where you actually do have reasonable people and communities that have high trust between each other, but they do want to be able to more quickly and more effectively agree on things and come to new consensuses. If we want decentralized collectives to actually be able to act like live players and make bold choices and keep adapting themselves to rapidly changing circumstances without that collapsing into a dictatorship, then much more powerful collaboration technology. So this includes all of the stuff we've been doing around public goods funding. It includes quadratic voting, other forms of voting, futarchy, all kinds of different governance ideas, right? So basically, I think there are natural tie-ins at all sides of this between technologies that can create an environment where everything is much more safe and much more resilient by default, and an environment where we have open, distributed, and widely available progress for everyone. And so this is what all of the speeches that we're going to see today are going to be about. And I'm very excited to be with you and listen to them. Thank you. And so now I'll introduce our next speaker, Eli Dorado.
All right. We get slides? All right, there we go. Good evening, everybody. I'm thrilled to be here. I am Eli Dorado. I'm chief economist at the Abundance Institute. And it's a real pleasure to be here to talk about DIAC. I'm approaching this through my training as a sort of political economist, and I'm going to give a high-level overview of how I see this space. I want to start by talking about our instincts for both control and freedom. We all have these instincts, and in the last few years, with AI innovation, we've seen this kind of control narrative, or this kind of control instinct be on display. We need an enforced pause on AI development. We need to shut down data centers. We need to kill switch. We need regulation. We need to restrict model releases, or we need to impose bans on open source AI models or export controls. And sort of the counter reaction to that is no, we need freedom of speech. Are we really going to regulate matrix multiplication? And this is a slippery slope to totalitarianism. And then I think that there's an interesting conclusion at the end that, therefore, I'm going to not believe the premise, right? I'm not going to believe that there is any risk here. And I think that this conclusion is very natural. It's really bad epistemic hygiene, but it's common, and we need to acknowledge it, right? And you see this in completely different contexts with things like climate, right? People will say, oh, I just don't believe in it, because they don't want to accept the sort of control-oriented beliefs of the other side. So just because freedom is good doesn't mean that the problem raised by the anti-freedomites is fake, right? So DIAC approaches both AI safety and biosafety from the perspective that they are genuine public goods. But crucially, just because we acknowledge the existence of safety as a public good doesn't mean that we think the right approach is to generate it through top-down coercive means, right? We're going to take both freedom and public goods seriously. And I think that's the ethos behind DIAC and about a lot of Ethereum in general. So that brings us to the next part of the talk, the private provision of public goods. So what is a public good? In classical economic terms, a public good is one that is neither excludable nor rivalrous. So the canonical example is the lighthouse, right? A lighthouse on a coastline provides guidance for all the ships. whether or not they pay, right? So a lighthouse is not an excludable good. And at the same time, one ship relying on the lighthouse for guidance does not diminish the ability of any other ship to rely on the lighthouse for guidance. So the lighthouse is non-rivalrous. So game theoretically here, we have a free rider problem, and we should not expect the lighthouse to be produced by the market, right? You must rely on governments to produce lighthouses. So one of the great economists of the 20th century, Ronald Coase, got interested in this example, and he decided to actually collect data on lighthouses in Britain. And astonishingly, he found that every single one of them was privately constructed. So we have a free rider problem. It's not supposed to happen, but every single lighthouse in Britain was privately constructed. So how can this be? What Coase found is that lighthouses were vertically integrated with ports. So the port operator would build a lighthouse so that people could come to their port. And then they would recoup the costs through port fees. And what this example shows is that creative structuring can turn a public good problem into a private good provision. Another closely related idea is a common pool resource, right? With the classic example being irrigation systems. So irrigation systems are arguably one of the things that led to the creation of states in the first place. So Carl Wittfogel, in his book Oriental Despotism, right, advances the concept of a hydraulic empire, right? A powerful state, as in Egypt or Mesopotamia or China, that's built around irrigation, right? And maintenance of this common pool resource is a public good, and it's worth it to accept some coercion if it means you get the benefits of irrigation. So just like with the lighthouse, there's a twist. So later scholars, particularly Eleanor Ostrom, figured out that many complex irrigation systems, like in the Philippines or in this one in Valencia, Spain, were cooperatively maintained. Without an autocrat, this one goes back 1,000 years. And so she won a Nobel Prize for figuring out the conditions under which such cooperation is possible. Another example of non-coercive public good provision is standard setting. So standards are a public good, but because the value of the standard goes up when other people use it, there's an incentive to cooperate in standard production, standard development. So one of the explicit powers reserved for the government in the US Constitution is to develop standards, but it turns out that private standard setting happens all the time. This is an example from IETF, but we're here at Devcon, and Ethereum itself involves a lot of cooperatively produced standards. I'm not going to do a long spiel on each of these modalities, but there's a lot of different ways in which public good production can be incentivized without relying on sort of centralized top-down government coercion. We've talked about like the first three already, but you can think of a lot of like open source software development as scratching an itch. Sometimes people do things to accumulate prestige. Sometimes people give money to causes they believe in. My organization, the Abundance Institute, is a 501c3 nonprofit. Our budget is entirely funded by donors who get very little public recognition. Usually they don't want it. And they give just because they believe in the mission. Norms like politeness or not engaging in petty theft are also a source of public goods. And of course, mechanism design is an important one for Ethereum, right? We can think of consensus as a public good, and the consensus protocol as a mechanism that incentivizes coming to consensus. So, public goods, like AI safety and biosafety, can be provided non-coercively without government involvement, and it happens all the time. And it's possible that by some accountings, most public goods are in fact privately produced. And so now I want to show the flip side. When public goods, and particularly safety, is provided coercively top-down by the state, the results are often pretty bad. So let's look first at nuclear energy. In the 1950s and 60s, we experienced cost reductions as we as we deployed more nuclear plants. So this is common in industry. It's called the learning rate. And then in the 1970s, the trend reversed. And costs started to explode, right? So initially, it began in the early 1970s with environmental regulation, and then it accelerated in response to the 3 Mile Island incident in 1979, which, by the way, like nobody was harmed by that incident at all. Another domain, which Vitalik referenced, is in which safety regulation has had enormous costs, is pharmaceutical development. So, and by the way, this is adjusted for inflation, just like the last chart was also. So these higher costs of bringing drugs to market represent thousands of missing drugs, right? We're missing thousands of drugs, and people die because of the lack of drugs. But these people are not identifiable victims. And my friend and former professor, Alex Tabarrok, calls it the invisible graveyard of people dying because of lack of drugs brought to market. Aside from nuclear and pharmaceuticals, the other major industry that is regulated via like pre-market approval is aviation. So everyone thought, like after World War II, that there was going to be a growing personal aviation industry, that like anybody, people coming back from World War II, like knew how to fly. They could buy surplus military airplanes, and we would all just have essentially flying cars, just personal aircraft that would take us wherever we wanted to go. And it could have happened, but we had increased regulation at a couple different points along the way here in the mid-1960s and early 80s, and this strangled the industry. Unfortunately, FAA has recognized that they've gone too far with personal aircraft regulation. They're beginning to actually loosen the rules. And something that's super interesting is that they actually think that loosening the rules for a category called light sport aircraft will on net increase safety through both innovation, so the more you innovate, the safer the aircraft get, but also through increasing changing the composition of the fleet and sort of increasing the use of manufactured airplanes. So this is a way that deregulation can lead to actually higher levels of safety. And it's interesting to see a major federal regulator recognize that. So there's a lot of reasons, a lot of different examples in which coercive safety regulation doesn't actually make us safer. So we talked about nuclear, but let's compare it to coal. So we have nuclear is highly regulated, highly safe, and meanwhile we have coal plants still operating and contributing to thousands and thousands of deaths. I estimate in the US we have about 16,000 deaths a year from coal emissions, which is like 5 9/11s every year, and everyone's apparently okay with that, but not with lowering the bar for nuclear plants. Experimental drugs certainly can be unsafe, but a lot of times drugs are substitutes for other medical procedures. And if you have to have a surgery or a hospital stay, those are risky also. And we don't balance the risks in those kinds of, we don't make that comparison in our regulatory system. One thing that strikes me as really interesting is in Europe, you can buy a contact lens from a vending machine. But in the US, you have to go, it's not safe to do that. So you have to go to an optometrist and get a prescription first before you're allowed to do that. And so it's thinly veiled protectionism. There's research that shows, by an economist named Parker Rogers, that shows that deregulated and downregulated medical devices are actually safer than the sort of more regulated device types. He looks at cases where device types where the regulation changes on the device types. And he finds out that the less regulated types increase entry into the market, they increase competition, and they and ultimately they turn out to be both safer and cheaper. And I already mentioned, like, the over-regulation of manufactured aircraft means that people select for experimental aircraft, a lot of times amateur or home-built aircraft. So the background here, among all this carnival of stagnant negative effects from safety regulation, is what's called the Great Stagnation. This is a period in the US and much of the West known as the Great Stagnation. And if we hadn't experienced it beginning around 1973, the US would be about twice as rich today as it is. So it's a major economic event. And a lot of my work focuses on ending the Great Stagnation by enabling innovation in sort of these four sectors: health, housing, energy, transportation, which together make up about half of the economy in the US. And I think of stagnation as the result of sort of three separate pathologies, but like one of them is the way that we do safety regulation in the West. I think the other is sort of more generalized vetocracy and then protectionism. But today we're talking about safety. And so safety, the way this sort of top-down model of safety is a major cause, I think. So it's worth thinking about an alternative to that, and that alternative, I believe, is to build. I think that the responsibility is on us to show that there is another way. If we don't have a good answer for how to deal with real or perceived risks in a decentralized and non-coercive way, people will continue to agitate for the coercive way, right? And I'm showing these modalities again for the different ways that we can sort of privately or non-coercively or non-top-down provide public goods, and we can think about how we can apply each of these to different aspects of the public goods problem, right? So, maybe there are safety resources that can be created that can be done just via firms that can internalize things. Maybe there's a risk that AI will be able to use sophisticated phishing attacks that need to be addressed, and we can do that through better protocols, new standards, authenticated communication standards. Maybe air filtration systems, as Vitalik mentioned, can protect against biological attacks, but also provide ancillary benefits in the form of reduced illness, so that they don't require like mandates or top-down regulation. So I think another aspect of the solution, of the build solution, is to focus on concrete and near-term problems. I think a lot of attention is focused on the most fanciful scenarios, but a lot of the near-term solutions also have a bearing on those risks. And so working on things that are concrete and yield tangible benefits now can, if those other more extreme scenarios ever materialize, we can be more prepared for them than we otherwise would be by focusing on on some stuff that's more near-term, concrete, tangible. And finally, I think a lot of times people think about what can go wrong with new technologies, AI and biotech in particular. Right? And I would think that this needs to be balanced by what can go right. And I don't mean that in a trite way that shuts down thinking about risks, but as a counterweight to the panic that sometimes people feel, and as a motivation to build the future and to build an exciting future that we all want to see. And so that's what I have for this morning, and thank you all very much.
Thank you so much, Eli. So, one slide above. We're not going straight. We've got longevity and neurotech next. So this is not quite the right slide. We're going to one before this one on longevity and neurotech. Very excited to welcome Juan Benet to the stage. He'll be talking to us about the next frontier in humanity as neurotech. And then we'll follow with a series of shorter lightning talks that we'll go through. So Juan, excited to invite you up to the stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, perfect. All right. Hey everybody, very excited to be here. I'm going to move really fast. I'm going to talk about humanity's next frontier, which I believe to be neurotech. I'm going to cover these three things in 7 minutes, so please pay attention to the slides, not to me, because your visual cortex can absorb way more information that way, so I'm going to leverage a lot of imagery to communicate a lot. I'm going to talk about 3 things: neurotech to continue humanity's evolution, neurotech as defensive acceleration, and the rough roadmap for neurotech. Neurotech can be a solution to mitigating and curing many diseases and disorders of various sorts, both neurological things and many other kind of nerve damage type issues. It can also lead to better self-regulation of our minds, of our bodies, and of our moods, and of our decisions. So by having the ability to upgrade our brains, we'll be able to do everything we do, hopefully better. We can also do things like restoring mobility, restoring senses like sight, and senses like hearing. This was the realm of sci-fi in the 20th century. It is happening today, and many people are already the beneficiaries of these kinds of technologies. You will see this ramping up over the next 5 to 10 years. Now, after repair, we can start enhancing our senses. It's just an accidental fact of evolution that we have the particular senses that we have, or the particular capabilities that we have. Now that we have certain technologies, we can now start enhancing our capabilities and being able to see a wider spectrum, being able to hear a wider spectrum, and so on. We can also start using these systems to enhance our thought. We can level up how we ourselves think. We can also improve the connectivity between ourselves. So think of the ability to actually have something like telepathy. This was science fiction in the 20th century. It will become science fact in the 21st century. The corpus callosum is the way that the 2 lobes of your brain communicate to each other. They have, I think, hundreds of millions of connections, something on the order of that, or hundreds of millions of neurons going through. Maybe the connections, there's many orders of magnitude higher. But that's how you maintain a sense of self. You can imagine that type of connectivity being able to extend to other humans and eventually to the rest of humanity. You could actually get telepathy to scale. You also have better connectivity to computers. This means you can think of augmenting your current neocortex, which is itself a brain on top of other brains, right? Our evolution in the brain is a series of stacked brains that we evolved over hundreds of millions of years. And you can think of now adding a next layer, which people commonly call the exocortex, of being able to now have other devices associated with your brain. Then that could lead to connectivity with the internet more broadly, being able to do things like recall the information that's in the internet, being able to learn extremely quickly, being able to actuate other computers in the internet, and so on. But the most important thing, and why we're here today in terms of DAC Day, is connectivity to AI. And I'm going to make the case that this is absolutely critical from a humanity survival level scale. Look, the future is extremely different than the past. Normally, humanity doesn't like to think about this. We like our normal day-to-day experience, and we believe this like wonderful fiction that the world was just always like this and always will be. This is just not the case. All of the evidence that we have about our past shows that the entire universe was extremely different billions of years ago. The planet was very different billions and millions of years ago. And our own species evolved through various different paths and various different time frames. Even ourselves, after achieving this level of biological scale, changed a dramatic amount over the last tens to hundreds of thousands of years ago, or even millions of years ago. So who you are today, who humanity is today is radically different than the humanity of 1,000 years ago, 10,000 years ago, 100,000 years ago. So this is a totally different evolving landscape. And so we now need to look ahead into 100, 1,000, 10,000 years into the future and think about where we're headed. So this is the hard part. This is what I consider to be the most important graph for humanity today. It's a plot of the computing scale over time. And the horizontal lines are different guesses as to what you would take computationally to be able to simulate a whole brain. We're entering what I call the fun zone, where we're finally, for many models, we should be able to actually model a human brain sometime in the next 10 to 20 years with that level of computational capacity. If you're much more conservative than that and think there's maybe many other lower level atomic or quantum effects, it might take another 20 years. But this is roughly the timeline. This also suggests if you can do this to the human brain, which is, neurons are quite big. We're talking about micron scale. If you can do this in neurons, you can certainly do it in artificial neural nets, which are orders of magnitude smaller and faster, meaning there's an advantage for digital systems that just operate dramatically faster and at smaller scale. Meaning that if you can do this to a human brain in this time scale, you can certainly create an AGI much sooner than that, orders of magnitude sooner in terms of computing complexity, so that means many years before. We've seen AI seep into things, we've seen the field accelerate, and now this is the main problem space. We've seen capabilities, human capabilities fall to AI. There's like this great graph from Our World in Data that shows how we can build models and go very quickly from completely abysmal performance to superhuman capability in a matter of a year or a few years. And so, whenever you hear somebody say, oh, AIs will never do that, just pull up this graph and just start pondering at what point in time will that actually cease to be the case. So just do not disbelieve the question of, oh, AIs are just never going to be able to do what humans can do. Just remember that, we do things that dinosaurs couldn't do. So just have some humility as a species. The top right graph is maybe one of the most optimistic landscapes. A lot of the people deep in the AI field think that that's roughly what's going to happen in 2027, 2028. We'll start getting a recursive self-improvement, and then we'll go from AGI to ASI. That's very aggressive. I hold a large probability distribution there, but I think it may take longer. It may take quite a lot longer. So we have some window of time to upgrade ourselves. To make matters more complicated, we now have a whole bunch of robotics appearing. So these models, even though they might not be as smart as us, are going to be able to actuate bodies like ours, and bodies that are just different than ours in a bunch of regards. So we have both humanoids coming in the pipeline, and then other things like drones and whatnot. So we're really headed for a very, very difficult choice. I like the story of comparing Homo erectus to Homo sapiens, the Neanderthals and the Denisovans. Homo erectus was a hominid from millions of years ago, 1 to 2 million years ago, that expanded out of Africa the same way that we did, and basically colonized a lot of the world, but went extinct. Millions of years later, hundreds of thousands of years ago, Homo sapiens, Neanderthals, and the Denisovans each had their own expansion out of Africa, then eventually ended up merging and upgraded into the species that we have today. So most of us carry some amount of Neanderthal and Denisovan DNA, and we have this combined species with the bulk of it being Homo sapiens. So this is the trade-off that we have. We can go the way of Homo erectus, or we can start merging and improving ourselves. And so really, I think of it this way. We have this digital evolution pathway that we're building, and either we're going to make another digital species that will replace us if we insist on remaining entirely biological and refuse to enhance ourselves, or we can take the path of bootstrapping with neurotech and evolving ourselves in our future. Now, I will touch super briefly on the roadmap. There's BCIs, and you'll see this, you're starting to see this develop. This will enhance over the next 5 to 10 years. Whole brain emulation is the next frontier after that. I really think these two things are extremely critical to survive. This is roughly the roadmap that I expect in whole brain emulation. This might be too late by many accounts. And so if you want to dramatically decrease AI risk, I suggest you join me in accelerating the whole brain emulation roadmap and also the BCI roadmap. We could be doing something kind of like this, potentially even tighter. And so that's both possible and I think imperative. We need breakthroughs in all kinds of tools and technologies, and we really need an R&D environment similar to the one that we just saw for AI development or for many other technologies. This is roughly the capital scale that we're talking about, which means you can usually oriented in terms of philanthropy and angel investors initially, then VC, then tech companies, because the scale in the tens of billions of scale is just so expensive that just VC cannot afford this. So either you start generating a cash flow to grow, or you have to tap the tech companies themselves. So I think if you want to defensively accelerate, I strongly encourage you to support Neurotech, either by working directly in it, by funding it, and by spreading the word. I think government isn't going to do it for a lot of reasons. And I do think that we need a range of field building to happen. Huge plug for a lot of organizations that have been doing this. And especially, I think today we think that prizes and fast grants can greatly accelerate the field. You'll hear from other folks in Neurotech about a lot of this stuff in more detail. But specifically, a way that the crypto community can dramatically help here is by supporting the field as a whole through prizes and grants. All right, thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you, Juan. That was amazing. Really learning about the next frontier in neurotech. For those who'd like, we'd love to make sure that all speakers go outside the room so that people can ask questions. Please, we do encourage asking questions. So if you're excited to learn more from Juan, please join him outside, ask him all the questions you have. Next up, we're going to learn a bit about neurons to networks. Niam is going to join us on the stage. She's from Foresight Institute, and will share more about whole brain emulation. Thank you so much.
Cool, thank you. Maybe we should get some oxygen to the brain. Who wants to stand up for a couple of seconds? Stand up and shake it out just a little bit, because you've had 3 talks so far. Okay, cool. Woo! Right, so kia ora, my name is Neve. I am from Foresight Institute. I'm Chief of Innovation there, and I care a lot about whole brain emulation. So we are a nonprofit in San Francisco. We're a 501c3. And we were co-founded by Eric Drexler, who's the godfather of nanotechnology, and Christine Pedersen, who coined the term open source. We're 40 years old. We're currently an all-woman team, and we're looking to accelerate whole brain emulation. So we have 5 key focus areas: nanotech, neurotech, biotech, space tech, and computation, with an overarching track called existential hope, in which we hope to build out flourishing futures. As Chief of Innovation and Strategy, I oversee the fellowships, the prizes, and the grants, and I also build out future programs, 2 of which we will be discussing here today. One is a lo-fi whole brain emulation mouse brain prize, which we'll be launching next year, as well as our whole brain emulation fast grants and grand prize, because we are looking to accelerate this field dramatically. So what is whole brain emulation? You've heard about it from Juan, but essentially it's the uploading of the brain onto the platform. Why do we want to do this? Because with the short timelines, we think that this is a really great way that we might be able to coordinate and cooperate rather than just evolving essentially with AIs, which is what we want to do. We also know that neurotech is super cool and that it's going to help us with modern day science and medicine, cognitive enhancement, space tech. Who doesn't want to jump in a spaceship right now and travel 2 million light years away? I do. I think it's kind of sad that I'm limited to my own physical being right now. And I think also that whole brain emulation is possibly going to help us with better understanding consciousness. Obviously, just like whole brain emulation has never been done before, the human brain has never been mapped before, consciousness itself has also never really been defined properly. So we've got a lot to cover, and this is why it really is the new frontier. So I joined Foresight 2 years ago. One of the first projects that I really built out was our first whole brain emulation workshop. This here was a pretty big deal because it was the very first in the world. And what we did is we brought together the original authors of the roadmap and asked them, alongside AI alignment researchers and neuroscientists, like, why is this stagnated? The report was written 20 years ago. What's happened? Is this still relevant? And what bottlenecks do we need to overcome? The biggest thing for them was money. And it was also because money is really hard to get when there's a lot of stigma involved with whole brain emulation. It's kind of seen as a little bit weird, a little bit icky, even though, as we've just listed, there's a lot of benefits to actually exploring this. And so that's what I can do, and that's how I can help them. As you can see here, it's blowing up at Foresight. Our community is like 3 times bigger than it has been and just keeps growing. We actually had to reject a bunch of people, which is pretty sad to do from a workshop. We are already giving out with our AI safety grants money to help people that are working in our Neurotech for AI, so Safer AI with Neurotech. These are some of our grantees. I don't know if you haven't read yet, but Mark posted on Less Wrong. It's very, very good, so please take the time to read it. And this is Catalan's first whole brain emulation wet lab for mouse brains. It's a pretty big deal because it's the very first in Europe, and we help fund that with that. So we are doing all that we can to progress things, and we're building out as we go. Why is our community worth somewhat supporting? Because they're pretty cool and they're pretty good at what they do, and they're all radical moonshots. So we've now had 2 Nobel Prize winners come out of our Feynman Prizes. As you can see, we've got Sir Fraser Stoddart here. He submitted an essay, the exact same essay 9 years later, went on to win a Nobel Prize. And then this year, we also had Nick Baker win a Nobel Prize with the same work that he submitted 20 years earlier. So a little bit more of a long game there, but we're with him all the way. And as you might see, Jean Herbet, who's a pretty big deal in longevity, the Amaranth Foundation named his work one of the cornerstones, and it's about essentially replacement therapies for aging brain tissue. So we're all on the cusp there. Great fellows, including some of our core community. I see Michael Andriggs in the audience. He's working on hi-fi approaches to mouse brains at the moment. He's very good at hardware, so chat to him if you're interested, please do. I've got some incredible fellows. This guy here, Akash, is working in India using wearables to better understand scent, which is pretty unmapped at the moment. But also these BCIs are directly capturing EEG data and training AI so that we have better diagnostic tooling for cancer, which is pretty cool. Sumner Norman is working on ultrasound for BCIs with his technology and his FRO. Not only has he mapped the human brain as best as it has been yet with ultrasound, he's also managed to turn ultrasound, which is normally like the size of a fridge, into a teeny tiny chip, which is this size. And 2 weeks ago, I stood in my living room with this chip and found my own heart valve beating on my own TV screen with it, which is pretty huge. I mean, this is kind of what happens when you start exploring things, because you start seeing how innovation can just like fly, and that's pretty great for humanity. So there are a lot of enabling technologies already pushing toward whole brain emulation. If you haven't seen yet, we've just mapped the fruit fly brain for the first time. That's 138,000 neurons, which is a pretty big deal. You should watch the video on Science if you haven't already. So that's why we think it's possible. We are launching next year a mouse brain lo-fi emulation prize. That will be $1 million. That incentivizes researchers to start working in this field. It also just helps progress things altogether. We think the timeline for this to be won is 2 to 3 years, but actually simply through, like positive competition, this might be won sooner than that, which would be even greater, because when we're looking at shortening timelines, we need to do all that we can to find progress, and so that's what's happening there. We are hoping to launch a whole brain emulation fast grants and grand prize, so similar to Metaculus grants and the COVID fast grants. We know that we can stimulate an industry this way. We can help people with their pre-R&D proofs so that they can then go to the VCs with the proof and actually get the money to build it out, but we need a little bit of help first, and so that's where we're hoping to lean in and be able to actually create space for this. And obviously, like $20 million is like the minimum that we're working with right now. If we can grow that further, then we can obviously like help more people and accelerate this even further. So that's like a big deal for us. Also, a $20 million prize for whole brain emulation of a human brain is definitely going to get people up and at 'em. So that's what we think. So come chat to me, because I know that we're pretty short on time. Sorry if I went a little bit long. If you'd like to know more about what we're doing and also want to get involved with whole brain emulation. There are a lot of risks, but we do want to do it the right way, and we think we have the community and the means to be that. Thank you.
Thank you, Neve. Again, if you'd like to go outside and have anyone ask questions, please do. Next up, we have our first remote speaker of the day, Milan Chikovic. He is building a startup in Neurotech right now, so can't be with us today. But I would love to bring Milan onto the screen, and we'll be ready to go.
Thanks so much, Janine. Let's see, can I be heard? Yes. I heard a yes. Okay,
Yes,
excellent.
we can hear you.
Awesome. Well, I'm very sad I couldn't be there in person. The pictures have been absolutely amazing that I've been seeing, but it's an absolute pleasure to be here virtually. My name, as Janine said, is Milan Cvitkovic. I'm the co-founder of Integral, a startup based in South San Francisco, building deep brain implants to treat severe neurological and psychiatric disease. But I'm not here today on behalf of my company, but rather as an advocate for the entire space of neurotechnology development. I'm often asked to talk about why I think neurotechnology is so important, but you all are very lucky that you have already heard Juan and have Patrick later in this session who are making that case much more compellingly than I'm sure that I would. So I will just reiterate that I think neurotechnology is indeed a critical technology to ensure humanity's successful transition to an AI world. But moreover, even in a world where AI didn't exist, I would contend that neurotechnology is definitionally the most transformative sector of technological progress for enhancing the human experience and improving human well-being, in as much as the definitions of experience and well-being are that they are things produced by brains. Instead, though, I was asked to talk about opportunities and challenges. So let's get into that, and we'll see if my AV works. Did that slide change? I think that's a yes. All right. So for those who aren't familiar, let me just give a far too brief and absolutely non-exhaustive context for the state of the field of neurotechnology as of 2024. So a neurotechnology is any tool that directly, exogenously, so not thinking, but somehow externally observes or manipulates the state of biological nervous systems, and in particular the human brain is often the one we care about, although animal communication is obviously an exciting prospect. The definition that I just gave there encompasses a huge range of technologies and also goals that we might want to achieve with them. With respect to the many goals, Juan already went over some of this, and to be clear, I'm not intending anyone to be able to read the list on the left. I made it comically small to make a point, which is one of the actually kind of biggest opportunities and or challenges in the space, which is unlike a field like longevity or climate technology, where at least at a high level, I think there's some clarity and agreement on what the goal of the field is. Neurotechnology is a little bit more like the early days of the internet, or speaking outside my expertise compared to those listening for sure, but what I imagine the early days of the Ethereum ecosystem were like, which is everyone was really excited about building this platform, this fundamental technology, but it wasn't clear at the outset what all of the killer use cases would be, or even what would be possible, or even what would be desirable. And neurotechnology is a little bit like that. It's something of a marketing problem for the field. We can talk about a lot of exciting use cases, but it doesn't pull the imagination to any one vision. So that's both an opportunity and a challenge, depending on how you look at things. On the right-hand side, there are a number of existing and emerging technologies that we can use for observing and manipulating the brain. I'll just highlight some important ones and really not go into too much detail here at all. There's not time, but electricity is one tool that we can use. We can place electrodes in the brain to record the spiking of neurons or record large-scale electrical activity. Recording the spiking of neurons is what companies like Neuralink do with their brain-computer interfaces. We can also emit small amounts of current into deep regions of the brain to change things like mood or treat Parkinson's disease. That's what the devices that my company works on do. We can place non-invasively electrodes in the scalp and record EEG signals. So electricity is one important lever, one aspect of physics that's a critical tool. Electromagnetic interactions beyond electrical current, of course, also important, whether we're talking about fMRI scans or infrared spectroscopy that can be used to detect blood, either oxygenation or blood flow changes in the brain, and give a signal of what kind of activity is occurring at the neural level, but at a larger spatial extent. Those are really important tools as well. Biological developments in synthetic biology and biologics are critical tools for neurotechnology, whether that's gene therapies, cell therapies, immune therapies, antibodies. We can do genomics, transcriptomics, proteomics, connectomics, all things that we couldn't do before, and that's all enabled by, maybe not genomics, but other than that, they're all enabled and enhanced certainly by the advance of biological type tools and therapeutics. Chemical interventions, of course, by far the world's most widely used neurotechnologies. We're all familiar with coffee and psychedelics. Ultrasound, few people are probably familiar with ultrasound, but it's a very exciting emerging technology. If among people in this audience, if you need one takeaway from this talk to look cool at the neurotechnology party, just go read a little bit about ultrasound, transcranial focused ultrasound for stimulating the brain, and functional ultrasound imaging. Someone already in a previous talk mentioned Forest, a focused research organization that's working on that technology among many academic groups doing great work there. And that's a functional ultrasound imaging is useful technology for observing the state of the brain. A really exciting emerging modality that's going to unlock a lot, I think. There's also peripheral stimulation, so that's using signals going in and out of the body's own nervous system. So flashing lights in the eyes or playing sounds in the ears has recently been shown to be very promising results, I should say. They're not cases and fully closed on it yet, but promising results that it can slow the progression of Alzheimer's. There's a company called Cognito you can look up regarding that. And I'm not too sure if it's happening now or if it's going to happen soon, but Meta Reality Labs will be showing off their bracelet EMG system for controlling, I think VR gear, but another example of using the peripheral nervous system, the afferent and efferent pathways from your brain to as a form of neurotechnology. And then the last one, which is really a catch-all and a little unfair because it's kind of the most exciting area, but is combinations of all of the above. So there are many neurotechnologies, and many of the most exciting ones, which are all implemented by combining those modalities that I listed. So optogenetics, for example, is an example where we use biological interventions to make neurons sensitive to a specific frequency of light to which they're not normally sensitive, and then we can use lasers to stimulate their activity. There's also exciting work using ultrasound to burst tiny bubbles in the bloodstream, those bubbles containing chemicals. And so that's a way of combining a chemical intervention and an ultrasound intervention, and lets you release drug molecules at a very specific spatial location in the brain. So you can play the combinatorial explosion game and get a bunch of really exciting technologies that way, which is where a lot of the most exciting work is happening. Can I change the slide? I can. But this also is a good chance to highlight maybe the central challenge in neurotechnology, which is, in general, it is really hard to know what technology will enable what use cases. This is a consequence of having a very impoverished understanding compared to what we would like of how the brain works. In the science fiction limit, we would just be able to control every neuron in a second time resolution all the time. But practically speaking, that's impossible. Trade-offs have to be made. And so there will always be trade-offs around signal quality, latency with the external computer system or sensors, cost, power, spatial precision, risks of side effects, whether there's a surgery involved or not. Implanting many tiny electrodes, for example, here is, one thing we do know, is a way we can decode motor intent, for example. And similarly, we all know that if we drink, coffee, we can change our energy level. But most of the mapping between the two sides here, the technologies and the goals, is really unknown. So that's both an opportunity and a challenge. It's a challenge to build technologies that both help us understand the brain as well as provide beneficial effects. And it's also a huge opportunity. There's a ton to explore and so much to be discovered. Let's see, I guess, moving swiftly on here. So what are some of the larger scale opportunities and challenges beyond the technical in the space right now, the big trends affecting the space? One, I would say, is there's a huge cultural and regulatory change in the world, especially when it comes to psychedelics and molecules like MDMA. There's greatly expanded funding, there's greatly expanded interest in neurotechnology overall. And I think in particular, the reevaluation of the prohibitionist era against drugs in the 20th century is reopening the door to independent research and experimentation. Ultrasound in particular, which I mentioned before, is its non-invasive nature makes it ripe for in more independent researchers, lower cost experimentation. And when it comes to developing, kind of mapping the technology and the use case side, as in the previous slide, there's the volume of experiments, the number of people trying new things is really a big unlock, in the same way that it'd be really hard to make progress on software projects if we're also working off of mainframes and no one could access them if you weren't at a university, right? Everyone having laptops is a huge unlock. So I'm not advocating that anyone do anything unsafe with ultrasound by any means, but it's a kind of technology which has the potential, if it's validated a little more, to really lead to an explosion in independent research. I think we're only a few thorough blog posts or YouTube channels away from a whole independent psychonaut renaissance enabled by ultrasound, and that's really exciting. But again, there's a challenge, as with any technology, which is more potency is also more potential harm. And so I think we need to be really careful about how, as a neurotechnology field, of how we go forward, so we avoid what happened with psychedelics in the 20th century. In addition, I think AI obviously is going to play a huge role, not only just helping us do literature search and engineering challenges like chip design would be a massive unlock for many of us working in neurotechnology. But one thing I want to highlight is it can often be hard to know if a neurotechnology is having the desired effect. And benchmarks that are built for AI are actually useful for benchmarking human progress as well. So there's a nice tailwind that we get in the neurotech field for assessing human capability. There's also just the fact that a challenge really is about an opportunity is that it's really hard to beat existing neurotechnologies. It's hard to be better than coffee. It's hard to be better than a keyboard as a BCI. So that's a challenge. We have to build really good technology and get creative about the use case, but it's also an opportunity. And lastly, I want to mention this, so I won't linger, but the cost and risk of developing neurotechnologies is quite staggering. And there's a bunch of new interest in new funding models of science, new ways of doing research that I think are going to be necessary if we want to fund the kind of unusual hyper interdisciplinary work that is required to ship most neurotechnologies. And I'm hoping there's some ways that the DIAC community and the Devcon community can contribute to new ways of doing science. And I would love to hear about what those are. So with that, I'll just encourage everyone, as Juan did, to try and get involved. Neurotechnology is a delightfully interdisciplinary field. There are useful things to do for everyone. There, of course, is engineering. There's electrical engineering, biological engineering, medical device engineering, mechanical engineering, software engineering, everything up and down the technology stack. Even geoengineering. There, believe it or not, there are actually useful papers on ultrasound written by geoengineers. So truly, whatever your skill set, we have a role for you. Of course, scientific expertise, design skills, education, just explaining, as I kind of said before, the lack of a one clear, clarion, obvious goal for neurotechnology means that explaining it to the world is critically important. So, artists, designers, educators, it's all critical. My company is hiring, all my friends' companies are hiring. We all need talent, and it's a hard space to make as exciting as other ones these days. But I think it's utterly important. So please get in touch with me. My email is easy to find. I get lots of emails asking how they can get involved, and I do try to respond to all of them. So please reach out to me or anybody else. And if you're interested in the space, we would love to help find you an on-ramp to working with us. I think that's my time.
Thank you so much, Milan. Really appreciate it. As he said, there's a lot of ways to get involved in neurotech. Next up, we have another remote speaker, and then we'll go back to in-person speakers. We've got Patrick, who will be speaking about neuro AI and AI safety. Thank you. Thank you.
My name is Patrick Minot, and I'm a computational neuroscientist of vision originally. I was also a data scientist, and I've worked on brain-computer interfaces in industry. And I'm currently working at the Amaranth Foundation on a brand new ambitious project to make AI safety a reality. So the Amaranth Foundation was founded by James Fickle, who's one of the pillars of the Ethereum community, and it funds ambitious research in longevity and neuroscience, and is now working in AI safety. So of course, AI has really changed the way that we interact with text. We've also seen tremendous advances in the applications of AI in biology. Of course, AlphaFold recently won the Nobel Prize for physiology. And we've seen applications also in entertainment, including these dogs, which are puppies playing in the snow, which are figments of Sora's imagination. But of course, there's much to worry about when it comes to AI because it does pose a potentially existential threat. So powerful AI could pose a risk of extinction. And so we saw in this recent petition that everyone from the fathers of deep learning to AI safety researchers to CEOs of AI companies, as well as members of the DIAC and EAC communities, really congregate around this idea that we should really mitigate that risk. And towards that end, we really want to create safer technologies that can replace this technology that is potentially very powerful, but is also understood to pose significant safety risks. Now, why would we have a path towards safer AI by learning from neuroscience? Well, current AI systems are really trained on behavior. So if you look at an LLM, it's trained on the hard work of hundreds of thousands of people that have poured in their work through text, and we learn to imitate that. but that doesn't contain all of the nuances, the processes that were able to create that text. We could instead learn information directly from the brain and learn to imitate the activity of the brain in order to create potentially safer AI systems. So let's break this down a little bit. We know that there are existing neurotechnologies which have enabled large-scale neuroscience. Things like neuropixels, the Neuralink implant device, functional ultrasound is coming on board, things like diffuse optical tomography, new advances in connectomics. And these might allow brain imitation learning. Now, we know that humans know how to explore safely. They're robust, whether it's adversarially or out of distribution. They cooperate sometimes. They know how to reason about other humans. Our world is built for humans. And those capacities are really a function of the inductive biases which are embedded in our brains. So if we could back this out, we could potentially better constrain AI systems than we would be able to using behavior alone. So in order to build a path towards brain imitation learning, I like to think about three distinct systems: sensory, motor, and cognitive. So on the sensory side, it's been known for a long time that the representations inside of convolutional neural nets, which are trained for image recognition, are remarkably similar to those that we find in visual cortex, in particular in the ventral visual stream. However, they do diverge in important ways, in particular when it comes to out of distribution inputs and adversarial inputs. So we funded work at Stanford University, which is called the Enigma Project, to really build digital twins of the visual cortex. So animals are trained to watch movies for several hours, and using a lot of this data, it's possible to stitch together a model that captures the relationship between the input that's coming on the retina and the representations which are computed by the neurons in that brain, and therefore distill a more adversarially robust, out of distribution robust digital twin that can be used in lieu of the current image recognition systems that we use. When it comes to motor cortex, we've seen tremendous advances in virtualizing bodies. So people use technologies like X-rays and micro CT and confocal imaging to create basically parts lists of animals, and then through painstaking work, reconstructing their skeletons as well as their tendons, eventually allowing them to virtualize them in environments like Mujoko. So between that and the advances that we've seen in robotics, it has become much more possible to create a link between the kinds of cognitive representations that we see in the brain and eventually the output of the body and its interaction with the environment. So finally, on the cognitive side, there are hundreds of thousands of hours of available data from across all kinds of brain modalities on archives like DandyHub as well as OpenNeuro, which brings about this possibility that was floated recently by Andrej Karpathy, which is what you would really want to build an AGI is the inner thought monologue of your brain. If you had 1 billion hours of that, AGI would be here, roughly speaking. And that AGI would have learned the same kinds of properties which are so crucial for the brain that allows them to be safe, and therefore would form a safer kind of AI. Now, if we want to have an idea of what this world will look like, look no further than fly neuroscience. So over the past few years, people have been able to freeze the brains of flies, to chop them up in thin slices, scanning them, segmenting them, reconstructing the tracks inside of their brains, virtualize their bodies, and track the entire visual input from the first synapse down into the central parts of the brain to really understand what's going on inside of the fly's brain. And that's what we think of when we think of a virtual fly. But imagine if we had that for virtual humans. That would have the dual property of really advancing neuroscience as well as really creating a new kind of AGI. Now, it's not going to be an upload like you would see in The Matrix or in San Junipero, but would rather be an amalgam of the activity of many different systems which are wired up together, but would nevertheless be a crucial artifact to build a safer path towards AGI. So To build this, we need lots of brain data, a zoo of virtual bodies and environments to leverage the existing data, as well as bringing extra data from closed archives, and to accelerate cost-cutting data acquisition technologies, including connectomics and wireless electrophysiology. So we have a roadmap that's coming up in about 2 weeks. That's called NeuroAI for AI Safety. It's 100 pages of technical deep dive into this field. If you want to hear about its release, please follow me on X for news on that. I'd like to thank my co-authors, Nicolo Zanichelli and Joanne Peng, as well as our founder, James Fickle, for the opportunity to work on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Patrick. That was wonderful. Now I'm going to introduce Mackenzie Dion to the stage, who is the founder of Triplet Imaging. She's going to give us more of an intro into neurotech and the exciting things that are happening in the field. Welcome, Mackenzie, to the stage.
Cool. I'm going to be giving just a high-level overview of neurotech, so kind of some heuristics for thinking about neurotechnologies for people outside of the field, key results, and then some of the opinions I have on it. A bit of context on my background. I joined Neuralink after finishing school. I left pretty quickly to help start a brain cryopreservation company called Cradle, where I worked on neuroscience-related projects there. And over the summer, I started a new company called Triplet Imaging that discovered a new type of optical effect to image and manipulate matter at a microscopic scale, replacing 200K lasers with $5 lasers, and we're applying this across biology and neuroscience. So I just want to give some high-level heuristics for people who are interested in neurotech but don't really know how to think about it. So, there's invasive versus non-invasive, which requires some type of medical procedure, like through the skull or under the skin. Medical versus consumer. So I think the key thing to consider with medical is that this requires some type of FDA approval, which can, add upwards of like $100 million to bringing the technology to patients, and also add multiple years of clinical trials. And then neuromodulation versus neuroimaging, which is fairly obvious, but driving neural activity versus recording and interpreting it. And while these are separate tracks of technology development, I think it's worth noting that neuroimaging technology is required to do neuromodulation effectively in order to localize where in the brain you want to stimulate. But I would say developing working neuroimaging technology is fairly easier and more tractable than neuromodulation for a couple of reasons, but I think kind of the high-level ones are neuroimaging. You simply just need knowledge of like correlation of neural activity to some stimulus or a report from a patient. Where neuromodulation, you need to sort of understand like causality in the brain. Neuromodulation also generally requires higher resolution targeting than neuroimaging for sort of interpreting the meaning of neural data. And previous speakers have touched on this, but available modalities are sort of, all the fundamental like physical forces. And then kind of at the end, it's worth noting that introducing genetic engineering into neurotech development will sort of change what's possible in this field, making neurons sensitive to light or sensitive to high frequency sound, ultrasound, really kind of like unlocks new applications. And right now that's mainly in the research phases, but I think there probably are some very early stage efforts to bring that into clinical applications. And I think there's like a lot of, especially in technologist circles, like a lot of lore and excitement about the future of neurotech. But, as someone working in the field today, I would say, 99% of neurotechnology is being developed for medical purposes, and I think the people within these companies see themselves as working on, a medical device for someone with, significant, physical or cognitive disability. And so I just wanted to touch on some of the kind of key results, which I think previous speakers have referenced as well. But up at the top right was a man who was actually fully paralyzed, and he's being able to walk again due to a spinal cord prosthetic as well as brain-computer interface. Kind of in restoring physical capabilities, there's also been restoration of speech from thought to text. Computer use, so cursor control, which if you saw the Neuralink demo, I think that's a good example of that. Tremors from Parkinson's, and even some efforts to actually restore vision to blind people. So I think the available technologies today are more like very vague, distinguishing between different objects, but Neuralink and then also Neuralink's former president are both kind of going after this, but they're taking different technological approaches. And on the psychiatric and cognitive side, there's been invasive and non-invasive, really promising results for treatment-resistant depression using transcranial magnetic stimulation, as well as invasive electrical stimulation. And this bottom right photo is from a lab at Stanford doing something called the SAINT protocol, which I think reduced treatment-resistant depression by like 95 to 98%, something like that. Yeah, and then I think it's like worth noting that I mentioned this already, but I would say even my bet would be like even within Neuralink, like the vast majority of employees like see themselves as working as medical device companies. I don't think there's actually been a clear bridge from the way we talk about neurotech here and how the people actually on the ground developing it. I think this is a really poignant example of medical results. This man has ALS and he has a cortical implant in the region responsible for speech production. And he's saying here, he's communicating with his family in this video, actually. This is from Sergei Stavitsky's lab at UC Davis. I have been waiting for this. And I think what's really cool is there's been several iterations of this technology, but actually the introduction of language models and facilitating decoding, I think helped expand the vocabulary to 125K words, and it actually performs better than all speech-to-text types of technologies like Siri, for example. I think it's like 98% accurate. And then I just want to say, like, really high level, I think for futurist communities, a big part of the kind of contemplation of neurotech is, will this help humans become more resilient as AI accelerates dramatically? And sort of kind of contemplating, like, is this kind of compatible with like the DAC perspective? And just to sort of ground it in like what's happening today for how AI is facilitating neurotech development. As mentioned, it's improving decoding pretty dramatically. So this is fMRI data. The top two images are the actual images that subjects were looking at, and the bottom two were reconstructions from their neural data, and those were greatly facilitated by the incorporation of a diffusion model into facilitating decoding. But I would say there's basically like no interesting progress in how integration of AI can better facilitate neurostimulation. And I think like kind of the gold standard for a really interesting demo would be like, could you transfer representations in a model into a biological brain? I know of like some very early stage efforts to get this going, but like I haven't really seen anything for it. And then just to wrap up, I didn't talk about consumer neurotech at all. So neurotech developed for the general public without a medical use, and I would say because I actually don't think there's like anything interesting there yet. I would expect the first general use consumer neurotechnology to be non-invasive neuroimaging for computer use, but there's actually like very few, if you kind of look at the bandwidth and the latency that you need for kind of high bandwidth closed loop computer interaction that actually does better than our existing tools. I think there's only a couple technical paths forward, and I'm kind of hopeful or would expect there'll be like some breakthroughs in this in the next maybe 5-ish years. I'm familiar with some people working on it, but I really think for it to be integrated into broader society, it does actually need to outperform existing tools. And then I'll just close and say that, I'm working in like a very, very technical field right now, but I'm always kind of wondering like how, I'm interested in developing technologies to, enhance human empathy, human self-expression, and communication between people. And I'm trying to kind of understand how neurotech can fit into or enhance that, if at all. And I think, this merge with AI narrative will definitely strengthen, and there's, a lot of interesting aspects to that, but I'm really interested in sort of understanding and deepening, the kind of first-person human experience. But yeah, and I have like a very long, like kind of technical explanation of the different heuristics that I mentioned that I can kind of share online later at some point. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mackenzie. That was awesome. Next up, we will have Nathan Cheng talking about the acceleration roadmap for longevity. Take it away.
Hi, my name is Nathan Chang, and I'll be talking about the longevity acceleration roadmap. a technical plan to solve aging. This roadmap is a foundational project at the LPF, and it's intended to help guide newcomers to the longevity space. I can only do a speed run now, but if you're interested in the full thing, check out the link below. Okay, so the LBF is a nonprofit that I co-founded to mobilize the world's top talent to work on solving aging. But why work on aging? Well, simply because life is good and death is bad. And if you ask, what is the thing that causes the most death? It's aging. So by far, aging causes the most death. 75% of deaths worldwide are caused by aging. And this comes in the form of age-related diseases like heart disease, cancers, Alzheimer's, etc. And this is an emergency. All 8 billion humans are on an exponential trajectory towards physical and cognitive decline and ultimately death. But if we can solve aging, we can envision a future where people can live for as long as they want in peak health and function. But if you want to see this future, like personally, we need to do something about aging today. So where's the plan to solve aging? Well, when we first started, we couldn't find any clear plan to solve aging. So we had to make one on our own. And in our plan, we wanted to have 3 key features. So one, we wanted to exclusively focus on direct research and technology paths that could solve aging completely. And 2, we wanted to focus on specific, well-defined key technical objectives. And 3, we wanted it to be actionable. So have a good overview of projects in the space so that people could easily join or start them or fund them. Okay, so we got a lot of input from scientists, researchers, and entrepreneurs in the field. And we identified 3 main strategies that could plausibly solve aging. So one is biostasis. This means pausing biological time. And this is typically with cryopreservation at low temperature or chemical fixation. 2, replacement, so replacing old parts with young, and most promising full body transplants plus gradual brain replacement. And 3, advanced bioengineering, so understanding and modeling biology and aging, and also developing genetic and cellular engineering tools. Okay, so one mental model to kind of understand these 3 technology paths is a 2x2 matrix. So in one axis, you're trying to solve aging or buy time. And the other axis, you're either trying to understand aging or bypass aging, like the complexity of aging altogether. And just as a side note, some of these technologies can also be thought of general defensive biomedical technologies. So for example, in like replacement could be useful for things beyond aging. So if you got in a car accident, replacement could be life-saving. Okay, so let's take a look at biostasis. So the strategy here is to pause biological time until the future where medical technologies can solve aging. But you know, there's a number of key objectives in this roadmap. I can't go over all of them, so I'll just highlight one of them. So rapid even rewarming. So this is needed to prevent ice formation and the damage associated with that, but also to prevent thermal fracturing. So when you're trying to bring a body or a brain from low temperature back to room temperature. So there's a number of different projects and startups in the space, but there still needs to be a lot of work to be done. Okay, let's talk about replacement. So this strategy is really divided into 2 parts. So there's replacing the body with a clone body and knockout of the brain. But then 2, for the brain, you gradually replace the brain with young neural tissue grafts, bit by bit, kind of like in the style of the ship of Theseus. Now, in the body, this really has only become within reach since 2018, when Chinese scientists demonstrated the first successful cloning of primates. And it's plausible that this could be extended to humans. Okay, but you can create a cloned body, but you don't want to create a brain at the same time, a person. So you'll need to construct a genetic construct to ensure that the capacity to have consciousness never forms in the cloned embryo. And there's actually already a natural proof of concept for this. It's a birth defect called hydranencephaly, where cerebral hemispheres never form. And these bodies actually never have consciousness, but can develop to full maturity. And last, to put it together, you have to do some sort of head transplant. And these have been done experimentally in the past in mice, dogs, and monkeys, with survival in some cases lasting days to months, but still needs to be improved. Okay, So let's move on to the brain. As I said before, you can gradually replace the brain with engineered neural tissue grafts made from a patient's own iPSC stem cells. And neuroplasticity of the brain allows migration of brain functions away from damaged areas or if done slowly. And just recently, the US ARPA-H program hired the leading researcher in brain replacement, Jean Hebert, to lead a $100 million moonshot program in this strategy. There's a number of key technical objectives in our V1 roadmap. Most of the hard stuff is in the brain, but also in spinal cord reconnection. And there's a number of startups working in this field, but most are still in stealth. Okay, we also asked researchers to estimate the time and cost to get a reasonable attempt on this roadmap, and they came up with a figure of $3.6 billion in about 10 years. Okay, last, bioengineering. So this is the longest and most uncertain road. It will require the convergence of four different prongs. So one, large-scale data collection, something like a protein data bank, but much larger scale. Two, computational modeling, which could include AI models. And then three, design of genetic or cellular interventions. And four, delivery of genetic interventions or cells. Okay, next steps. So clearly there's a lot of work to be done to solve aging. But unfortunately, there's very few people or resources trying to devoted to trying to solve aging. So if you feel an intense desire to defeat aging, definitely join the LBF. We're the biggest community focused exclusively on building for indefinite lifespan extension. We run highly selective intensive workshop retreats. Our next one is in March in Berkeley, California. And but fighting aging is not just for biotechs and scientists. We need everyone to get society aligned on allocating Apollo program level resources to fighting aging. And so if this resonates with you, I'd encourage you to also join the Vitalism community, where we're building a social political movement to make fighting aging and death humanity's #1 priority. And our community is organizing the biggest longevity event in the world. It's going to be a 2-month pop-up longevity city in Berkeley, California in April and May next year, right next to Silicon Valley. Okay, so don't wait, join us, fight aging. And if you're interested in any of these projects, check out my profile. Thanks.
Thank you, Nathan. And that wraps up our longevity and neurotech section. Next up, we're moving on to decentralized identity. So take a look at what we've got today. A really exciting group of individuals will be speaking. And firstly, I would love to welcome Remco to the stage to talk about decentralized identity and biometric proof of personhood. Thank you.
Thank you. So, proof of human. We've now talked a lot about how can we make humans live as long as physically possible, but blockchains and therefore decentralized finance at the moment doesn't even know what a human being is. And unlocking this will unlock a lot of new things, just like decentralized finance does. So proof of human, also known as proof of personhood. It's basically a way to limit account generation to a few, ideally just one, human being. If you add zero-knowledge proofs in the mix, you get something that is substantially more powerful. Then you get a way of signing messages as a unique but anonymous human. This allows you to, for example, organize voting mechanisms where every human can quadratically or single vote, without revealing their past voting behavior, but with the guarantee that no one exceeds their voting limit. And you can create social media platforms where you know that a person represents a single person, there are no bot farms, and so on. So what is it not? It is not a CAPTCHA. Proof of personhood, by default, doesn't give you a human-in-the-loop guarantee. And I would argue this is a benefit. This means that humans can still use automation to automate their accounts. They can have their accounts run by AIs if they want to. It does, however, give you Sybil resistance, spam protection, and a good form of rate limiting. And why do we need this? Well, AI, which is now very clear, will make it impossible to distinguish humans from non-humans based on just observed behavior, especially in the digital domain. There's also a good argument to be made that AI will create fairly massive disruptions in the global economy, and we need to have a way to address that. The way to address that is through financial primitives that have at their core a concept of a human individual. There's a lot of those: insurance, loans, pensions, UBI, and so on. Right now, none of these can be implemented because this core primitive of a human being is missing on blockchains. So if we add the individual as a programmable primitive, we unlock all of this. Another good case is to be made for enhancing decentralization. If you have individual humans, you essentially have individual conscious decision makers. This is a very strong form of decentralization that you can add to any system. Why would you not want proof of personhood? A unique human can be just a proxy for a more precise thing that you're trying to achieve here. For example, you might not necessarily want to have a social media platform that is only limited to human beings. Maybe you do want an AGI to be able to add an account, to create an account and join the discussion. It's kind of the argument that the internet should be neutral to whether you're a human or a bot or whatever. And the other argument you can make is that if you really want to be maximal on privacy, you wouldn't even want to reveal the number of humans that are in your system, which also precludes these kinds of solutions. That being said, there are many very genuine and very useful use cases. So let's look at how do we solve this. It's essentially an oracle problem. Humans are a physical phenomena, so we need to do some sort of compromise of our Platonic ideal of the cryptographic world in order to introduce this concept into the system. And there are three main approaches. The first category is authority-based, where you use some existing proxy for a unique human being, like a passport, a credit card, a phone number, a mobile phone, or some social media account, and use an oracle to bring this on-chain. Then there are graph-based methods, where you essentially pick a small subset of human beings and then go through some process to verify that they're indeed distinct. This could be just simple social vouching, where you say that, hey, I am distinct from my friends, and my friends are distinct from each other, so I'm just going to sign off on that fact. You can have approaches that are video-based. I think there's one where you upload a video online, and then other people can review all of those videos and make sure that there are indeed all different human beings. I think this approach will fail with the current state of AI. And then there is actually a really cute approach where you invite a number of people from the system to simultaneously solve CAPTCHAs. And since a human can only solve one CAPTCHA at a time and bots cannot solve them, this also guarantees you that they are distinct. Then a third category is much more direct. It is directly testing the property that a unique human body is associated with this account through the use of biometrics. The challenges with this approach is biometrics are actually not that strong. Faces are not as unique as you think they would be. They're not unique among identical twins, but even the current state of art cannot distinguish between more than, let's say, 1 million users. Same problem with fingerprints. Irises, however, have an enormous amount of entropy in them. And we believe, at least, that with the technology that we have, we can distinguish billions of people this way. So what is the high-level strategy of implementing this? So you have your modality, which is either like a passport, a biometric, you name it. You need some sort of trusted sensor to capture this, which could be the secure enclave on your passport, or this can be a hardware device that captures a biometric. Then the way we do it is we create secret shares using zero-knowledge proofs. So all of this happens between you and the device. None of this information gets revealed. This modality stays in the private domain, and the secret shares get sent to a multi-party compute setup that then, in the secret domain, verifies that these are distinct from all those who have registered before. So now we've achieved a modality-based uniqueness without revealing this modality, beyond the owner. Then we add an additional layer of protection on top of the system, where instead of now blessing, let's say, an Ethereum account with being a unique human, we use zero-knowledge proofs to hand out anonymous credentials, which allow you to sign something as a unique anonymous user. We have implemented this with 3 modalities. We offer biometric using a device called the Orb that you'll probably see around here somewhere. We offer passport base, and we also have a device base. That's the lowest tier. That's basically you have a unique mobile phone. As I said, a very important principle to us is that the modality is kept private to the user exclusively. And we offer uniqueness with strong anonymity by default. I'm Remco. I'm leading the R&D at the World Foundation. Thank you all, and let's have an interesting discussion on proof of personhood.
Remco. And next up, we have Martin, who's going to be talking about resilient money with circles.
Yeah, all right. So I will give the graph-based approach to identity, but actually circles didn't start as an identity project with a goal to create an identity standard, but instead it started, or it is a project about money. And about creating a fair and resilient form of money. And essentially it creates this identity, graph-based identity, as almost a byproduct. So therefore I will quickly do the money part and then connect it to the decentralized identity part. And here kind of just this quote from Professor Lietari, kind of just thinking about what money actually is and realizing it is a social construct, and therefore it is a choice, and it's not a God-given thing, and it is absolutely something that, well, we can modify, and we can essentially modify it any way we want, and we can have other choices. So let's quickly do this exercise and just pretend we want to design money right now. And reasons for that, I mean, in the crypto world, I think it's not unheard of that the dollar or existing currencies might fail. So just from a resilience perspective, it might be good to have an alternative. But just again, let's just pretend, okay, we are on an island now. We are 100 people. We somehow stranded there. We don't have money, and kind of we think, well, it would be a good idea to have money. How would we do it? So the very first approach could be to say, okay, let's just give everyone 1,000 units. But then, after a couple of days, a group of other people comes. They also get 1,000 units, but then they spend that, and the next day or the day after, that group left. So they kind of just got the money, spent it all, and left. So was that really a good approach? So maybe idea 2: let's distribute the money instead over time, meaning per person you get 1 unit of money over time. So let's quickly look at that. So here we see the money growing linearly. And now let's say after some years we are on this island, money grows linearly, a storm hits, and unfortunately 80% of the people die. So therefore, kind of now you have much more money per person in the system, and it goes on and goes on, and the money per person in the system grows and grows. So then, in consequence, the amount that is newly issued per person essentially goes towards 0. And then, after some time, new people arrive, and they are offered to join the system, but there are already millions of units of money in the system, and now we offer them to join our system and say, yeah, you also get 1 unit per hour, but essentially in relation to the existing money, it's essentially nothing. So the conclusion might be old money must somehow disappear over time. And that's how we come up with the third idea to say, okay, there is constant issuance, but there's also constant reduction, what we call demurrage. And there you get, not going into details, but essentially you get a constant, or you always stabilize the ratio between new supply and old supply that will always converge towards 7% in this approach. And this is kind of just the balance if you look at one individual. So it goes constant to those, or it approaches those 120,000 roughly. And here theoretically, if after 80 years they die or stop issuing, then that would disappear, that money. So conclusion, supply of circles converges to 120,000. Okay, and one last thing, and then we finally go to the identity part. So one way to look at it is also to say there's kind of a tax on money. And if you hold this magic number of 120,000, then your marginal tax rate is exactly 0 because the new issuance exactly equals out the 7% demurrage. If you have less than that, you have negative tax, so you kind of get more from the system than you pay into. And if your wealth approaches infinity, then at least the tax on money converges against those 7%, because then the new issuance doesn't matter, the issuance per person doesn't matter, just the 7%. Now, finally, the identity part. Who can create money in this system? Yeah, who can be let in? And in circles, the radical answer is everyone. And that also means fake accounts. So you can create fake accounts, or basically just anyone can create immediately an account that can issue circles. But they are distinct. So of course you could not say I mean, if they could all issue the same circles, then of course that currency would be completely destroyed, because just anyone could create a bunch of fake accounts. And so everyone creates their own distinct version of circles. And now we form this web of trust. So here person A has 300 A circles, and kind of they are issuing circles at this rate of 1 per hour. Person B issues B circles, and now they can trust each other. And trusting each other means they are willing to exchange their circles one-to-one, meaning B is accepting A circles and is willing to exchange, either accept them or exchange them against any other circles they hold, in this case also B circles. So here, let's say A wants to do a transfer to C. And the important part is C doesn't need to know A or trust A. But as long as there's a pass between the two, then A can send 100 A circles to B, and B, because they are willing to exchange A circles for B circles, can forward 100 B circles, and that's very important that they forward B circles to C. So person C is just receiving B circles, so circles from a person they trust. So whether A exists or not is not relevant to C, because from their perspective, they just got paid circles from a person they trust. So whether A is a fake account or not is not affecting C. And we will see those things even in a larger graph. Summary, three rules of circles. That's all what circles defines. Issuance 1 per hour, 7% demurrage, and this trust system that I just described. Now, Circles is a system that was launched in October 2020, and here is how it looked like after a couple of hours. So this is how the trust graph formed after some hours. That was after a day, and that's how the trust graph looked after a couple of weeks. So we have that amazing trust graph already with over 100,000, well, hopefully mostly people. And here just a real world example. So then Circles went into a period of trying to make that form of money work. Here is a basket on a farmer's market that sold for 450 Circles. And here is an actual transaction of, on the left side, me transacting to that Bauer Direct. This is farmers market, and because they didn't know me, they didn't trust me, but they trusted those entities, and there is essentially this trust pass. So that's how a trust pass, or concretely a Circles transaction, looked in practice. So now, essentially Circles creates as a byproduct a digital identity system, and we would argue that it does that well because it's not the primary objective, or more so speaking. So we are creating this web of trust, but in previous approaches, let's say PGP, trusting someone didn't necessarily had an economic meaning. In Circles, it does have an economic meaning because it says, yeah, I'm willing to exchange, I'm willing to accept the circles from that person, that person has issues, and I'm willing to exchange it against any circle I hold. And if I do that too loosely, so let's say a random Telegram channel, someone says, yeah, can you please trust me? And if I then do that, essentially what will happen is that I will lose all my circles, because sooner or later bots will come and generate circles. If I trust them, then I end up with their circles that no one else in the network wants. So essentially I end up with unspendable circles, which is equivalent to I lose all my circles. So long story short, trust has economic meaning in Circles. But yeah, of course, the important part is Circles doesn't create an absolute identity. It always creates a relative identity. So relative to that group, that initial set, you can say those accounts are likely human. But my take would be that I think there are very, very few use cases for absolute identity, and in absolutely most cases you want relative identity, but probably we can discuss that also more on the panel later. Last part, we are upgrading Circles slightly to Circles 2.0 and adding another layer, what we call groups, and from an identity perspective that would probably be attestations. Here just one more, so Circles there is this trade-off between resilience and efficiency, and I think Circles in its core version goes maximal resilience. So you have all those different currencies, and the idea is, okay, if just we three trust each other and we are just connected, kind of the rest of the world cannot harm us. And regardless what the rest of the world does, we are not affected. That's maximum resilient, but not very efficient to have all those. So we are introducing groups, which allows you to pick any sweet spot you want on this resiliency efficiency trade-off. So groups essentially just allow you to say, okay, you give some attestations to some of those personal circles and kind of batch them together and create fungible circles for that group. So you can have here on the lowest layer those individual circles, and then you can try to say, okay, let's do some city circle or some regional circles. You can go higher, Europe, and you could go all the way up here, and that could be, let's say, even WorldCoin or World ID. So where you try to have this largest group, which would be most efficient to just have one group, but I would argue also least resilient. So yeah, just here, if you are trusted by a group, you can turn your personal circles into a kind of vault contract and issue the equivalent amount of group circles. And you can even do that. So here, person B is not trusted, but they hold circles of person A. And as long as A is a member of this group, they can still use that to mint that group currency. Here, just we will expect to have all kind of groups. So just to mention a few things that are here. So we could have a group based on ZooPass, on World ID, on POAPs, on local groups, manual groups, those kind of things. So last thing here, looking at where is Circles. So again, showed you some pictures from the October 2020 launch. Then we did a bunch of experiments, or small scale, trying to make Circles work in Berlin and Bali. But recently, a couple of weeks ago, we released Circles 2.0, at least the developer release. And for early 2020, we are next year, we are planning the
Communities on chain with ZKP. So welcome Lasha to the stage.
Hi everyone. I'm really focused on this kind of ZK permissionless identities. If you're trying to use your identity on chain, it doesn't matter now. You tap it, you scan it, you push your fingerprint to it, you kind of rely on a service or a company that acts as a kind of an attester to your identity. This dependency is kind of problematic because forget this kind of risk of collusion or a certain company going mad trying to take over the world. The problem that we already see is that such systems don't scale, especially under the regulatory pressure. So if somebody wants to just impose a ban on the system, they know exactly which hardware operator to go after. And we've seen it already in multiple cases across the world. To kind of solve this challenge, we had to go to the fundamentals of building the permissionless systems. And during the research, we found out that mostly these dependencies, apart from being this kind of a business, issuer business on its own, is based on the so-called kind of trilemma. So in a fully decentralized environment, such as blockchains, you couldn't have two properties such as uniqueness and privacy at the same time. Because if you want to generate a nullifier and to make it verifiable, you need to push it on chain, you're losing the privacy. If you enable the client-side blinding of it, then the user is able to generate as many nullifiers and unique numbers as possible. And that means that you won't have a uniqueness for certain cases. So our solution to solve that was to kind of zoom out and create a shared ZK registry on chain. And on an example of biometric passports that we already have, and the fact is that passports contain the chip and all the information and signature to verify certain attributes about ourselves. So with the passports, we can enable the client-side issuance using your phone, then forming a list of uniqueness hashes directly on chain, but as a concept introduces kind of a shared permissionless registry of unique identifiers. The more apps you have, it's super hard to deduce for exactly what activities those identities have been used. So more passports, more identities, more stuff you put within this registry, the privacy strengthens. So even if somebody has a copy, like a government has a copy of your passport, somebody gets on hold of it, all they can understand is that you registered in this vast, decentralized, permissionless registry, but never understand you came there to get your meme coins or vote against the regimes. We actually battle tested this permissionless registry with Russian elections, where just Russian citizens could tap their passports and vote against the regimes. The next day after the app was released, Kremlin just had no idea where to target and what to take down. So all they did, they filed a complaint to an Apple store that a certain app was violating the counterfeiting national IDs, which is kind of bullshit, yeah? So the advantage of such systems is that as they're not nor hardware nor the client-side software dependent, the next day the new apps would pop up and people would continue to vote. And that's basically the true power of decentralization. So even when building these identity systems, we should focus on this new way of full decentralization and empowering users, because that's the systems that scale. those registries could have passports as a single instance. And they could extend to much wider things, like you can build different commitment trees, ZK reputation systems, or just like put even the sanctions or like some kind of banned list and make it like publicly verifiable. And the cool part about it is like that anyone can do it and use it. So as a next step, this idea of permissionless on-chain registries, we want to propose it as an ERC and are happy to like get the community feedback, engagement from all these people working in the identities. But the existing implementation of registry that is live and used by different countries, different applications, we will be bringing on Ethereum as a rollup. Because I believe this is the biggest alignment from a vision perspective. Because at a near future, everyone, just like using your phone, should run a node and secure it in a network, and the very same phone simultaneously should be managing your entire identity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lasha. And next up, I am going to bring a number of the speakers that we just had, as we're going to have a panel. Pooja is going to be moderating for us, so please welcome Pooja to the stage. Remco, Lasha, Martin, please join us. Thank you.
Hello, hello. Great. So we just had a nice overview of the 3 protocols. And what I want to do in this small amount of time we have is just challenge each one. I think there's something to learn from each approach here and see if we can come to some greater synthesis. So I'll start with Remco. So Remco, I actually wrote a critique of proof of personhood. It's called Compressed to Zero, the silent strings of proof of personhood. And what I did is I looked at a parallel protocol to WorldCoin, a different authentication mechanism. But they had succeeded in verifying unique individuals through cognitive tests. And they had avoided the problem of account trading, which WorldCoin has had to grapple with because each account has money, and then of course there's an incentive to sell accounts early on, and so that's something you're grappling with. But they had solved that with this novel mechanism called sublinear identity staking, which I'm happy to talk to you about later. But they were still left with this information game theoretic problem around puppeteering, which is that when you have an account and it has monetary value, it has a UBI stream coming towards it, which is one of the goals of WorldCoin, you create incentives for other people to try to control those accounts and extract from them. And so in the kind of pithy way to put it is when you try to differentiate humans from bots and use UBI incentives, you actually create an unintended consequence of humans trying to control other humans as if they were bots, right? And so the control problem becomes an information problem, and it's an information game theoretic one. So I want to know how you think about this challenge, because there are 2 goals that are very explicit with WorldCoin. One is both UBI and a kind of rails for democratic governance, and maybe even AI alignment. But if ultimately, pursuing both of those goals ends up in coalitions and oligopolies and basically politics, right? And one person, one vote breaks down very quickly into coalitions. Like, how do you?
So we're in, if not nearly 100 countries right now. You kind of see everything that people can throw at you. And while the vast majority of people is honest, there are some very dishonest actors out there. And you have the Byzantine generals problem of you need to make your system resistant against malicious actors. I think this is not a CAPTCHA. So there is this idea that you can delegate an account. This is not something I think we should prevent, but it is something that you need to give the user the tools to properly manage. which means that it needs to be explicit, it needs to be consensual, it needs to be revocable, and so on. So I think the emphasis is on developing those tools, empowering the user to control their world ID in the way that they want to control it. Blockchains as a whole are not particularly good at the moment at these kinds of things because a lot of decisions you make on-chain are one-way streets. But there are a number of things we are already doing here, like allowing you to recover your account by going back through an orb. One thing we've rolled out that is very powerful is using the phone's front camera to do additional interactive face authentications to make sure that the wallet hasn't been stolen, it's still in the possession of the original human that signed up and so on.
Right.
Maybe I can comment there directly. So I made in this presentation my claim that I think this absolute identity, there are actually not that many. Kind of just to give the extreme example why I'm making this claim is, let's say somehow North Korea does get hold of one of those orbs and can properly authenticate all their 25 million, or I'm not exactly sure how many people they have, probably no one knows, but 25 million people. So let's just say in WorldCoin now, you go from 8 million fully verified to now 32, but 25 of them are just are people from North Korea, where it's not even clear whether they have control somehow centrally organized, that someone ultimately has full control of those keys. Now you have 32 million properly verified actual humans. The question is, for what application would that set be useful? So my claim is, in absolutely most applications, and probably actually this gas subsidy that you're doing is one of the few where I think it is useful, but in absolutely most applications, I would say you need more context than just being human. Or, I mean, if you want to go even more extreme, we can think of this Matrix movie where they literally, I mean, in the Matrix movie where they're literally farming humans, or kind of have those farms of humans that basically just sit there, and yes, they might have an eyeball, and you might be able to scan that, but that's really not what you want.
Right, and even just to add on the analogy, right, as long as there's money at stake, I mean, we have synthetic.
While the sign-up process between the user is absolutely anonymous and privacy-preserving, the orbs themselves are not, their behavior is public, and there are methods you can use to actually revoke the people, the fake accounts that might...
But there are no fake accounts.
Okay, that's the second part. If they are not fake accounts, then the system works as intended, in a way. And you make a very good point that proof of is a primitive, and you need a richer ecosystem of things around it. The example chain DAO, you want to implement one person, one vote. If you just do this and allow all of the world ID verified users to vote on this, and your social community is only 5,000 people, you can easily get swamped. You don't have a very strong governance system that way. So you do need to incorporate this in more complex systems.
Lasha? I 100% agree.
Lasha?
Can I add something? Yeah. I kind of I get all the points, but I think forgetting the orb or the eyes and stuff. So I agree that overall identities, and I don't believe in universal identities, because identities have to be built for the governance purposes. So we should come up with frameworks that increase the coordination quality among the humans, and then decide the depths of the identity, how it should be built. When we talk about the proof of personhood, it has 2 dimensions, right? One is the proof of uniqueness. And I agree, for the real world, and especially in multiple cases, just uniqueness proof and badge does not guarantee the quality of decision-making or coordination. And then we have to rely on passports or citizenship or the age or all the other stuff. And the thing is that if we, for example, for voting, refer to the passports, the dependency on this document is so big that we can generate the uniqueness based on data, and we might not need any type of biometrics additional to it, right? And I think in a way, that's the purpose of identity. So I don't believe in universal identities. I believe of defining whether we fighting AI war, or we like fighting the misinformation stuff. The only systems that are dynamically evolving and improving are the ones that have this kind of fluid identity aspects and not just the universal ones. Like on the example of the Twitter and the community nodes, right? So just labeling is just creating these very low barriers in terms of defining the permissions, what you can do or what you can't do as a human or not. And like you said, yeah, there's a kind of North Korea scenario, there's kind of a dystopian scenario where we might be like creating market, right, for the eyeballs on stuff, and like you got 2 kidneys, you got 2 eyes, and then what happens next, right? So,
well, what you raise is an interesting point about governance, right? Because in some sense,
yeah.
Right, and so even if you do succeed in authenticating unique individuals in North Korea, how do you actually enforce that? And what you're saying is, well, you need richer governance mechanisms, we need to express identity in different ways,
yes.
right, as a complement. And if you just have that one identity system, ultimately enforcement would require surveillance, and of course surveillance results in everyone becoming informationally the same. So I want to shift gears, Martin, and poke a little holes at circles. I think it's a great experiment. But one of the things I noticed on your slides is, you know, you're talking about currency and money. I think of them almost as community currencies and like nested networks of contribution, right? That it shouldn't just sort of be like an hourly rate. That's a kind of, you know, another kind of UBI that has its own pitfalls because it's not tied to incentives. And you mentioned a 7% interest rate. These things seem arbitrary and they don't seem to leverage incentives or people's voice, choice, and stake in a community. So how do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, on the should they receive the same amount, I would say comes together and decides to use something as money, then just that coordination effort to some extent creates value to whatever. And I would argue that the fairest form of distributing this, this value that has been created by just this coordination effort would be to distribute it equally among those that join this coordination effort. Super important to understand that doesn't mean that everyone needs to work for the same hourly rate or doesn't need, I mean, that's absolutely not the case. So it's just that the coordination effort is in a way, or the benefit of that is equally distributed. Sorry, there was a second question that I...
Just, you know, then, you know, acknowleding that there's different levels of contribution.
I believe the 7% that's...
Yeah, 7%,
yeah,
right.
Yeah, so that is probably the only parameter in circles that is, yeah, well, that has been set and that's therefore debatable. And yes, you could say every community should be able to set that themselves. That would make coordination much harder because...
Why?
Well, because then you would need to, or in circles, it is meant to be so simple that I issue circles and then I know I can kind of trust that other account, I can issuing under the exact same rules. If everyone could define their own rules, it would be much harder to negotiate of how much should my money worth compared to yours. So I would say for a stable equilibrium, or the goal of circles is to have the stable equilibrium where yeah, trust or the exchange rates between circles are just one-to-one. The goal would be to say one circle is one circle, and it's kind of abstracted away the fact that under the hood we have all those different, just like in the dollar system right now. Technically speaking, if you have a dollar at one bank and a dollar at another bank, those are not the same. Those are not the same dollars. But the system is built in such a way that usually it feels like one-to-one, because if everything goes well, you can exchange them one-to-one. But if it breaks, you will realize, oh, the bank, the dollar at the bank that just went bankrupt is different from the other one.
But the US and Euro have floating exchange rates. Why can't you?
Say again?
The US and Euro have floating exchange rates.
Oh, no,
right?
for sure. So in circles, yes, I mean, the expectation is they are within a connected cluster, the exchange rate is one-to-one. But yeah, there can be different clusters where within the cluster the exchange rate is one-to-one, but between the clusters there are a floating exchange rate.
Why not just rely on supply and demand?
No, well, it will be. I mean, the price between those clusters will be defined by supply and demand. And what we are actually supposing in our upcoming relaunch, I'd say, or restart, or reactivation, it's a continuation of the system, is that people or groups can change rate for those circles, so defined by supply and demand. But as long as people trust each other, then they are essentially creating additional one-to-one demand between those currencies.
Okay.
But maybe we need to go back to the identity topic.
Well,
sorry.
no, but it's you're expressing identity in a different way, and so I just want to dig on that. But I want to turn to Lasha now. In this constellation of identity protocols, what like differentiation do you see that you're bringing?
I think we tried to use the both sides of the world, such as like passports as an instance first, but then extend it with like graph, and capture more depths of the interactions. And what I would say is like how we try to solve the identity problem or enable the build-up is very use case centric, and like I said, the governance centric. The fact that like we understand like this voting stuff that's to be done that way, it gave rise to solving the uniqueness problem in a certain way. But this doesn't mean that that same uniqueness should be reused like universally across other use cases. And so like going at a primitive level of this kind of registries and the kind of building blocks, and you having more like this kind of flexible framework, I think that's the way forward. And as well as we've seen mostly, right, on the kind of regulatory pressure or like this kind of collusion risk, right. I think the permissionlessness and empowering of the users going forward should be like this kind of core principle that no one should kind of violate or cross the line for.
So we only have 3 minutes left. I want to quickly do 1 minute each on where, AI is a part of identity is helping us leverage AI to communicate with each other, also to govern AI. So starting with you, Remco, where do you see the most immediate use case with WorldCoin in the near future, and World or World ID interfacing with AI? Will OpenAI, for example, grant free access if you have a World ID? What is the sort of immediate near-term goals on that interaction?
I mean, I can't speak for. Regarding AI, I think we need to embrace the fact that it's going to be some sort of like human AI hybrid operator. I'm a big believer of like AI is just making humans better versions of themselves. So this is why I think it's so important that you distinguish between a CAPTCHA and a proof of personhood, which are different primitives with different use cases. And we might not even be that interested in the CAPTCHA use case. What is going to be a very important problem is like, I don't think proof of personhood alone is a solution there, but I do think it can be an important part of a functioning solution that allows us to authenticate content and information.
Lasha, any immediate applications?
Yeah. In my world, I don't have this like us humans and AIs and kind of like the separate camps of the camp. I more see and question like, okay, what is the first thing? Like, I own multiple AIs. So the first dimension is how do I control it? So how do we build this my AI, and identifying these relations and control? And then zooming out like all the AIs of individuals or like the systems, how do they coordinate? And what are the mechanisms for us to, I don't know, like lower down the computational capacity or like just shut the certain things down and just like abstract them? This is a kind of a next level of the governance problem.
Yeah, I think it's certainly good to have a robust identity is relational because for the reason in the very beginning. So I like to see a version of something like circles that's completely permissionless as a base layer built on this trust graph, but then projects like or World ID that can essentially provide additional attestations, what I would call it, to those open base layer identities can bring us a very robust system overall, where humans can coordinate if necessary, maybe against AI. Yeah.
Will each circle have its own AI agent?
That's a good question, whether AI agents will also use circuits or not. I don't know yet. They could.
All right, let's give them a round of applause, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pooja, for a wonderful moderation and everyone for joining. Next up, I would like to welcome Rob Knight to the stage, who's going to speak to us about ZooPass and credentials beyond identity.
Great. So I'm Rob from the ZooPass team. I hope by now most of you are familiar with what ZooPass is. You will have used it to check in for this event, and I can see some of you have collected some frog hats, so you've been playing frog crypto. So you're kind of basically familiar with what ZooPass is. Originally, I had a slide here where I was going to talk about, ZooPass is a kind of zero-knowledge data manager for your personal cryptographic secrets and that kind of thing. But I think it's just easier to talk about some of the things you can use ZooPass for. So we have here ETH Berlin, the voting for the hackathon. So you prove that you're an attendee at ETH Berlin, and you can anonymously vote for the winner of the hackathon, and that was used to award prizes. You used it to check in at Devcon. You used it to play Frog Crypto, and you won some Frog merch. Maybe you were at DevConnect and you sent anonymous messages to the Telegram group by proving that you were a ticket holder, and then the bot would anonymously send your message. If you're at ZooConnect, you might have participated in a distributed clinical trial using a data gathering device that would then store that data and then anonymously prove that you participated in the trial when you submit it. Maybe you were at Edge Esmeralda and you participated in the Run Club using Strava, and you were able to compete anonymously with other people to see who could cover the most miles. Maybe you voted in the quadratic funding round for the Zuzulu community, and again, you will have used ZooPass to prove that you're a member of the Zuzulu ecosystem, that you'd attended previous events. And here at DevCon, you might have also participated in the speaker Q&A. So again, you're proving that you're an attendee of the event and then participating by creating questions and getting answers from the speakers. So ZooPass is basically all of these things. It enables all of these things to happen. And I kind of want to give a bit of a philosophical reason for why ZooPass does things the way that it does. So rather than going into how it works, if you're interested in how it works, we're doing a CLS on that tomorrow. But if you want to know why ZK and why decentralized data, this is a sort of philosophical background. So there's this concept called conviviality, and conviviality means living together. It's from the Latin, con and vive means together living. And it kind of connotes this idea that we create our lives together. We collaborate in creating the meanings that our lives are made up from. And this book by Ivan Illich, I think written in the 70s, applies this view to technology. So he has this idea of tools for conviviality, where a convivial tool is something where the user of that tool is empowered to find their own use for it. The tool doesn't tell them what to do. It gives them options, and they figure out what those options mean and how they want to make use of them. So we regard ZooPass as being, in that sense, a tool for conviviality. It's a tool that doesn't tell you who you are or what it means to be a person. It's a tool that lets you collect data and decide within your community what that data means. So there's a bunch of philosophers throughout history who've thought about this stuff. Two of my favorites are Alistair McIntyre and Michael Walzer. McIntyre thought about this question. He wrote a book called Whose Justice, Which Rationality? Which again was on this question of meanings. Like, what does it mean for something that are possible? What exists? What's real? And his view was that different traditions do this in a way that is kind of sort of incommensurable, meaning that you can't have one system that incorporates all traditions. Every tradition has its own notion of what constitutes truth, goodness, beauty, and they need to find their own representations for those things. Similarly, in spheres of justice, Michael Walzer he makes this defense of pluralism and equality, and he's arguing against a view of kind of egalitarianism, where what's fair is that everybody has the same thing, and instead he's saying, like, what's fair is that everybody is part of a community that gets to determine its own sense of what's valuable and its own sense of what's good. So instead of being put in a single global hierarchy, you have many different hierarchies, and people get to have a leading role in their own kind of smaller community. And then finally, just two more references. So one is The Society of the Spectacle by Guy Debord, written in the 60s. And he talked a lot about this concept of order givers and order takers, and how society is divided into people who tell other people what to do, and then people who have to do what they're told. So the people at the bottom take orders, and they receive not just orders, not just being told where to go and what to do, but they receive an order. They receive a system. They receive a whole idea about who they are and what their role in society is that is given to them, is not something that they develop for themselves. So he was very much in favor of the idea of people creating and co-creating that sense of meaning from their own interactions. And another very recent book came out in the last year called The Ordinal Society by Marion Foucault and Kieran Healy. They kind of apply that sort of analysis to computers, and they look at the ways in which computer systems provide order. They take the chaos of life, and they produce numbers and facts and figures and databases that kind of we use to understand what's going on around us. In fact, I was going to ask if we have any French speakers here, because in French, the word for computer is ordinateur. Which means it gives order, it ordains things in pretty much the same way that God ordains things. And so that idea that something being in the computer makes it real, that idea that the computer says what is real or says what should happen, is kind of built right into the word, at least in French. So how do we live in orders ourselves? So naturally, this is where I transition into talking about Zupas again. So we have these three things that are kind of new and are kind of interesting, called Pod, GPC, and Z. And Z API. There's a QR code for the documentation site there. And Pod stands for Provable Object Data. So it's basically a data format, a very flexible data format. GPC stands for General Purpose Circuits, which is a flexible system for making ZK proofs. And Z API is a new thing that we've recently built that enables you to embed Zupas functionality directly into your own apps. So Pod lets you create your own data structures. You know, if we think of an order, sort of a system of understanding as being made up of structure, you know, ontology, what's real, and logic that tells you what you can do with those things, Pod lets you define the structure. So here we're defining a frog. If you've played Frog Crypto, you've interacted with this structure. And it tells you what's real in the world of frogs. It tells you what exists. Anybody can issue them and verify, have a list of maybe valid issuers that they would accept as real. So it's a very authority. And then GPC lets you create your own logic. And this is where things start to get interesting, because the question of what does it mean to have a frog is determined by what you can do with it. And what you can do with it, at least in Zupas, is determined by what kind of proofs you can make. So if I can prove that I have a frog of a particular type, maybe in some space, in some community, that allows me to do something. If I can prove that I have 3 frogs, maybe that proves something else. If I can prove I have a frog and a ticket, maybe that has a different meaning. And these are kind of contrived examples, but you could imagine doing this with any kind of data type you like. Again, with Pod, you can make your own data, so you can kind of reinvent this system however you like. And then Z API lets you embed this directly into web applications. So this is zero knowledge, this is cryptographic data and zero knowledge proofs directly in the browser in something that looks like a basic standard ordinary web app. Again, you've probably already interacted with some of them while you were here. So Frog Crypto would be one. Meerkat would be another. So if you've submitted any Q&As during any of the talks, you will have interacted with an app that does this, and it uses pods, it uses GPC proofs, and it also gives you pods back for participating in that. There's a kind of cool one there. Shulgin Engineering, I think, is new. So that's, again, it's a community project. I think this came out today, which lets you take 2 frogs, extract venom from them, and create a psychedelic substance. So again, the meaning of these things is in the hands of the developers. It's in the hands of the communities that want to kind of figure out what we can do with this stuff for themselves. So thank you very much for listening to me ramble about philosophy. As I say, if you want to learn more about how this stuff works on a technical level, we have a CLS tomorrow. We're very happy to see all of you there. We also have a documentation website which has a link to a Telegram group. If you want to come and talk to us in the Telegram group, please do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rob Knight. And thank you very much.
Baby at home, so hopefully this can be just as good as if I was there. You probably already are familiar with the Community Notes UI, but just in case you're not, here's a note attached to a post on X. This note was written by a contributor, basically a regular user, and before it was shown was rated as helpful by other contributors who tended to disagree in the past. This lightning icon means that the note actually appeared within the first hour of the post being created, which is happening more and more since the system's been speeding up recently. Another way notes can appear really quickly on posts is the immediate matching. So you can write notes on images or videos that will automatically apply to all other posts with those that same matching media. Because the data is public, external researchers have analyzed it a ton, and I'm just going to share some highlights of what they found. So one group found that notes are 98 or 99% accurate about COVID vaccines, according to them. And just want to flag that although notes are already pretty rarely inaccurate, one great property is that inaccurate notes attract additional raters, and as a result, the system can quite often be self-correcting, which is pretty cool. Another group ran some survey where they compared some UIs, one that's kind of like community notes versus one where they had a community flag or a traditional fact checker flag. And what they found is that the community note is found bipartisanly by survey participants to be more trustworthy than the others. And then also and survey participants rate posts as less accurate when they're displayed with a note versus without, which is pretty cool. We do not algorithmically re-rank posts based on whether they have notes or not, for instance, in the For You page, but there is an organic change in engagement behavior after posts get notes. So just we observed in 2022 in an A/B test that the like and repost rate dropped by 30%. After a post got a note. And then in 2023 and 24, external research groups found about a 50% drop in engagements after a post got noted. So that's really big, by the way. If you've ever ran experiments on big social media platforms, you're probably familiar that 1% can often be a really, really big change. And these are you know, in the 30 and 50% range. So it's quite large. Posts are also much more likely to be deleted by their authors, and then this is really hard to measure, but there's just an incentive change. Authors don't want to get demonetized or have the stigma of a note, so anecdotally some users say they post differently, given that notes exists. I think very relevant for this talk is the idea of credible neutrality that we aspire to, similar to some other crypto projects. I think some things we do towards this end are, number one, contributors are regular users, right? They do have to have a verified phone number and have signed up 6 months ago, et cetera. But for instance, they're not employees or something like that. Separately, we don't take in external ground truth labels either. So instead we use this clever bridging mechanism that I'll talk more about. And then we also are open source, transparent, reproducible, and verifiable. So for instance, X never manually edits or changes the status of a note to take it down. You can actually go to our website and download the code, download the data, and run the code on the data and verify that it matches exactly what was in production 2 days ago. And that 2-day delay is just to prevent manipulation. But that's pretty cool to be quite so transparent and is very rare among similar companies. Okay, so the core mechanism, I think that's interesting here, is this bridging algorithm. which is what lets us not use external ground truth. So here's a note of one of our contributors explaining it to someone else. Doesn't work by majority rules. It's not an upvote, downvote system where we add it up. We actually look for ratings where there's agreement between people who've disagreed in the past. This gives us some built-in manipulation resistance. That's pretty cool. In this little cartoon here, just to help you understand why this might happen, is if you think of these circles as people and the colors are viewpoints, if you get some off-platform brigade of people from Discord or something who all decide to go rate a note a particular way, that group alone can't determine what notes get shown. It's a pretty great property. Another interesting thing is that the data set's quite large, so it's sparse. There's not a lot of users that have rated many of the same notes in the past. So what we have to do is we build a model. We use a matrix factorization approach, so we construct the matrix of users and notes and the ratings on them. And we train this model that's quite similar to a traditional recommender system. You're probably familiar with this. But rather than personalizing what note we show to each user, we actually learn this global note score, which we call an intercept term here, which is the same for all users. And the way we train it is we add extra regularization to those terms, which force ratings to be explained by the viewpoints whenever possible. So if ratings are occurring on a note in a totally viewpoint consistent way, then the intercept term will remain neutral. What this looks like in picture format is, here's a scatter plot of notes. The x-axis is the viewpoint of notes, the y-axis is the intercept score. Most of these notes fall in the yellow circles, and that's not a problem with the algorithm. Oftentimes these notes just aren't great. The green notes are the ones that are seen by users on X. Everything else is just seen by contributors, and then the red ones we actually penalize the authors for. So that's the core mechanism and how it works. There's a ton of other mechanisms on top of that, which I don't fully have time to explain all of them, but for instance, we also do a similar matrix factorization for tags. So if we find bridging-based consensus that a note is incorrect, we don't show it even if it was found helpful, for instance. There's also a needs your help tab. This can, and needs your help notifications. So this can help, number one, address selection bias. We can make sure there's enough raters with each viewpoint that have rated a note to help get notes showing faster. We can detect or mitigate coordinated manipulation like those brigades if the distribution from the needs your help tab is very different than the organic distribution. I think of particular interest to this group is probably similarities with prediction markets. So you can think of each note as being kind of like a prediction market that resolves to its final status, whether it's helpful or not helpful. And your rater reputation goes up if your rater matches the outcome and down if it doesn't. So your rater reputation is kind of like your currency in the prediction markets. The market doesn't always resolve, of course, as prediction markets also don't always, which is fine. It's a valid distilled mechanism in that case. And I guess maybe the biggest difference is that there's no bet sizes. So each user gets one rating max. I think the incentives for reputation, well, first call out that some users just aren't very incentivized by it, and they're just going to rate in ways that they're going to try to impact what notes show on the platform above all else. But as far as users who are following the incentives, number one, for your ratings to count, you have to have high enough reputation. Number two, in order to earn the ability to write notes, you have to have high enough rating impact. And then in order to unlock some superpowers like media notes, you have to build up your writing impact. I think one pretty straightforward idea here could be just making prediction markets that resolve to whether there's community notes on a post. But I think Vitalik has been blogging a lot recently about community notes and prediction market mashups. And what's the best way, and I think many others are excited about this, what's the best way to build community notes that could say something interesting about the future? What mechanisms could work there? I think I just want to end the talk by saying things that I'm personally interested in. I think those mechanisms, and as well as multidimensional bridging, more notes faster in more places, like matching and LLMs, and just to I think bridging algorithms beyond notes, like in the For You page, for instance, would be cool, or collaboratively writing wikis or policies. No guarantees. This is just my personal interest, so no guarantees about the company doing anything there. But if any of this is exciting to you, we're hiring a machine learning engineer. It's also linked to my bio, and definitely, especially because I didn't get a chance to come there in person, please reach out and DM me with any questions or comments you have. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jay. Next up, we have Robin Hansen, the brilliant mind behind a lot in Futaki, and I'll hand it over to Robin. Thank you so much.
Long ago, I was part of a group of people who imagined the World Wide Web before there was a web. Many people didn't think it was very plausible. I left grad school to go off to join people working on that. But then within a few years, I started to have doubts about some of the visions people had about the web and what it could achieve. And I tried to think about other ways to solving that problem. And I came up with the idea, because I was hanging around a lot of rabid libertarians, that betting markets would be a powerful way to address many key questions in society, and I started to write about that. And within a few years, I helped develop some exchanges and experiments. And then about 10 years later, i.e., I started writing about this stuff 35 years ago. 25 years ago, I realized that the highest value of information aggregation is when you can inform decisions closely, so I focused on what I call decision markets, advising markets that advise decisions. I wrote on that about 25 years ago, and one of the concepts I described was futarchy. And then in the decade after that, I was working on combinatorial markets, which I'm going to tell you a bit about. And then in the last year, we've seen a number of concrete experiments on this concept of futarchy, or using conditional markets for governance. I'll tell you a bit about. And that's exciting, and why I'm here, and why you should just wait, if necessary, till you're old. Have ideas when you're young, and wait till you're old, because then by then something might have happened. So I'm an economics professor, and we social scientists have a number of lenses by which we understand society and human behavior. In economics, the most straightforward standard one is just exchange of goods and services. But we also have game theory, where we understand power and strategy, and political science is big on that. Sociology and anthropology are big on understanding things in terms of norms and prestige, which I've been focused on for the last year and catching up on things I didn't understand. But another lens for understanding human behavior is the idea that we reveal, infer, and aggregate information by our behaviors. And we have a lot of social institutions that do that. And in some sense, the activity of economists in the last half century has mostly been focused on modeling this aspect of human behavior, how we are signaling, showing, inferring, and aggregating information. And when you look at the many institutions we use for that, one small institution now stands out for its exceptional abilities, and that is speculative markets. In comparison after comparison, they just beat all the other institutions in terms of their ability to produce accurate estimates, timely, and using modest amounts of resources compared to other things. So that creates this vision I have, which is, could we use speculative markets a lot more elsewhere in society to produce the information aggregation that we are now producing in worse ways through other institutions like gossip, news, voting, academia, etc. Now, these four lenses probably aren't everything. There's a lot of social dark matter, and that should make us a little cautious about any claims we make about how to change society, but we should be trying this vision and seeing how far we can get with it. Now, one way to see my vision here is just to
for the moment, set aside your doubts about how feasible this is and think about all the different things we could apply this sort of thing to. So, for example, we could have markets on if X dated Y, how long would their relationship last? When you have a new hire, what would their employee evaluation be in a few years? If you have a project with a deadline, will it make the deadline? How would that change if you had changed resources, requirements, personnel? You could admit students to universities and other places based on expectation of graduating or GPA, conditional on admission. You could fire the CEO based on whether that was expected to change the stock price. You could do security analysis based on what the chance of red teams penetrating security is, given that you changed some approach. You could do various kinds of policy in terms of changing crime policy. How does that change the crime rate? The Fed changing interest rates, how does that change, predict inflation? Even things like antitrust, you could ask whether an industry will be healthier or not many years later if you make a certain antitrust move. I think once you start to see these examples and look around you, you'll see this everywhere. All over your world are decisions that could be improved by speculative markets. Just like even in this conference, we could have had markets about, well, on what date do we have it, what location, what kind of speakers. We could have outcomes like how many people attend or other sorts of things. All of those are possible. Now you, hopefully, I presume at this point, you have doubts. Most of you probably think, yeah, but this isn't feasible. You just couldn't do this. There must be something in the way because we're not doing it now. I'm a teacher. Most of my students are basically always assume anything that isn't the status quo just must not work. And even you probably have doubts. But let me go farther with the vision a little bit before we get into how these things work. The grandest vision, perhaps, I tried to pick what would be the most aspirational grand applications of this idea of conditional markets, and that would be governance. So at the moment, you can think of our democracy as a system where you have a bunch of citizens, they elect representatives who pass bills, and if the bills meet a constitutional constraints, they become laws. And along this process, we have various information institutions that inform both the legislatures and the public about their beliefs about what bills have what consequences. My alternative, which I've called futarchy, long before I knew the other association of the word, sorry, is that we would still have legislatures to decide our values, to decide what outcomes we want, and they would basically vote on and create a measure of national welfare. But in addition, they would no longer decide what bills passed. Instead, people could propose new bills, say through an auction agenda mechanism, and then we'd ask the markets, is national welfare going to be higher if we adopt this proposed bill versus not, and we just adopt the bills that do. So that would be a way to do governance, full governance, using betting markets. So markets just have a lot of advantages over other institutions. They're numerically precise, they're consistent across many issues, they're frequently updated, turns out to be hard to manipulate. Actually, and the key thing is when we do experimental tests comparing their accuracy to other institutions, they're either about the same or substantially better. That's the key thing that excites me and should excite you about using this in more places. And the vision isn't to just make betting markets and see who has fun betting there and only have the markets that people find fun. The idea is that if you want to know the answer to a question, you subsidize a market on your question, and then that attracts people to trade because of the subsidies you put there, and then you get the answer to your question, but you paid for it. So the idea is this is a market for information. You offer to pay for the information you want. People who have or could get the information, they generate it, and then you get better estimates. So we know lots of tricks about how to make this stuff work better. Market makers allow a lot of advantages. You can limit sabotage. It actually works better to have winners from one market, only winners allowed in the next market. That's more accuracy. And you can have problems that are hard to judge, be judged only randomly and bet on what would happen if they were judged. We can do things like just having any sort of distribution of a curve and basically estimate the curve, and you can make an edit and move the curve, and then that's the new thing everybody else sees. Or you could have a big hierarchy like what the field of a Nobel Prize is going to be in, and you could edit anywhere in that hierarchy at a very fine grain level or at a high level. This is all quite feasible. And to show you just how far we can go with the technology, I'm going to tell you about combinatorial markets, which have been implemented. I'll tell you, the idea is not only do we have a set of claims, but we let people bet on all possible combinations of those claims. And the straightforward way is you have an edit-based interface. That is, you see a bunch of estimates, you're allowed to go pick any estimate you want and change it. That becomes a bet. And then the next person who sees it, they'll see the number you put there. But in addition, you can assume any number you see, assume any particular value, and now everything else you see is conditional on the assumption you made, and you can make several assumptions, and that's a general way to browse and edit a full combinatorial distribution. And it turns out that the subsidy you require to subsidize a combinatorial distribution is actually no more than the subsidy for each of the individual claims. Now, of course, a full combinatorial distribution has a vast number of parameters, too many to be explicit, but there's a standard way to deal with that called a Bayes net. And a Bayesian network cuts the explosion by making key independence assumptions. And I was actually part of a project 10 years ago where we had 1,000 questions, we could have had more, where we had a full Bayes network connecting all these questions so that you could edit any part of this network and your updates would propagate through the whole network. And we did the exact updates and exact management of people's assets. So this is actually possible. Yeah, it might be a little harder on the blockchain. I haven't worked on that. So do people actually do this stuff? Well, for a long time, we've had conditional markets on elections because we've had markets on who's going to be nominated, who's going to win. So the ratio of those two is, in fact, the chance of winning if you're nominated. And markets have long been giving the parties advice about who to nominate that mostly they've ignored, but it's there. But in this year, we actually had two websites, Metaculus and Manifold, which are not full money prediction markets, but they have some incentives, offering conditional estimates on the election and a number of policy things. So this is a real thing that's now implemented and live for people to trade. This election, no doubt, will be even more popular next time around. Many years ago, actually, on this combinatorial site I talked about, we actually had conditional markets on changing the blockchain size for Bitcoin, at least, in order to estimate the consequence of policy there. So this happened. In the last few years, as I mentioned, we've had a number of efforts to apply this concept of conditional markets to governance. First, there is a secretive India-based government medical organization that's done roughly a half a dozen markets where they've asked hundreds of thousands of their customers to bet on various health policies that they've adopted or not. And I think they adopted 5 out of 6. A little bit later, we have the MetaDAO, which has apparently now done 23 proposals for governance of the MetaDAO, and only 6 of those were rejected. They have some customers now, 14 proposals, volume and trade. MetaDAO is now apparently focusing more on using governance to advise, say, MetaDAO grant, estimating the consequence of a grant proposal and seeing which ones to fund. That I do know about is called Buttery, and they're also focusing on this idea of funding projects in terms of estimating the outcomes for the projects. And I'm advising lots of these efforts, and in particular, I am chief scientist here at Futarchy.fi, which was previously named Quiver. We have at least one customer, which is Gnosis, to do governance for them, and we'll do it for ourselves. And we are interested in the question of how to do governance for organizations without bothering the bosses who don't want to be replaced. And one promising application there is the relationship between investors and managers. Often they're in dispute about when to raise more money, and maybe a futarchy mechanism can sit as an intermediary there to help them make that decision. All right, now, but I warned you about social dark matter. Key thing is that I've been describing a simple, elegant idea. There are a bunch of issues that we worked through in a talk yesterday. I went through a number of the technical issues and problems. But just in general, all real-world things are not just simple, elegant ideas. They have a lot of messy details. And so we just need real-world experiments to work out those details, because in some sense, we don't fully understand human behavior. There's a lot of social dark matter. There's a lot of ways in which we make simple theories that should work and they don't. So we just need to try things. Let me elaborate a bit. Imagine we put an autistic person in the C-suite of a typical corporation. They are a person who knows the business very well. They are very knowledgeable and informed about key decisions, but they have no social savvy. Whenever a topic comes up, they just blurt out whatever they think the truth is without having any idea whose agendas might be squashed by that. Such a person will just not last in the C-suite. They might become a trusted advisor if somebody else nearby, but they won't be sitting there. But that's in essence what prediction markets are. They are very smart and knowledgeable things that speak the truth without knowing who's bothered by that. And that highlights the fact that modern organizations, a lot of what they do is politics and massaging of messages, and so we need to search in the space of how to play market applications, and hundreds of firms tried them, but even though they typically had more accurate estimates, satisfied users, the experiments didn't continue, largely because of objections from managements who really got pissed when the market disagreed with them and the market was right. And so we need to deal with that. So a more concrete example, even, think of a project manager who has a deadline. They want to know what the chance of making the deadline, but they also want to have a good excuse if they fail. How will they do that? Well, their favorite excuse if they fail is to say, well, we were going along just fine until the last minute when something came out of left field, some weird thing. It's so rare and it'll never happen again, so let's just forget about it. And the problem is the prediction market gets in the way of that because it tells you a long time before you are going to fail, you're going to fail, and you can't say we didn't know that until the last minute. So you can see we need to overcome this sort of a problem in organizations in order to be able to field them, and that's why we need to be doing these experiments, which I'm excited to be doing. And that's my talk.
Thank you so much, Robin. Next up, we have David Menage, who's going to speak to us about AI agents and prediction markets.
That much further. Here on the right, we see some arguments from Robin Hanson. We just heard them. And then you can also see it with, for instance, polymarket traction over recent years. However, human participation poses limits to their usefulness. Probably you all noticed that, like everywhere in life, it's about attention, attention, attention. If we want to attract people to participate in markets, then they need to be interesting to us. So we tend to participate in markets that are centered around politics and sports. And the other thing is, it's actually quite cumbersome to participate in markets. I mean, if this is a market I have some sort of knowledge about because I work in the industry or I just feel about it in some way, great. But once those markets become a bit more specific, then I need to research. And I have limited processing capacity. The next thing is I can only focus on one market at a time. In fact, if I do prediction markets, I can't hang out with my friends. I can't do other valuable things, right? So that limits the scale of the amount of prediction markets we could feasibly ever have at any given point in time. And then some markets are simply too complex or uninteresting for humans. I mean, there's some markets I could not even understand, which maybe some software system could. And others I'm just not going to bother getting involved in. So that limits the types of markets we can get involved in. And finally, we all know that humans are biased by emotion and other influences. And obviously, the market argument says those things won't matter. But there's clear evidence that, especially for some more niche markets, these things very much do matter. And then these markets become somewhat useless. So how do we solve all this? Well, I say let's replace humans with swarms of autonomous AI agents. And we have actually done that. So we have that live. There's like basically different types of agents. Some create markets, some close markets, and others trade in markets. And this is decentralized. So it's like hundreds of people running these agents on their behalf, participating in prediction markets. The way we do this is, in a sort of three-step way, we create an on-chain mechanism to actually coordinate this multi-agent system of agents. We have actually developed like a specific mechanism for this, which we call proof of active agent. You can learn about it at staking.olas.network. Basically what it does is it defines a set of KPIs which sits sort of alongside the actual prediction market platform, which create like further incentives for the agents to engage with those markets, open them, close them, etc. We also made it very simple for people to basically run agents. So there's a set of reference implementations that people can run in a desktop app, and you can do so too. So you basically download Perl, you fund it with some extra, it's currently on Gnosis, And then these agents will start participating in those markets. And they'll use different forms of AI. There's some rules-based AI, there's some reinforcement learning. We obviously have large language model in play. That is speaking to the reference implementation. Obviously, you can come and create something entirely different. And it's working. So we have a site here. This is one example for market, which you can click into. We have live agents growing very rapidly in recent weeks, over 300 now, participating daily. So over 30% of lifetime safe transactions and around 60% per month. So where do we want to take this? Well, it's a decentralized approach to incentivizing agents to participate in prediction markets. So I'll speak about what we are planning to do. We're in the process of onboarding more operators, so those are end users like yourself. You can literally do this right now and download it and play with it. There's more implementations, obviously, from builders. You can do the same. And we're interested in deepening liquidity and integrating crypto-native demand side. If you want to learn more about this, there are free resources, like you can learn about the system as a whole. You can go to the site and see the markets, and then also learn about the data science angle on Hugging Face. Thanks for having me. My name is David, and I talk to you about prediction markets with agents.
Thank you, David. And last but not least, in this morning of Public Epistemics, we've got a wonderful panel. Please could I invite up all the panelists. Vaughn from Butter will be moderating, and we've got a number of panelists that we had from today. We'll have Robin, Martin, Cass, and CJ. Thank you for joining. I'm going to give you this mic.
Hello, everyone. And can you all hear me? Awesome. I'm Vaughan Mackenzie Landell. I'm one of the co-founders of Butter. We've been working in the governance space for a very long time, and obviously very excited about Futaki and prediction markets, and that's why we're all here. We have this incredible panel full of lots of people who I love and admire. And I'm going to just hand over to each of them to give a very short introduction, and then we'll kick off. Okay.
Yeah, I'm Martin. So in a previous life in Gnosis, we started with prediction markets and wanted to implement Futaki and other things. So in general, yeah, I'm absolutely a super big fan of that. But I think on this panel, I will a little bit play the skeptic here, because yeah, I think as Robin mentioned, well, you have the idea and then you have all the details that need to be figured out, so I think I can a little bit bring in that perspective.
I just talked, so I'm Robin Hansen.
So I'm Calvin, also Cass.eth. I'm the co-founder of Futaki.fi. We just announced our project a few days ago. Our plan is to help DAOs and other organizations make great, impactful, positive decisions. Yep.
Hi everyone, I'm CJ from Limitless. We're building, basically we're processing around $1 million a day in bets right now for like 0-day contracts on financial markets. I believe that like with crypto we can build the world's largest economy on chain outside the jurisdiction of any one particular nation state, and I think that as well as that, we need to build really efficient global marketplaces on top of the infrastructure, and so that's what we are doing at Limitless Labs.
Thanks, guys. Really appreciate that. So we're here at DIAC Day, and so the first question is, how do prediction markets tie to DIAC? How do prediction markets and epistemic tech make the biggest impact in the vein of DIAC on differential progress, defense, and democracy? Over to any one of the panelists.
One ring to rule them all. If you could have reliable prediction markets on whatever policy question you have, then you can just do better on all of your other areas of life. You could have better know how to pursue longevity, better know how to pursue decentralization, whatever it is you're trying to do, having better information on that can make you do that better. So that could we do much better?
And how does that map directly to, say, for example, defense?
Yeah, no, I can just replicate that. So, yeah, I think the promise is very clear. So the promise is whether we talk about even simple things like this community node, or so from micro decisions, whether to show that community node or not to show that, to extremely large macro decisions. Should we raise the interest rate, or should we make this huge defense spending here or there? In general, the promise is that this is a tool for more robust decision making, to bring in, to have a better quality of bring in information that actually shows the true impact of a decision.
Yeah, so I'm going to make a comment here. Like, so over the last few weeks, everybody has seen a lot. Lots of people are talking about prediction markets, of course, predicting who's going to win the election, and this made generated a lot of excitement. But actually, the most interesting thing is not like only predicting probabilities. That's what normal prediction markets do, but predicting the consequences of things. So if you could have, for instance, conditional markets on inflation, on GDP growth, on spending, on unemployment, conditional on candidates, right? This would be even much more interesting for democracy. You could actually see like a scorecard for the candidates, right? Like a game, you can pick one, this one's better on this one, this one's better on this other thing, right? So this is the promise of using conditional markets for decision making.
Yeah. Sorry, Mane, go ahead.
Maybe let me throw in one kind of concept to challenge this idea. So to say, I mean, I'm just pulling up here CoinGecko and look at prices of crypto, and well, they change by 6-7% a day. So I think prediction markets rely on the assumption that markets are so efficient that out of those prices we can get reliable information. Or better information. But I would argue, well, there is also a lot of noise in markets, and I would say that markets here, prices change by 6%, is largely not related to any meaningful signal, but well, I need to be careful in the statement, but there's still a lot of noise. So that's, I guess, my question. Is there enough signal in the noise?
So when you compare head-to-head, this mechanism to other ones, consistently this wins. So that means all those other mechanisms have more than 6% mistake. Think about any committee you've ever been on. Think about the gossip network. Do you really think that's within 6% of the truth? Come on. Like, being 6% close is great compared to what we usually have.
Yeah, I guess I would come at the whole question from a little bit of like a different angle. I think that definitely in a crypto context, what's really interesting and powerful is the fact that essentially we can build these like global efficient marketplaces. And so I really believe that markets in general accelerate human progress. Like, if it wasn't for markets, we wouldn't be where we were today in almost every field. And even like they have positive trickle-down effects to like science, fund like moonshots and science funding. That's a trivial example in a global context, but still kind of proves the point. And I think that like building prediction markets on chain can be defensive in the sense that we actually have a capital formation and wealth generation outside of the nation state in this kind of global on-chain economy. And I think why that's defensive is because we can build these kind of resilient, independent, decentralized systems that manage to kind of form their own capital, like without, for example, being taxed on it, also without the very heavy regulation, which is a big issue. There are only 16 designated contract makers in the United States. There are 16 licensed derivatives exchanges, but money cannot move globally at the speed of info in the traditional system. Here it can, and we can build these really powerful marketplaces that are global and accelerate human progress.
I completely agree. I think markets are a very important piece of technology. I actually do believe that one of the reasons that we are able to accelerate defense, particularly with prediction markets, is because we're basically getting rid of any authority's ability to lie to us, right? Because we can delegate information and truth to markets. I think this is great. And actually, speaking about this, if you think about Futaki so far, as you said, we've had lots of messy details. I'd love to know what you think the key challenges in implementing Futaki will be for real-world organizational decision-making.
Right.
Some challenges, of course. Robin mentioned the matter of the autist and in the boardroom. So there's always this risk that prediction markets and also decision markets are sometimes threatening to the power of insiders on some organizations that maybe are not making the most efficient decisions. So this is for sure a big challenge. So another challenge that is Martin, I'm going to try to connect the previous question from Martin to the combinatorial market idea from Robin, which is part of our basically our grand vision on Futarchy, which is so the matter of noise. When we're evaluating potentially a small or medium-sized proposal or decision in a company, many of those, if there's relatively small or medium, you're not going to have a clear impact, visible impact on the share price. So that makes it really hard to use this directly to estimate. But if you've had a full network or a full tree where you can see, like you could have markets for share price or token price, but connected to these, you also see the KPIs, markets for different KPIs, number of users, revenue, other kinds of metrics important for the company. So you could actually see, okay, maybe there's a lot of noise. I don't see the impact of this decision on the token price, but I see the impact of this decision on this minor KPI that has but this minor KPI is associated with this major KPI, which isn't then related to the share price. So I think that's this is one vision for many decisions is actually have the markets, all the information connected to each other.
But maybe to kind of reorient the question, what problems are you running into?
I can say one hard problem to just find traders that are comfortable kind of going into those positions. And just to give you an example of, let's say we would do this for Ethereum. We would say, okay, conditional, we might go this roadmap or that roadmap. And then we want to use this Futarchy mechanism, so essentially people can say conditionally to this roadmap I buy Ether, and conditional to that I sell. But then to practically do that, you need to believe that going back to this correctness of and I think there could be a range of some people believe it should be 10,000 and some people would believe it could be less than 1,000. So if you are in the camp of it should be 10,000, then kind of probably and even in both decisions, you would say, well, I want to be long Ether, I want to hold Ether. And if you're in the camp of, well, this is really not worth it, it's just worth 10,000, then again, in both sides. So you need that person that says, well, the price is pretty much right now, and really that decision makes a marginal difference for me to hold the asset. And then let's say there's a really good proposal, and you really like that, so you go long on that. Now you hold this conditional, yes. Now the next day, some external, completely unrelated event happens where the whole crypto market crashes by 50%. You hold this yes proposal and hold it under a price of, well, the price from yesterday. You still think the proposal is good, but now your incentives are to for the proposal absolutely to not pass, because then you would hold all the dollars and not the asset at a price that's now 50%, or where the real asset is now 50% cheaper from what you bought it. So not sure if anyone could follow, but those are kind of the challenges I see.
So 20 years ago, we had a burst of applications of prediction markets, including in corporations. So I think we saw typical failure modes there that are instructive about today. Typically, if you went to work with a company about setting a prediction market, you would say, well, what are your most important issues and numbers you'd like to track, and let's set up markets on those. And they would usually say, well, that's a little sensitive. Let's do something a little safer. And they would pick safer topics, and then they'd get accurate estimates on them and satisfied users, but they go, yeah, but we didn't really care about those. So, that would be one outcome. Or, they would talk about something important, and then management couldn't resist having opinions that disagreed with the market and the market prediction markets on which tests would actually go forward. So they try to make a lot of tests, and a lot of them don't actually happen because they have to coordinate a lot of different parts of the military to make a test happen. And if one part isn't there, the whole thing has to be scrapped, and a lot of money is lost. And so they wanted to know which things would actually happen, and they actually were able to better estimate which tests would actually go through it and maybe save money by cutting back earlier. But then it was more legible that they knew ahead of time that it wasn't going to work. And that was a management problem, so they didn't want that anymore. They'd rather pretend they don't know how these things are failing.
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna talk about this from more consumer product building perspective, futurarchy side. And I think definitely and historically it's absolutely true that marketplaces are very hard products to bootstrap and to activate the atomic network effect. I think that to incentivize market makers or liquidity providers, especially for you can always build the model for elections or sports markets, or especially in limitless cases like the financial markets, right? You can use the volatility to understand how to price them, and so it can be attractive to institutional market makers because it's essentially like a short-term retail option flow. But at the same time, I spoke to Robin about it in Berkeley, kind of obsessing about incremental improvements in the AMM, which we see for example, Paradigm just launched the PM AMM, right? We're actually gonna spin up a contract for it to see how much of an improvement is it. But I definitely think that challenge is how do you incentivize the market makers? Either you use cash or you use your token or what, but it's still a huge expense for bootstrapping the initial network. Yeah, but maybe over time it will be worth it.
All right, brilliant. Thank you so much for seeing us. That's all we have time for.
Thank you all for joining the morning sessions. We're going to have a quick lunch break and be back here at 2 p.m. There will be Vitalik kicking off for the biodefense this afternoon. There's a set of another amazing speakers in this section. So please grab some food, be back here at 2 p.m., bring some friends. This afternoon is going to be great. Thank you, everyone. Welcome back, everyone, to DIAC Day. So excited to have such a full room right now. We are going to get kicked off with this afternoon session. We will have a mix and get started with biodefense. Vitalik Buterin will get us kicked off, and then we'll go through a number of different rapid talks. So when it comes to Q&A, we would love people to have Q&A, and there will be a section outside. There's a little Q&A corner that the speaker at the end of their talk will go to, and you'll be able to just go out there and speak to them. So please utilize that and make sure you ask lots of questions. Vitalik, welcome to the stage.
Thank you. Okay, so welcome to DIAC Biodefense. So I think I'll start off by just briefly recapping like how the hell I even got here, right? Because basically, I started off being the Ethereum guy, and I'm historically, not a bio person and more of a math and computer and economics person. I was definitely interested in longevity almost since the beginning. I read Aubrey de Grey's book, Ending Aging, back when I was 13, and that just really impressed me, both like the sheer importance of solving aging, but also the fact that there is a roadmap to actually get us there. And so I was excited about longevity the whole time ever since. But then for DIAC Biodefense in particular, in 2021, there was this big meme coin mania that I'm sure you guys all remember. So first in 2016, there was Dogecoin, and Dogecoin went up really high. And then during the 2020-21 bubble, a bunch of people basically started like copycatting Dogecoin and making their own dog-themed coins and hoping that they'll go up too. And so some of these people decided as a strategy that they would put a large portion of their supply into my wallet balance and then publicly say Vitalik Buterin supports this coin, even though I never touched it. And some of these coins just like went up way higher than they should. And so one of those big coins was called Shiba Inu. There were also others, and I sold a bunch of them, and I donated some to a couple of organizations, in one of which is Crypto Relief India. So at the time in India, there was this big COVID crisis that was happening. Lots of people were getting sick. It looked very bad from outside. It looked like no one was really caring about the situation. And so I came in and donated to this group that originally Balaji introduced me to. And first I donated a little bit, and I donated an amount of Shiba tokens that I thought would be worth a few $1 million at most. But then, and they ended up managing to cash out like literally $470 million. And so after that, so 470 million ended up being like more than Crypto Relief India needs for its whole roadmap. And I was also started researching and understanding COVID and bio and pandemic related topics more heavily. And Balvi, between myself and some of my science advisors, like basically slowly formed and ended up spending a significant chunk of that meme coin funding on basically moonshot topics that deal with all kinds of anti-pandemic related efforts in general. So biodefense is important, right? So compared to the natural environment, population density is way higher than before. Urbanization continues to increase. We have very easy worldwide air travel. In the best case scenarios, we might even have like rockets that'll take us from New York to Bangkok in 1 hour. But Eli Dorado told me that like that's probably not going to be commercialized anytime soon because rockets are a little too dangerous. But we have supersonic jets; they might take us there in like 4 or 5 hours. And so I expect air travel to just be even more ubiquitous. Factory farming creates lots of pandemics. Man-made pandemics, so gain-of-function research, continues to happen and basically continues to be a source of risk, and also synthetic biology as a science growing, potentially making artificial pandemics even more of a problem. So biodefense is a big deal. Toby Ord, in his book The Precipice, talking about existential risk, his view is that the #1 risk is AI and the #2 risk is a pandemic. So pandemics are important both because of like big picture reasons and because of very clear near-term reasons. COVID showed how humanity was underprepared for pandemics and how centralized biodefense fails. So we saw this happen at every stage of the pipeline. We saw at the very beginning of the pandemic, December 2019, January 2020, a lot of people speaking out about the pandemic at the beginning. Then in the spring, there was this very crazy situation where the World Health Organization very publicly and stridently announced that COVID-19 is not airborne. And of course, at the beginning, this was like, this often gets defended as being a well-intentioned effort to basically stop people from trying to stockpile and like grab up all of the masks because the like pandemic emergency care workers need the masks. But as often happens with these kinds of social engineering tricks, they ended up overfitting to a particular situation, and as time progressed, like this basically just turned into like this massive misinformation that just confused people for years, and we saw years of delay on basic air precaution measures, and at the same time, people just pointlessly wasting hours wiping surfaces. We saw failures of centralized social distancing mandates, so mandatory quarantines, mandatory closing of everything. Lots of people in lots of countries just friggin' hated it. And I think if you imagined the social distancing that was forced on humanity in 2020 and you imagined it as a pill, and you think about the kinds of side effects that it might have in terms of the social fabric, the collective psyche, and so on, it would have never passed FDA approval, not even as an emergency treatment. So also vaccines, and I think vaccines are good, but at the same time, there's a lot of things about how vaccines were done that can and should be criticized. So vaccines were mandated, and at the same time, there was this very closed source information culture, both the closed source process of actually developing these vaccines, but also the process of safety testing them. And again, this was this effort to try to create this centralized message that would be basically very clear and much cleaner than anything is actually possible in reality, right? That basically tried to say, vaccines have no risk, and you basically have to take them. The reality, of course, is that vaccines have some level of risk. COVID itself has even more risk, and so if you're interacting with people, you pretty much should take a vaccine anyway, but at the same time, vaccines do have like non-zero risk, and like basically, over time, like trying to craft this overly clean message actually ended up sacrificing a lot of credibility, right? So centralized biodefense has lots of problems that we saw. DIAC shows better solutions. So the things that you'll hear about over the next 2 hours include, one, a lot of work on clean indoor air. So in this room, you see a lot of these boxes. They're passive air filters. They make this room much more COVID safe than pretty much any other room in this conference venue and most other venue rooms that you'll see. Technology is sticking things up your nose. The future of COVID testing is either personal sensors that you can breathe into or just passive sensors in rooms that can just detect when viruses even exist. Open epistemics, so open public dashboards that can help people understand where pandemics are happening. Open vaccine research, open vaccine development, the development of types of vaccines that can be easily manufactured anywhere in the world. And also research and treatment. So a lot of work needs to be done in better understanding long COVID. So for COVID in particular, the long-term symptoms are basically the primary reason why you should take it more seriously than something like the cold or the flu. And there's a lot of very important research happening in like actually deeply understanding the underlying mechanisms, and then finally actually treating these diseases. So the collection of these solutions that we outline here basically will make humanity much more resilient to pandemics passively as a matter of default, regardless of what kind of pandemic it is, regardless of whether it's a repeat of an old one, or it's gain of function, or it comes out of a factory farm, or if someone created it intentionally to start World War III. Regardless of what you think your threat model is, airborne diseases are the most dangerous category in terms of causing catastrophic harm, and this will just across the board passively make humanity safer. There are some active solutions, but they only need to be turned turned on while pandemics are actually happening, and even they are vastly less intrusive than what we saw in the past. Finally, bridges between DEAC, longevity, and BCI. So this bio is a connected field, and a lot of the work that is being done here is work that is also valuable in these other fields. Viral persistence, a mechanism that is the source of long COVID, also explains mitochondrial dysfunction, inflammation, cognitive decline. Better understanding of microbes in general helps everyone. Better open imaging technology is good for medicine and good for treating and understanding diseases, also good for brain-computer interfaces. So technology that I will talk about here will improve our ability to understand disease, understand aging, and understand ourselves all across the spectrum. And I'm excited for the next couple of hours of DEAC bio. Thank you.
Thank you, Vitalik. And next up, we will have Alina Chen, who will be dialing in remotely. Please welcome to the stage, Alina.
And once the lab leak hypothesis was taken seriously by experts broadly, that's when I went to the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists and asked them to please convene international experts to think of new frameworks around risky research that could cause pandemics. And so in the next 10 minutes, I'll tell you about ways that I think we should structure a future effective biorisk and biosafety approach. So as Vitalik mentioned, the number one takeaway that most of us had from the COVID-19 pandemic is that actually experts are not very reliable during times of crisis, and that they themselves can be a source of misinformation. And we saw that in the COVID-19 pandemic, this ranged from human-to-human transmission, whether masks are protective, how the virus spreads, whether it's airborne, how to protect yourself, what is herd immunity, and whether the vaccines would prevent infection, and most of all, whether the pandemic might have started in a lab. And so what do you do about the situation, right, where the experts are not even able to tell you what is happening in real time? So fast forward 5 years since the pandemic began, we now know that experts broadly around the world agree that both natural and lab leak hypotheses are on the table. And briefly, this ranges all the way from an animal at the market infecting people to perhaps a villager getting infected and then traveling to Wuhan, or maybe a scientist was infected in the field while collecting samples and then went to Wuhan, or that there was an accident in a lab where the virus was being handled. Ultimately, everyone agrees that the original virus, the precursor of this virus, must have come from bats, but we just do not agree on how it made its way to Wuhan. And so all the evidence today remains circumstantial. No natural or lab source has been found or reported. And surprisingly, 5 years later, no external investigation has been conducted. And what we know now is that there were influential scientists who sought to squash the theory, calling it a conspiracy theory, and this started all the way at the beginning of the pandemic. So I was really fortunate to publish my analysis of why I think the evidence strongly points towards a lab origin in the New York Times this year. And just to sum this up, but if this is the first time you've heard of this, I really recommend that you check out the article. Why do I think that COVID-19 likely started in a lab? This pandemic, it really could have been caused by any of hundreds of different virus species and any of tens of thousands of wildlife markets in this region and in any of thousands of large cities and in any year. But it was a SARS-like coronavirus with a unique furin cleavage site. This is a gain-of-function feature that emerged in Wuhan less than 2 years after scientists there, sometimes working at low biosafety, proposed collecting and creating viruses of that very same design. And out of the hundreds of other SARS-like viruses we know today, none of them have such a furin cleavage site. So this story, why haven't we found the origin of COVID-19? It's because an incredible amount of data continues to be withheld. So this concerns early cases, the transmission chain, the genome of the virus was withheld in the early days, including early sequences still being withheld. We still do not have access to the activities and catalogs at both the wildlife market in the city as well as the laboratories in the city. So all of these were not put out in the public. A lot of it was withheld in private communications, private databases, in scientific journals, and under peer review. Sometimes an editor would reject a paper and it would stay hidden for years. And private research documents as well as thesis and grant proposals. We only know about all of these data today because they were unearthed by mostly internet sleuths, so independent vigilante sleuths, as well as scientists and journalists. And some of these other documents were leaked by people inside the US government, or others were sued through the Freedom of Information Act. So these things had to be painstakingly pulled out of the sources. What the COVID-19 pandemic really showed us was this complete lack of interest in finding the origin of COVID-19. So if you look at the US collaborators of the Wuhan scientists, they admitted that their collaboration had never given them access to the pathogen samples. So these are samples from bats and even people collected and stored in Wuhan. They could not reproduce the database of the samples or virus sequences, and they did not have access to the database in real time that was in Wuhan. So they didn't even know about viruses collected after 2015, even though the funding covered their work through 2019. So that's a 4-year gap. They do not know about the viruses collected after 2015 in Wuhan. They did not ask their collaborators in Wuhan if they had started on experiments proposed in 2018. So this included experiments where they were inserting furin cleavage sites and other gain-of-function features into SARS-like viruses in Wuhan. So some would say this is strategic ignorance, right? Maybe they didn't ask because they didn't want to have information that they would then put them in a difficult spot. But I would actually argue that it was structural because they never structured their collaboration in a way that gave them full access in real time to the samples and even the sequences. And this problem really, it goes way beyond the EcoHealth Alliance to even upwards in government. Earlier this year, the Department of Defense in the US said that they had not been closely tracking their funded projects. They could not even tell how much funding they'd given to Chinese research that would enhance pathogens with pandemic potential. And unfortunately, the new US government policy on this sort of research that kicks in next May still leaves many loopholes open. In fact, the entire research pipeline that could have caused the COVID-19 pandemic remains not subject to oversight. So you can go anywhere, collect any novel pathogens, no oversight. You can serially passage them, so adapt them to human cells, even human airway cells, and even humanized animals, still not subject to oversight. So really nothing has been done here to deal with this risk of pandemics coming from labs in this manner. So unlike other technologies, like nuclear, chemical, even in transportation, even flying planes, where you have a serious accident, there's no independent body here for these sort of pandemic risk research to really conduct external oversight. So there's no independent external organization that will have oversight of this work around the US, let's say. And when there's an incident, there's no investigation to go in by this independent body. It's usually all self-investigation, self-reporting. So this is a real problem because we are now truly in an era of pandemics starting from laboratories. Unlike 20 years ago, today research for pandemic risk is proliferating due to many technological advances in gene sequencing and synthesis, as well as dropping costs. So now more and more labs are gaining access to this ability to create viruses in the lab from scratch, just based on the sequences. It's not very expensive, and and unfortunately a lot of this is happening at low biosafety in ways that cannot contain airborne viruses like COVID-19, let's say, and it's importantly not being systematically tracked. So there's no one really systematically tracking it, even at a national level in the US. So why is the case? And I think that there are two problems here that really underlie this challenge. So the first is that there are many penalties and fear of retaliation for virologists to be calling out their peers. So imagine if you start pointing fingers at your colleagues for doing risky research, you could immediately find yourself alienated and shut out of grant funding applications as well as publications. So this would essentially destroy your career. And those who are for gain of function, so they want gain of function to happen, they say that you can't put regulation on us, you can't put all this oversight on us, because then the US will lose the competitive edge. So the problem with this is that even these scientists, these leading experts, as seen in the case of COVID-19, cannot accurately predict the risk of their cutting-edge experiments. It's really hard for them to know what will happen when they're working with novel pathogens and putting in new features. So the second problem here is that we are kind of stuck in this 9/11 dichotomy of outbreaks being either natural or deliberate. And this is a problem because I think that the risk of pandemics coming from lab accidents is much higher than the risk of a pandemic coming from a deliberate bioterror incident. So unfortunately, this story of let's defeat the bad guys, let's defeat the terrorists, it gets much more interest and funding. It's much more sexy than telling people let's just stop people from having accidents. Let's protect the good guys from having accidents in their labs. So that this whole field of accidental lab leaks has been really neglected, in my opinion, and it is compounded by this fact that many virologists are afraid to call out their peers. So very little is being done. And I have this quote that really exemplifies this problem. So early on in the pandemic, an influential virologist said, it really bothered me that this was some suggestion this was a lab construct, so the virus that was causing the pandemic. If it turned out to be true, it would really bother the hell out of me. Not just because of people dying and so forth, it's an indictment of the field, right? So these virologists, and not just him, they think that if COVID came from a lab, it would indict the entire field of virology. So this is a major conflict of interest. So where do we go from here? Clearly, we should investigate the origin of COVID-19 so that we can restore public trust. Imagine if, a few decades down the road, it's found that this pandemic started in a lab. We need to be able to look back and see our public leaders, as well as our scientists, leading the charge on investigating and finding the lab origin. We don't want to look back and see them being complicit in the cover-up, suppressing an investigation. So there are three things that I think should inform a viable biosafety strategy. So the first thing is that OSINT is necessary, but during a crisis, as we have seen, is challenged by mis and disinformation. A great amount of information is actually kept private, and not even for malicious reasons. We need a system to counter misinformation from experts, and journalists especially should be much more skeptical and seek diverse input so that they don't find themselves amplifying the misinformation. And finally, we really truly need an independent organization and regulation that focuses on reducing the risk of accidental pandemics. So thank you again for inviting me to give this talk.
Thank you so much. And next I'd like to invite Reina to the stage. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm going to tell you about what we've done with funding from Balvi, but first I want to explain the context and why I'm so concerned about the risk of unnatural pandemics. These are just my declarations. I'm a physician and infectious disease researcher from Australia. So we hear about epidemics all the time, right? We hear in the news about avian flu, about mpox. We know that these things are never ending. And actually the data shows the risk of new emerging infections is increasing. Really important to understand the past and the present in order to look at what the risk is in the future. And this case is a really good one because it illustrates all the problems with the medical community accepting the possibility of unnatural epidemics. And this is Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh, whose cult perpetrated the biggest documented bioterrorism attack in the US in 1984. The public health authorities, including the CDC, judged that it was a natural outbreak. And there was a politician who said, no, I think the Rajneeshis did it. And he was ridiculed and shouted down. And even 6 months later, when Rajneesh confessed that they'd done it, he wasn't believed. So even a confession isn't enough to identify an unnatural outbreak, where does that leave us? And then a full 12 months later, the FBI was doing a raid on the ranch of the Rajneeshis and came across their illegal biolab, which had far more dangerous pathogens in it than the one they used for this attack. There's just so many examples that I don't have time to give you about the inability of the medical and public health community to ask the question even about what is the origin of this epidemic, let alone identify unnatural ones. San Francisco in the 1950s, the US military sprayed bacteria over from a ship in the ocean over the San Francisco to see how far they could disperse a biological weapon. And people did they thought the bacteria was harmless, but people did get sick and one person died. No one knew anything about this until 30 years later when a journalist uncovered the truth. And the medical community did not recognize that it was an unnatural outbreak. Then in the 60s, the US military dropped light bulbs into the subway system filled with trillions of bacteria that were a proxy for anthrax. It wasn't actual anthrax, but a similar related bacteria, to see how the spores would disperse in the tunnels. In the Soviet Union, an island called Vozrozdenia was used as a biological weapons testing facility, and in 1979 they exploded a smallpox bomb on this island. There was a ship passing by 15 kilometers away where someone got infected, and it set off a big outbreak of smallpox, a highly fatal outbreak in the town of Aralsk. And there's numerous other examples, including a pandemic of flu that occurred in the 70s, which was traced back to an improperly inactivated vaccine strain of the virus. And for 30 years, scientists kept denying that it was an unnatural outbreak. This man, Ken Alibek, was the deputy director of the Soviet Union's bioweapons program, Biopreparat, and he defected to the US, and he wrote this book, which really details some of the pretty mind-blowing things they were trying to do in the 60s and the 70s, when the tools were much more clumsy than what we have today. So they were trying to engineer even more fatal versions of smallpox, shorten the incubation period, and to combine genes from smallpox with other deadly viruses like Lassa fever. And if they were doing that today, it's just so easy to do it. Whereas back then, fortunately, it was much more difficult. Basically, anything with DNA can be edited, whether it's a virus, a plant, a human being. And of course, human genome editing started in 2016. In 2018, a Chinese scientist caused an uproar by not only editing 2 embryos, but bringing them to birth, those children being born. He presented the results at a conference, and there was this enormous faux outrage by the whole global community. But very soon afterwards, all the superpowers jumped on board into what I think is the new arms race, which is engineering of human beings. In the UK, and of course the objective is to engineer super soldiers. In the UK, you can't even request a freedom of information. You can never find out what they're doing. So you can bypass Mendelian inheritance, you can insert heritable characteristics, you can prime a whole population. In the type of attack that could be done today includes releasing something that would prime a population to make them more vulnerable, and then a second attack with a biological weapon. So like every type of technology, whether it's robotics or AI, biological research has dual use potential. So mostly it's used for good, but it can also be used for harm. And we could be living in a Jurassic Park of viruses and not even know it. The first synthetic virus was made in 2020, and it was in 2002, 25 years ago. About 25 years ago, by some American scientists who created a synthetic version of polio. And then some Australian scientists created a version of a virus related to smallpox that was 100% resistant to the vaccine and universally fatal. And all that research is open source, which means someone else can read it and copy those methods. In 2018, Canadian scientists created a pox virus very closely related to smallpox called horsepox. And if you can make one, you can make any of those orthopox viruses. And there's been a range of other quite scary research, including synthetic Ebola. And ever since the SARS outbreak in 2003, scientists have been fascinated with creating a SARS version 2. And there's numerous publications prior to the COVID pandemic detailing this research. So the guys who developed can you put the slide forward for me? My pointer isn't working. The scientists who developed the synthetic horsepox virus, they, the two ways in which Unnatural pandemics can occur, era or terror, and the picture on the left is the Sverdlovsk anthrax outbreak. That was a town in which the Soviet Union had a bioweapons facility. Someone forgot to replace the filter on an air vent one night, and all night long they were pumping weaponized anthrax into the town next door, and at least 100 people died. But the Soviets said it was a natural outbreak. They said it was due to the wet markets. They made a big show of killing dogs in the markets to prove that it, and interestingly, at the height of the Cold War, the Americans agreed with them completely that it was a natural outbreak. So from the medical and scientific community, the consensus was it was a natural outbreak, and it wasn't until the fall of the Soviet Union that Boris Yeltsin confessed that it had been a lab leak. And in the case of terror, one of the other examples of an anthrax outbreak is the one after 9/11, where it was pretty obvious because the anthrax was mailed in envelopes with threatening letters. Today, anyone can create a biolab in their home, just as you can make a meth lab in your kitchen, so too can you do a do-it-yourself biolab, and the possibilities are really endless. The scientists that made the synthetic pox virus said the advance of technology means that no disease-causing organism can forever be eradicated because you can always make it in a lab. And that's the declining cost of gene synthesis in that same paper, showing how accessible it is today. Illegal biolabs in 2022, a code officer noticed a hose sticking out of a warehouse in Reedley, California, and very, very slow and inadequate response from US authorities. It took them 3 months to get a warrant. By the time they searched it, they found about 1,000 humanized mice, vials labeled Ebola, HIV, SARS-CoV-2, etc. And it was a biotech company that was supposedly making COVID rapid antigen tests for which you do not need animals or live virus. And that's still being investigated as to how that happened, but it just shows you how wide open the risk is. In terms of current epidemics, the clade 1 mpox in Democratic Republic of Congo is a huge problem. 70% of the cases are in children, 80% of the deaths are in children. This is much more highly lethal than the mpox that caused the clade 2 epidemic in high-income countries in 2022. There's a long sting in the tail of SARS-CoV-2. It's still causing substantial excess mortality. And our research showed that long COVID has major economic impacts. In 2022 alone, we estimated long COVID cost $9 billion of losses in the Australian economy from people being unable to work at full capacity or or only at partial capacity. And then H5N1, bird flu in the US, 30% of commercial milk samples on the supermarket shelves are contaminated with the virus. If it's pasteurized milk, it's probably not live virus, but if you're into drinking raw milk, it probably is. And it's just a matter of this virus switching its preference from birds to humans, which have different receptors in the upper respiratory tract, and then we've got a pandemic. Now, how do we detect these pandemics when they're arising? The risk is there. How do we detect them? The traditional methods we use, like lab diagnosis, that depends on having a test. If it's a brand new disease, there is no test. These are the graphs showing, these are data from WHO showing on the top the date of symptom onset. So that's the day people got sick, and on the bottom, the date of reporting. So you can see there's a substantial delay. So by the time you get official notifications, it's usually spread, which is exactly what happened in COVID. So we've got evidence from blood tests showing that COVID had spread through Europe and the US in November, December 2019. So we developed an early warning AI system using open source intelligence called EpiWatch. Now, a true epidemic disease grows exponentially, and that's why you go from 0 to 100 in a short period of time, and why health systems collapse and why critical infrastructure collapses because of this exponential growth. So time is critical, and we're trying to find the signals very early before governments are aware of it. And literally the COVID response did occur in the red zone. So we use 3 different AI systems and we search in over 50 languages. In fact, 70% of all the intelligence we get is in non-English languages, which tells you how important that multilingual intelligence is. We visualize the data in a number of different ways, and we do a pandemic watch looking for undiagnosed pneumonia. We've published quite a bit of research on it, including looking at epidemic signals in Ukraine, that in 2022, all formal surveillance ceased. So there were no more reporting of COVID cases, of TB, of HIV, nothing. So we were able to give a very comprehensive picture of what was going on epidemic-wise from open source data. We also looked at radiation signals in Ukraine using the same methodology. But ultimately, a tool like this, like EpiWatch, and this is where Balvi has helped us as well, with the philosophy of Balvi as well, is that it's no good having a tool like EpiWatch being used by an elite few in some building in Geneva or wherever. It really has to be used at the grassroots by local health workers on their mobile phones so that they're aware of what's going on and they can connect the intelligence with what they're seeing on the ground. And so we launched an app in Hindi in 2023, working with a government, the National Institute of Epidemiology, which is a government agency in India. And we're continuing that work now, looking at evaluating the use of this app, hopefully next year. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Raina. That was fascinating. I really appreciate it. Next up, we have Tom, who is going to speak about Alzheimer's to pandemics.
Varo is a biotechnology company focused on preventing the transmission of infectious diseases. We founded Varo in early 2020 with the recognition of 2 facts. First, the rate and spread of infectious diseases, of epidemics and pandemics, has been steadily increasing for over 20 years. Despite that, during the same time frame, there haven't been any significant innovations in preventing the spread of diseases. So why am I at Devcon? Varo shares Vitalik's vision for DIAC and for decentralized pandemic preparedness. We believe in empowering individuals around the world by giving them access to technologies that allow them to protect themselves and their communities. Varo has built a platform to detect the presence of pathogens and aerosols in real time with exquisite sensitivity, using easy-to-use and affordable devices. Actually, let me stay here for a second. So aerosols are the tiny droplets, they're about a micrometer in size, that we release when we breathe. These tiny droplets hang in the air, they can stay in the air for days. So when an infected person is in an indoor environment, like a room like this, for example, they release these aerosols and they contain the bacteria or the viruses that they're sick with. And those just hang out in the air and wait for someone else to breathe them in. This is how the majority of infectious diseases, certainly respiratory diseases, are transmitted. Until now, there really hasn't been a way to detect the presence of pathogens and aerosols, and that's what the Varo platform is designed to do. So the basis of our biosensor platform is the microimmunoelectrode. We call it the MIE. The MIE is essentially a modified semiconductor. What we do is we take an electrode and we attach an antibody-like molecule, it's what we call a nanobody, and that's what binds to the virus or the pathogen that we're looking for, to that electrode. This is a technology that was originally developed by neuroscientists at Washington University in St. Louis, named John Cerrito and Carla Udy, and the name is not a coincidence. John Cerrito is my brother. He's a professor of neurology at Washington University. And he originally developed the MIE technology to study brain chemistry in Alzheimer's disease. He would implant the immunoelectrodes into the brains of mice in order to study the proteins that cause Alzheimer's. In 2020, John realized that the same electrode technology that he puts down into the brain of a mouse, he can stick up into the air to detect COVID. He pulled in another collaborator from Washington University, an engineer and aerosol scientist named Rajan Chakrabarty, and these are our scientific founders. And we've worked very closely with this team over the last 4 years to develop this platform to where it is today. So I'm going to show a brief video of our scientific founders talking about how we're leveraging the MIE platform to develop 2 devices that are designed to prevent the spread of infectious diseases. Those 2 devices are the breath-based diagnostic and the air biodetector. So can we play the video?
This is going to be a game changer. You are not just looking at the current strains, what is prevalent right now. We are also getting ready for what could be in the future, whether it's something we know or it's an emerging pathogen, and have it ready to go.
It gives us another tool to work with in order to really get on top or ahead of something like COVID, so we won't be kind of slow like we were in the past. We're using this in 2 devices, then the breathalyzer and the air quality monitor.
You wake up in the morning, you have a respiratory illness. You go to the pharmacy, get a test. The technician behind the counter doesn't have to be trained. They'll take this, they'll pull off the cap that activates the device, breathe into it. A single breath is enough to get a reading here. You then hand this back to the technician who turns the knob. They then take this, plug it into a permanent device, and then within 60 seconds from when you blew into it, you get a result of whether you're positive or negative. The air quality monitor will determine when pathogens are present. It'll also tell you when the pathogens are gone, so you can know you can re-enter a room. So you keep businesses open, you keep people safe and healthy, and you can still go about your daily lives.
If you can identify that initial route of where the infected virus is being spread from, you can control the further spread of that virus. By deploying this device, we also want to ensure that the inequity which is prevalent in the world is in many ways addressed.
Great, so I want to take a minute and talk about these 2 devices that we're developing. First is our breath-based diagnostic, what Carla called the breathalyzer. The breath-based diagnostic is capable of detecting multiple pathogens from a single breath in 60 seconds with sensitivity that is comparable to PCR. It is a true point-of-care device. Oh, sorry. So you can imagine going to a pharmacy, you get your diagnosis, you can get your medication before you leave. You can get a diagnosis with whatever the known pathogen is. You can get your medication, you can get faster methods like swabs or PCR. We recently completed a clinical trial with this diagnostic device. And I don't need to go through all the details of this. I don't have time to do that today, although I'll be here afterwards if anybody wants to talk about this further. But the clinical trial was a great success. It showed that we have exquisite sensitivity and specificity, and patients reported that they preferred this method of diagnosis, which is of course non-invasive, compared to PCR or the swabs that we've all become familiar with. Our second device is our air biodetector. So there's never been a device like this before. This is a device that'll sit in a room like this, passively sampling the air in that room. So if somebody were to enter that room who were sick and infected, producing pathogenic aerosols, the air biodetector could sense those pathogens before you could infect most, if not all, of the people in that room. So this truly gives us the ability to interfere in the transmission of disease and prevent it in those environments where people are most susceptible, which is in indoor environments. During COVID, we know that the overwhelming majority of cases of COVID were transmitted in indoor environments through aerosols. So what does this mean for DIAC? And what does Varo mean for DIAC? So both of our devices rely on the MIE technology. But the MIE is a true platform technology. And we believe that there are many applications for this, some of which we probably haven't even thought of yet. We want to empower people around the world to innovate with this technology and develop new things, new ways to do it. People that have different backgrounds, different ideas, different goals than what we have at Varo. By empowering people, by giving them access to this technology, we're giving them the ability to protect themselves, protect their families, and protect their communities. So how are we doing this? Varo has adopted an open source business model. We're making all of our plans, designs, and data publicly available. We've signed a pledge that we will not enforce our patents against third-party innovators. In fact, we're going to encourage people to adopt this technology. We're hiring an open source community manager to put all this information and make it available, package it up so that it's easy for people to access, and even promote people to come and enter into the open source community and learn about our technology, and hopefully motivate them to take up this technology. And this has become sort of the core of what we're doing in Varo. This is the core of our business model. See, infectious diseases don't care about patents. Right? They don't care about borders, they don't care about intellectual property rights, and we all know this, right? We all lived through the same hellish pandemic for the last 4 years. What we want to do at Varo is open up all of this technology. You know, we recognize that as a small company, it's going to take a lot of time for us to be able to access markets like Southeast Asia or Africa. I mean, viruses, bacteria don't have those restrictions. So by empowering governments and companies and individuals around the world to practice our technology and to innovate around that technology, we're giving them the ability to protect themselves, protect their people, and protect their economies. It also allows us to ensure that important technologies like this can get into markets in low and middle income countries that may not normally have access to these types of technologies, and hopefully address the gruesome inequity that we all saw during the pandemic, which Vitalik actually spoke about during his opening remarks. So typically in the pharmaceutical industry, patents are your competitive advantage, right? And I've been in this industry for my entire career. I've developed drugs and gotten them approved by the FDA. I've started about a dozen biotech companies, right? Patents have always been sort of the bedrock of the biotech community. But patents are a negative right. Patents basically give you the right to tell someone else they can't do something. What we're trying to do at Varo is turn that on its head. Instead of standing behind our patents and preventing innovation, we're going to leverage our patents and promote innovation. We're going to get all of this out into the world. Our competitive advantage, instead of our patents, will be our R&D. So we're based in St. Louis, Missouri. We're in this great area called the Cortex Innovation Community. And we're building a state-of-the-art manufacturing facility to produce MIEs. And our challenge, our competitive advantages, will be to produce the lowest cost, highest quality MIEs in the world, and then supply those to our innovators. Give them the ability to innovate and give them that secret sauce, the MIEs, that they can incorporate into their own devices, or they can build capacity for their own countries. We're doing something else. I haven't been keeping up with my slides. There we go. So we're doing something else with our R&D platform that's important when we think about pandemic preparedness as well. We're creating a nanobody library. So you may remember I said at the beginning of my talk that nanobodies are the proteins that we link to our electrodes to make MIEs, and those are what bind to viruses and bacteria. We're creating a library with trillions of different nanobodies. That will give us the ability to develop MIEs very quickly against whatever the next emerging pathogen is, whether it's SARS-CoV-3 or monkeypox 2 or whatever comes along that threatens to become the next pandemic. Our platform, our R&D capability, will allow us to produce new MIEs against those emerging pathogens within a matter of weeks and deploy devices so that hopefully the next time this comes around, we can get out in front of it. We can either bend the curve or maybe even prevent the spread by getting those devices for those emerging pathogens out into the world. So at Varo, we're very passionate about preventing the spread of infectious diseases. We're grateful for Vitalik for his support and for his support in supporting a new business model for innovation in the biotech industry. So I will be here. I'll be out in the back. I have a few demos that I can show of the breath-based diagnostic device. I have some MIEs that I can show. So feel free to come up and talk. So thanks again for having me, and it's been a great day.
Thank you, Tom. Next up, we have Louis Gessling. He will be joining us, and there will be some prizes, so pay attention, because you have something to win.
Hey everybody, my name is Louis. I'm from Entropic Engineering, which is a design services contractor in the States. And we work with OpenAeros and the Oslov project, who are all recipients of some money to do stuff around air quality, indoor air quality especially, preventing viral transmission in the wake of the pandemic. So I want to flag, first of all, that I'm an engineer by trade, so I write software. I wrote the software on the toy that you saw in the booth out there, and I got tagged in to give this presentation, so you're going to have to bear with me on that front. So here's a question, and we're going to do Price is Right rules, so closest without going over. You eat about 1.8 kilograms of food a day. You drink about 2 kilograms of water a day. Does anybody know how much air you consume a day? Hand. Somebody give me a hand. Yes. 11,000 liters. I want it by mass. I heard 10 kilograms. Who was that? Yeah, all right. Toss him one. Woo! Yeah, let's say, so 12 kilograms a day. That's a lot of air, and there's stuff in that air. Stuff in the air. Bad air is a bad time. So this is from a study about decision making versus carbon dioxide content. So if you ever see, you know about hypoxia's effect on the brain, long before you ever get to anything like passing out, you start making really bad decisions. So if you wouldn't sign on a house drunk, you probably shouldn't sign on a house above a couple thousand ppm of CO2, or you will make terrible choices. The inverse effect is also true. Bad air is a bad time also, because it leads to airborne infectious disease. We all know about COVID, but there's plenty of other stuff. Tuberculosis, chickenpox, measles, all that stuff. Some of it, there's great vaccines against. Some of it, nobody really knows. And you really don't want to catch it, even if you have a not particularly symptomatic case. There's a really interesting talk about that you can stick around for. Also, the economics of it are incredible. Trying to do clean air-based interventions is an excellent way to reduce things like heart attacks, children's test scores. Air purifiers in classrooms are one of the most economically effective way to boost test scores compared to anything like teacher training, other interventions. You can find direct links between indoor air quality in education spaces, absenteeism, and eventual health and economic outcomes for the people in those spaces. So at Entropic Engineering and OpenAeros, we think this is pretty cheap and easy to fix. You can have some really high impact effects. masks, especially with fit testing. This is another place where we received some funding from Balvi to work on open source condensation particle counters that can make it really easy to do this kind of work. Portable air cleaners. You can see one in this picture of our office. Windows. These ones don't open, but if you're in a place where it's thermodynamically acceptable, you can open your windows. That's an excellent way to do some mitigation of this kind of stuff. Simple HVAC upgrades, like dropping in better filters, making sure you actually change your filters. And we also do some work with skin and eye safe 222 nanometer germicidal UV light, like this one here. There's also one on the display table outside on the front. Unlike earlier 254 nanometer technologies, this is stuff that's relatively easy to deploy because the threshold for skin and eye damage is much, much higher. So it's something that you can retrofit into existing spaces a lot more easily. Is an excellent drop-in mitigation. So here's the real question. If this stuff is so cheap and easy, one of the big reasons that it's not already fixed is it's invisible. Literally, when we're talking about particulate in the air, we're talking about particles that are so small that measuring them requires innovative technologies to make them grow physically large enough in the device that we work with via condensation to make them countable because they're so small they don't meaningfully reflect enough light to count them even under laboratory conditions, let alone with your eyes. Like, think about when you see smog outside. Well, that is the aggregate effect of looking through a bunch of particles in the air. When you're inside, you just can't see it. And you can't tell what kind of particles they are, how big they are, and you also can't tell what CO2 concentrations are like. So you can't tell the extent to which your judgment is impaired, and you're going to expect poor health outcomes like that. So what I'm here to talk about is UCRIT Air, also known as the Clean Air Tamagotchi, is something we've been working on for the last 5 or 6 weeks. This is a portable air quality device that includes a virtual pet. So the idea is in low power mode, there's an e-ink screen on top, which will wake and update periodically. You've seen them on the Kindle, so that supports really low power operation. We hope to get at least a week or 2 out of it. The hardware we have outside is pre-production hardware, but we are eventually hoping to sell these things. Virtual pet character. And the whole pitch of this is that when you think about air quality, especially indoor air quality, it's something that's really easy to ignore. Like, you can sit there at work and think to yourself, oh, I have kind of a headache whenever I sit in this conference room, but I got something else to pay attention to. And that builds up every time you're exposed to high CO2 levels, every time you're exposed to high particulate concentration. The chronic health effects of all of these are cumulative, which means that you can ignore it and ignore it and ignore it until 30 years down the road. It turns out that you've had sequelae from multiple low-intensity viral infections, or you have developed chronic lung problems from exposure to particulate matter. So the concept that we have here is a sort of gamification approach where you and the virtual pet are exposed to the same air by virtue of it being with you. It has onboard sensors that can measure carbon dioxide concentration and particulate concentration and a couple other fun things. Except the virtual pet reacts in real time much faster than you do. So what we're doing is sort of hacking your judgment to say, well, you know intellectually that there's going to be long-term negative effects to bad air quality that you're exposed to, but if we make those long-term negative effects happen on a very short term to this little guy, especially if he's cute, it's sort of a way to hack that decision-making process. So you can play with him. You can arrange furniture. You can buy for him various clean air interventions like those that we have here. You can buy him a HEPA filter. You can buy him UV lights. You can have him wear a mask. All of that fun stuff that we think are sort of straightforward, relatively easy and effective interventions. You can also apply to your character. And the idea is, let's take this thing that on the human timescale and on the human health timescale is essentially invisible, make it very visible, especially in a relatively fun way. Make it a lot more sense to pay attention to that. So that's the concept. I'm not going to try and do it during the talk because I was very politely informed that they're going to drag me off stage with a shepherd's crook if I go over. But you can catch me after the end of this track out front, and we'll probably do a little bit of trivia and give away the units that we have that are pre-production. You can find more information about them at ucritter.com/error, or there's that information outside. So those are all pre-production. You can tell, 3D printed case. We assembled them in-house. So they're a little bit of a precious commodity, but we're going to give them away. Fun little bit of a crash project. Blew the in-seat power circuit breaker on the plane, which apparently they can restore. Got to do some laptop power management limiting to get back on the road building these things, but some other cool tricks that they have up their sleeve compared to other commercial air quality sensors is they do barometric compensation for CO2. So if you live anywhere other than sort of median height in terms of elevation, or if you're on a plane or you're climbing a mountain, your air quality sensor that you already have is almost certainly lying to you if it's not barometrically compensated. So this is a fun little trick that we do. This is me flying from the last leg from Korea to here, where you can see that without barometric compensation, you're underestimating carbon dioxide concentration in the cabin by a couple hundred ppm. So we think that's a fun little bit of special sauce that went into this project. They also have a barometric pressure sensor on board, so if you want to climb a mountain, you can track your altitude as you go. And the other trick that we think is really cool and should become something that people expect in mitigated spaces is, on the topic of these air quality problems being invisible, if you buy something like these HEPA filters, how do you even tell if they work? Well, one way you can do it is you can keep track of the carbon dioxide or particulate concentration in the room. For HEPA filters, you're looking at particulate, but for ventilation to outside air, like you're going to open the window, you want to look at carbon dioxide. And you can do something, you can affect an intervention like open a window, or you can affect an intervention like turn on a HEPA filter, and you can watch the rate at which these airborne contaminants drop. And with a little bit of math that is baked into the ucritters, you can calculate what the CO2 concentration change or what the particulate concentration change tells you about the mitigation choices you've made in your space, usually measured in air changes per hour, which is sort of 1 air change per hour means volumetrically all the air in the room would be cycled through once an hour. That's great for measuring CO2. So if you're going to affect some mitigation like turn on your HVAC, you can watch the change in CO2, you can see a drop. And if you have a ucritter with you, it's logging, so you can compute the effectiveness of that intervention. And if you're going to switch on HEPA filters, you can take your ucritter and look at the recorded particulate concentration information and compute what's called an effective air changes per hour number. So I think that's the last cool trick for the ucritter right now. Oh, it also works as a Bluetooth sensor. You can talk to it over Bluetooth and pull out current air quality readings. But it has Wi-Fi hardware, and we're excited in the future. We're hoping to ship some updates that will let us do privacy-preserving aggregation of air quality statistics, sort of like existing air quality sensor networks, but that extend to places that might not otherwise be reached, like the places you go in your daily commute that fixed sensors aren't appropriate for. This is open source work. It's we're still in pre-production, so you can't. I don't think the schematics are up there yet. But if you pester them in the Discord, maybe you'll get them to post them. So if you have feedback, we'd love to hear it. The website's out there. It's also in the firmware if you get one. Please reach out if you'd like to collaborate. I'd also like to say thanks to Balvi, thanks to the Ethereum world. I'm not a crypto person personally, but the work that we've been up to at Entropic, working on the Clean Air Tamagotchi, but also at Open Eros and the other efforts wouldn't have been possible without you guys. So it's something we really appreciate. I think I'm going to wrap it there, but...
Thank you so much, Lewis. And those air filters are outside in the far left. Again, for questions, if you've got questions for Lewis, head outside to the section to the right, and he'll have questions and answers over there. And next up, we have Philip. Please join us on the stage.
So thank you all for inviting me to come and speak to you. I want to talk to you a little bit about some of the molecular biology work that's going on, implications of how pandemics do more than just harm individuals. They actually harm the social trust that exists between individuals, and a proper pandemic preparedness plan has to have in place widgets that can deal with the virus, but also information management schemes so that we can prevent the social harm that happens to societies by the loss of trust that naturally occurs between people when a virus is creeping through and harming people and you don't know what is happening. So you're going to see that this is a tour through some molecular biology work, but I want you to notice ways that information management and blockchain kind of technologies can make our societies more robust to future pandemics. So early on, I and several other people noticed that the SARS-CoV-2 virus had some really weird characteristics. If you do an alignment of this virus against its most recent common ancestors, you find out that it has a lot of mutations that are what are called non-synonymous mutations that cluster in the receptor binding domain. It looks very engineered. It's a circumstance, it's a remarkable coincidence. Nonetheless, we made a bunch of PCR primers. Regardless of where it came from, we made PCR primers and started developing a test in our laboratory just so that we could figure out who had it and who didn't, and maybe keep the University of South Carolina functioning properly. We made this kind of a PCR test with our own primers and protocols and proved that the PCR really will detect the virus, and it'll detect it down to single molecules in the well. This PCR assay does not have a false positive problem. You can cycle forever and not on a negative sample and it will never fire, but it can accurately determine how much virus is in any sample. We then kind of accidentally discovered that raw saliva works better than the nasal swabs. We discovered this for a funny reason. During the pandemic lockdowns, we ran out of nasal swabs and ran out of RNA purification reagents, so we just tried it on raw saliva, and it turned out that it worked fine. It worked even better than the standard procedures. And it's kind of funny, given all the gatekeeping that has gone on about nasal swabs and the type of swabs that you have to use and all that sort of stuff. You don't even need any of that stuff. I tracked the virus as it went through lots of individuals, students at the University of South Carolina, and families. And I could prove to myself that the virus was real and that the PCR protocol was actually predicting illness. This is a family here where some of the people got it and some of them didn't, and the PCR signal predicted perfectly who was going to get sick and who never did. This family on the right, that's me. And the blue curve is me whenever I brought it home and gave it to my wife and 2 daughters, and then they got sick later. So I had access to validating, verifiable information that the PCR results were tracking with symptomology. Most people didn't have access to this kind of verifying information, and after a while they kind of became suspicious of, hey, is this thing really telling me the truth or not? And they didn't know anybody like me that they could ask to see, is this real or not? Another kind of interesting phenomenon about this virus, which probably we'll see this again, is the asymptomatic superspreader phenomenon. Now, you may have heard about this. I know it's real. This guy here was the brother of one of my students that was working in the lab, and we were testing everybody every day as we were developing this test, and we were using all of our friends and family members as negative controls. This guy blew a positive, and he had more virus in his saliva than there are people in China. But he had 0 symptoms. And on day 3, he went on a 7-mile run and clocked his normal time. But this guy could infect the whole world if he tried, and he would never have known about it. So this phenomenon is actually real. There are silent super spreaders that walking among us, and reasonable people grew suspicious about, hey, maybe this PCR is like bogus. Maybe this is lying to us or something like that. Because it's not really working when we're trying to just quarantine people based on being sick. And again, future pandemics need to respond to this kind of situation in a way that preserves social trust. We need to plan on this as being a real thing, and I think that the information blockchain might be one solution to this problem. Here's a result of a whole bunch of positives that I'm showing you from just 1 month of testing. We did like 300,000 tests over a 2-year period, and this is 1 month of positives. And I want you to notice the distribution of CT values. In PCR space, it's minus the log of the CT value is kind of related to the log of how much starting material there is. So these very low CT values down here at 10, they have a lot of virus. And these higher CT values around 30 or 32, they have a small amount of virus. Those people at the bottom in that circle have 1 billion times more, it's a log scale, they got 1 billion times more virus than the average. Those are what happened in the Wuhan market. Someone was infected and didn't know it because they were an asymptomatic super spreader, but they had enough virus that they could infect everybody that was shopping that day or that week. This happens. It's a very sneaky virus, and it causes mistrust to develop because people are getting sick and you don't know who they were exposed to. You know, are they somehow, worshiping the wrong God, or are they in the wrong political party, or are they guilty of wrong think? And then the natural human brain's tendency to turn on each other takes over, and it fractures social trust, and society begins to deteriorate. This really, really happened during the pandemic, and we're still dealing with the consequences of it now. Okay, a few words about the mRNA vaccine. The mRNA vaccines came on the scene. They were deployed under an emergency situation. We didn't have time for public trust to develop organically. Okay, we had to go for broke because it was a dire situation. Initially, it was reported that these vaccines were 90-something% effective at preventing infection. That only lasted for about a month, and then they became very ineffective at preventing transmission. They do have what appears to be durable protection from death about 80% of the time. It does reduce the probability of dying. This is still hotly debated because people don't trust the information that they're getting from various sources. We need ways of having raw data being uploaded to some sort of an information blockchain so that people can see how the data is accumulating and not be suspicious of whoever is gathering the data so that they can come to their own decision about whether this is real or not. Anyway, there's a lot of side effects that are unexplained, and they tend to be flippantly dismissed, and this causes more distrust. I use a lot of sequencing technology in my lab. We're gene jocks, we're cancer gene jocks. We sequence things all the time, and we can discover mutations or DNA sequences that we didn't know we were looking for. I did this on vials of a vaccine, okay? This is basically an internet dare that somebody put me up to. Somebody else had done this, and I said, this is crazy. So I did it myself, and lo and behold, I discovered a bunch of DNA pieces in the mRNA vaccines. I thought, wow, this might be the explanation for some of these side effects that people are seeing. We should check into this and see if these little bits of DNA are getting into the human genome of vaccinated people. The public deserves to know what they're taking. If it's a vaccine or anything else, the public deserves to know what's in it. And molecular biology tools can do this for you. This is kind of the sequencing result of that came out of my lab using a modern, very cheap, deployable sequencing platform. I'll tell you about it later if you ask me about it. This technology, you can use it in the field if you want to. You could sequence something. This is here, all the little pieces of DNA we discovered in a vaccine. There's a lot of them. And using this technology, you don't have to know what you're looking for, and you can see what's in your saliva, what's in your vaccine, what's in your food, what's in your environment. All these things can be answered by sequencing, but public trust can only be generated by making this data on some sort of a public ledger. And it be collected by multiple sources, and everybody can just inspect it to see what's there. Think of this kind of data as a form of a contract, or some sort of a blockchain of currency that you might want to generate public confidence in. So we are doing some studies now where we're monitoring the genome integrity of vaccinated people just to see if this stuff is ever getting in there. I made some PCR primers against the DNA sequence that I found. This is what real-time PCR looks like, in case you want to know. The cycle number here at the bottom is how many cycles of the machine does it take before you start seeing product. And the more target was in the well to begin with, the fewer cycles it takes before you start seeing stuff. And the less product is there, the more cycles it takes. So that's why it's backwards and it's a log scale. But we can quantify down to the molecule number. We can literally count molecules in any sample with this kind of technology, and it doesn't suffer from a false positive from too many cycles. It's reliable. So we did an experiment. Can the little pieces of DNA that are in the vaccine ever get into the human genome and modify it? I know this was theoretically possible, and I said this publicly about a year ago. Well, we did an experiment to prove it. We took some normal human colon organoids, these are normal cells, and we vaccinated them in the lab by just putting the vaccine in the media and let it incubate for a little while, and then washed them, and then grew them and washed them over a month and kept washing them and passaging them, and then we did the PCR on the genomic DNA, and lo and behold, there's stuff there. And it's the exact same frequency that I predicted about a year ago, about 1 in 1,000 to 1 in 10,000 cells have taken up different pieces of this vaccine, and it's a permanent fixture of their genomes now. Okay? This is not surprising based on molecular biology first principles. We've been doing this for years in the laboratory. This proves that it happens with this contaminating DNA, which is why I was so weirded out about this stuff when I first discovered it. We've been looking at a bunch of tumors from cancers that have shown up since the vaccine rolled out. And we just looked at like 50 tumors so far that were not really selected for anything other than the fact that they developed in the last 3 years. And we've got a couple of them that appear to be positive for bits of this DNA. Now, we don't know if this is a driver event or if it's a passenger event. And we're doing more investigations to try to figure out where it landed and if it has anything to do with the tumor or not. But it does happen. So this is what we need to, the public needs a careful accounting of this so that their confidence can be, or lack thereof, can be appropriate and based on data, not based on marketing or anything like that. So a final couple of words about another kind of genome modification. It's called DNA methylation. So your genome has methyl groups added to cytosine residues at CpG loci in your genome. And these modifications are part of a developmental program that's been going on since you were first conceived and continues until you die, where you slowly change the methylation landscape of stem cell genes, and eventually those stem cell genes begin to be silenced and you lose stem cells as you grow older. It's if aging is just a natural extension of the developmental process that goes on in utero, and you eventually just run out of stem cells and you die. We can tell how old you are by looking at the methyl groups on lots of loci in your genome. We've known for a little while now that when your DNA methylation age is disconnected from your physical age, especially if your DNA age is too old, you're at high risk for all-cause mortality. This is really a thing. And there's a lot of interest in finding out what kind of things or interventions can I do that will make me younger, right? That will delay aging. And we can have surrogate markers for this with this DNA methylation aging. The same sequencing platform that I was telling you about earlier will measure methylation on the fly at the same time we're figuring out sequence alterations. So, you know, sequence analysis of normal blood cells can agnostically monitor for sequence changes and methylation changes and figure out if some sort of an intervention has altered the methylation age. All right, so I did this on a sample that was just available to me. This is me pre and post vaccination, and there are spots in the genome that the methylation age changed. This is a real thing. This is one sense to people pre and post COVID and pre and post methylation to see, are these interventions. Once you know what you're looking for, it's very cheap and easy to do it. Final thoughts. Pandemics stress test the trust that people have in each other. Low trust societies fare worse than high trust societies. Molecular biology tools can measure these things, but molecular biology tools can best increase public trust and future pandemic preparedness if we make the information available to the public so that anyone can see it. We should do this now. And I'll stop there. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Philip, for a wonderful talk. And for those of you who are in the room, if you remember these talks, you will actually get to win some of the prizes that are outside that everyone is going outside for. So stay in the room to enjoy the talks and actually learn. Next up, we have Soham. Wonderful to welcome you to the stage.
Hey folks, I'm Soham Sankran. I'm the founder of a company called PopVax, which works on verifiable open source vaccines intended to save millions of lives from the developing world up, and I'll explain what all of that means. First, let me say something that I think has unfortunately become controversial of recent times. Vaccines are one of the most effective public health interventions known to man. Over the last 50 years, they're estimated, and this is just childhood vaccines, are estimated to have saved over 150 million lives across key pathogens that attack younger children and adolescents. And when you add adult vaccinations, they're likely tens of millions more. But there are pathogens, important pathogens that are quite prevalent for which there are no existing vaccines. These include tuberculosis, strep A, and HCV in particular. So just these three pathogens, and here I'm talking about tuberculosis in adults, not tuberculosis in children, kill over 1.8 million people per year across the world, and there are no effective vaccines for them today. Unfortunately, instead of speeding up, vaccine development is slowing down. It took the malaria vaccine, which is one of the more recent infectious disease vaccines to be licensed, 35 years to go from concept to licensure. These programs now routinely cost $1 billion plus, which is a very large amount of money to invest in a single drug. And then because they're only dosed, let's say, between 1 and 3 times usually, unlike, say, GLP-1 agonists like Ozempic, which are dosed considerably more frequently, pharma companies do not see them as a particularly high return on investment. And so they have pulled back, especially in the post-COVID era, from investing in new infectious disease vaccine programs. In particular, for pathogens like TB, which they see as being only relevant in developing countries which are poorer. But there's a potential solution here. And so this is a sort of graphic of the top 10 vaccine manufacturers in the world by volume in 2021 during COVID, but excluding the COVID-19 vaccines. And what you can see here is that Indian vaccine manufacturers, including the Serum Institute of India, are very substantial in their presence. They account for almost 40% of the volume of vaccine doses shipped globally. And so why don't we VAC, so to speak? Why don't we accelerate vaccine development by relying on this capacity that we have in India and other developing countries, and also the fact that you can do things cheaper in countries like India, right? We can do this, we think, 10x faster and 10x cheaper. And you might ask, why aren't people doing this already? There are already these big vaccine companies in India. Surely they must be thinking on these lines. Unfortunately, India as a country spends almost nothing on research and development. It is a joke how little we spend on R&D across government and across private industry. And Indian companies, including vaccine companies, are not particularly interested in taking technical risks, such as developing new vaccines for pathogens where vaccines have been hard to develop. And so PopVax is trying to solve this problem. We are trying to solve long-standing problems in vaccine design, including the 3 pathogens that I mentioned, where people have made attempts, but no success. Using mRNA and computational protein design, tools that have just reached the point where we can actually use them to make novel vaccines that couldn't have been made before. As I'm sure many of you are aware, Demis Hassabis, John Jumper, and David Baker just won the Nobel Prize in Chemistry recently for their work in protein structure prediction and protein design. And so these tools are just now reaching the maturity where we can actually use them productively. And we want to leverage, as I said, the talent, cost, and speed advantages of operating in India, which is to say, we are the only company, or one of the only companies, doing this kind of novel vaccine development in India. And so the best talent in the country, folks who want to work on these world-changing problems but don't have the opportunity, essentially come to us. Unfortunately, no one wanted to fund PopVax. When I started this 3 years ago, VCs and nonprofits essentially didn't believe that the talent pool existed in India to do this. The Gates Foundation gave us an early 100K check, but that was not enough to build a vaccine platform or take anything to clinic. As I said, these vaccine programs, they routinely cost $1 billion. Even if you can do it for 10x cheaper, that's still hundreds of millions of dollars, right? And we had some good early data about 2.5 years ago, but it had rendered both me and the company bankrupt. Then there was a massive pump in Shiba Inu coin, which I'm given to understand is a meme coin of a meme coin. And Vitalik founded the biosecurity and public health organization Balvi, and one of their investments was us. And so they've now funded us a cumulative $15+ million. And I think it's interesting that it took Vitalik, somebody who is outside of the sort of general hierarchy of public health funding, to see what I think is obvious, which is that the talent is there. It was really a resource constraint that meant that folks in India had not had the opportunity to go after these problems. So let me talk a bit about what we've actually done with that money and what that means for the future. So this is extremely dense, and I apologize in advance, but I'll explain what's going on here. That green thing that you see there is the receptor bind against that particular protein are the key drivers of neutralization and protection in the COVID vaccines. So it's a subset of the spike protein that I'm sure all of you have heard of. It's not the entire spike, it's just a part of it, right? What we've done is we've pioneered an approach where within mRNA, we can encode a self-assembling virus-like particle, which is what is in the blue, that basically displays a whole bunch of copies of this RBD protein. And in doing so, we've achieved two things. One is we've achieved considerably more potency. So what that, if you look at our sort of highlighted, bolded bar here, 2 micrograms of our RBD VLP display mRNA, which uses this approach, provides 22x greater neutralizing antibody response, which correlates quite highly with protection, compared with 2 micrograms of the full spike mRNA sequence from one of the US-approved COVID vaccines. And this is all in mice. And what's particularly interesting about this is, we can use it to make a vaccine that's more potent. We can also use it to make a vaccine that's potentially safer. Because we can achieve with 95% less dose, as you can see at the top, with just 0.1 micrograms, we can achieve the same result as you would without using our strategy with 2 micrograms. And so I can inject much less mRNA, much less lipid nanoparticle, and have potentially a much safer product overall. And the kinds of things that Philip was talking about, all get worse as you increase the dose of whatever your vaccine product or drug product is. The other interesting thing that we got here is breadth. So if you think about COVID-19 and why the vaccines were less effective as we got later into the pandemic, the reason isn't that they didn't have a durable response. The reason is that the pathogen evolved. Variants of the pathogen that were no longer susceptible to the antibodies elicited by the original vaccines became prevalent. And as a result of that, we ended up with a situation where what were very effective vaccines at even preventing transmission became relatively ineffective as new variants evolved. However, using this mRNA-encoded VLP strategy, what we've been able to do actually is elicit antibodies that neutralize a whole breadth of variants. So our construct is the red line, which is able to potently neutralize, even as it's diluted, a whole bunch of these other variants, wild type, gamma, lambda, Omicron, BA1. Whereas the US-approved COVID vaccines, the original ones in blue, are not able to neutralize those other variants. So this approach, which we are among the first to pioneer in mRNA and protein design, has potential substantial gains for COVID and for other pathogens like influenza. Now let me talk a little bit more broadly about what strategies like this are actually trying to do, right? If you think about any pathogen, it has a whole bunch of antigens, which are, in the case of a virus, those are going to be proteins that elicit certain kinds of immune responses, certain types of antibodies, right? And then some of those antibodies are going to be functional. They might sort of neutralize the pathogen, right? Some of those antibodies are going to be non-functional. They might bind but not neutralize or not bind at all, right? And then within the context of these functional antibodies, there's some subset of antibodies that you might consider broadly functional. And what that means is even as the pathogen evolves, even as there are additional variants that come up, those antibodies, which are some subset of the original antibodies, remain effective. So the intention of our vaccine design approach is basically to move the distribution of antibodies listed, whether it's in an animal or a human, towards these broadly functional antibodies, which have a chance of providing durable protection against even new variants that might emerge. And this is relevant in the context of COVID for this variant evolution story. In the case of some of the other pathogens that I mentioned, for example, HCV, it is absolutely essential. Because HCV as a pathogen, like HIV, evolves within its own host. And so, if you were to be infected with HCV, you might have thousands of different variants of the HCV pathogen within your own body. And so, an antibody response that is effective against just one of them is not going to be effective at clearing the pathogen. So we've used this, we've used a variant of what's called an epitope scaffolding approach to basically attempt to elicit specific types of antibodies that provide this kind of broad functionality and broad protection. And what we've been able to do in just these novel immunogens, which can elicit these antibodies, much faster than anybody typically does in vaccine R&D programs. Again, as I said, leveraging the fact that we can do this research much more cheaply and much more quickly in India. And what we found is mRNA in particular gives us an advantage here. mRNA is, of course, not the actual immunogen. What you're injecting in mRNA is almost code that encodes a specific design of immunogen that's intended to elicit some antibody response. And so because we're using mRNA, which is a standardized process, we can test thousands of different immunogens. And then when we alight upon one that actually gives us the response we want, we can translate it not just into a sort of lab environment, but into an actual GMP manufacturing environment. We can translate it not just into a lab environment, but into an actual clinical environment, into a clinical study very quickly, which is not something that you can do with conventional vaccines as easily, which is why you get these extremely long timelines, right? And so what we know so far is basically this VAC approach in India, it works, right? We've been able to do this at 20x cheaper than you would usually spend on a preclinical vaccine program to build a new platform and get to phase 1. We've 10x the testing throughput of a normal vaccine program. We've tested thousands and thousands of novel LNP formulations, of novel designed immunogens, which are basically vaccine designs. We've tested them in vitro, but we've also tested them in vivo, 500 plus. And we've been able to achieve the results you saw in the beginning, which is that our vaccine appears to be much, much better than the existing COVID-19 vaccines. So what that means is I can take 10x the number of shots on goal for the same amount of funding as a company in Boston or San Francisco and potentially save 10x the number of lives in the long run, right? If somebody gives me $300 million, a company in Boston, and this is all based on a real comparison with a biotech company that's developing vaccines and doing quite well doing so. They might take one candidate through a phase 1 clinical trial and be getting ready for a phase 2 clinical trial with a new platform. For us, we've been able to build a new platform, and with that amount of money, with $300 million, we would be able to take 10 new candidates to phase 1 and 2 and potentially bring multiple products to licensure. And again, in the long run, that saves a lot of lives, right? Because every year we wait to develop these vaccines, millions of people are dying. Another key piece of this is that we've built our own GMP manufacturing facility. So what that means is we have the ability within our own facility to make clinical doses in a way that's safe to inject in humans, such that we can very quickly take these new candidates and advance them to clinical studies. And here I'll reference what Philip was talking about a little bit, right? I think it's critical to ensure that we build a process that is not only safe by the standards of existing regulatory norms, but is legible enough and is understandable by the general public that they trust what comes out of our work, right? And so the good news here is, and in fact I'm announcing this today, we just announced it via press release this morning, is that NIAID, which is part of the US National Institutes of Health, has selected our next generation COVID-19 vaccine as part of the US government's Project NextGen for a phase 1 trial which will happen in the US early next year, which to my knowledge is one of the first clinical trials of an Indian design vaccine in the US. In fact, no Indian vaccine or Indian design vaccine has ever been approved in the US. No Indian company's vaccine has ever been approved in the US. And our intention is to have our vaccines available all over the world, right? Not just in rich countries, not just in poor countries, but to everybody. And so this is very exciting news because I think what this means is our approach, which as I said up top is an approach that at the beginning nobody supported, right? Nobody believed that we had the talent in India to do this. Nobody was certain, or people in fact were quite certain that we wouldn't be able to do this, right? And it took an early bet from Gates and a substantial bet from Vitalik and his team to support this, has now been essentially co-signed by one of the most credible organizations in public health, right? So NIAID thinks that this vaccine works very well, at least preclinically, and they think it's worth evaluating in humans. The COVID vaccines have been somewhat maligned, but best estimates suggest they saved tens of millions of lives. We can quibble about specific numbers, but it's likely a very large number, right? But again, as Philip was talking about, there have been a lot of questions about whether the process followed in approving these vaccines, were processes that are appropriate for human health. And at the same time, on the other side of the coin, the reality is that a lot of people who wanted these vaccines in developing countries didn't get them because Pfizer and Moderna were not that interested in selling their vaccines at knockdown prices in poor countries, right? And so what we've done is we've worked with Balvi to come up with a model where we will be open sourcing our COVID-19 vaccine. We will not be enforcing our intellectual property on that vaccine for a number of years. And what we'll be allowing people to do is to verify not just the R&D processes that led to that vaccine, but also the manufacturing processes, so that manufacturers across the rest of the world can not only make copies of this vaccine themselves, they can distribute at low cost, but also that people can understand whether the processes that we've used in developing and manufacturing this vaccine are compatible with what we say out in public and are safe for them, right? They can have independent scientists evaluate these processes in a way that existing vaccine companies don't make enough information available to do. And that's something that we can do because we are comfortable releasing far more information than anybody has ever done for a vaccine development or manufacturing program before. Let me just briefly talk about what we call the PopVax Million Lives mission. As I said, there are these 3 pathogens that collectively kill 1.8 million plus people per year. We want to develop effective vaccines against all 3 of them that we think can save over 1 million lives per year. We want to do this using a new sustainable model for funding for public health vaccines, similar to what we've done with Vitalik and his team, where we will provide full details needed for vaccine verification, R&D improvement, and manufacturing openly. We'll cap profits in developing countries and allow for open licensing on transparent terms of this intellectual property. And we will have uncapped profits in rich countries, right? And this is a model that, that we want to advance, that we think could be the future of sustainable vaccine development. Yeah, I'm happy to take your questions outside, and please feel free to email me if you're interested in working with us, funding us, or collaborating with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That was great. And next up, we have a remote speaker that will be dialing in, Amy. So please take it away.
Hi, I'm Amy Prowal. I'm the President and Research Director of Polybio Research Foundation, and today I'm truly excited to talk to you about viruses and chronic aging, building a research community. So where am I going with this? First, what I want to talk about is viruses as drivers of aging processes. This is really not discussed and as understood as it should be, and there's so many compelling examples of how viruses can contribute to chronic aging processes. This is really important for the longevity community and for people who are just dealing with many forms of chronic disease. If we understand these interactions, we can better figure out how to combat them and how to best create strategies to mitigate viral effects on aging. So let me give you some examples of viruses and how they contribute to aging processes. So there's definitely many drivers of human aging, but here are some of the 3 main factors. Mitochondrial dysfunction, these are the just energy powerhouses of our cells, and they become dysfunctional as we age, often. Inflammation, which is basically just the fact that over time, as people get older, tend to have more chronic inflammation, more immune cells that are just activated in an unproductive way. That's called inflammation. And cognitive decline, obviously. People who are getting older and aging have memory problems, they have brain, dementia, even post-Alzheimer's type phenomenon even sometimes. So one thing to understand is that as we age, and in fact, as we are born, and across the scopes of our lives, we inherit viruses from our parents, chronic viruses sometimes. They're passed, in some cases, in the womb. Plus, we also, over the course of our lives, and this happens with exposures with other people, it happens from our environment and sometimes the foods and other things that we consume, we accumulate different viruses and they become part of what is known as our human virome. The virus is in us. And there are many viruses that become a burden in our systems as we just live. These are the herpes viruses, the papilloma viruses, and increasingly, a growing number of RNA viruses are also understood to be persistent viruses that are with us for life. Now, what does this virome then do to aging? Well, consider just some of these virome components. This is, sometimes when people are, let's say in college, they get mono. And people understand that people get sick, they get a sore throat, they don't feel well, they're feverish, they try to avoid people for a while. What really means when you get mono is that you get the Epstein-Barr virus. It's a herpes virus. And that virus stays with you. Again, this is a persistent virus. Once you have it, it does not clear your system. It stays with you for the rest of your life. This is the thing. If someone's immune system is robust, if it's in a good shape, if it's active, what the immune system does technically is keep these chronic viruses like the Epstein-Barr virus, if you get it, and over 90% of people in the world, by the way, harbor Epstein-Barr virus, keeps these viruses in check. It keeps them in a dormant form. The immune system keeps them in a latent form. And that way they technically cannot activate and create more proteins or things that can actually drive disease or potentially aging processes. Now, however, if viruses do become active, if they are moving out of a state of dormancy because something happens to the immune system, and this could be many things, it could be another infection, it could be just exposure to pollutants, to chemicals, to many things that wear down our immune systems over time, viruses can become more active. And one of the things that viruses do when they activate is that they affect our mitochondria directly. In fact, this is one of the key things to understand about viruses, our health, and aging, is that viruses are actually obligate intracellular pathogens. And what that means is, by definition, they are not even alive. They must, in order to replicate and create new versions of themselves, they must pool the substrates, the backbones, to do that, to create new versions of themselves from our human cells, from our mitochondria. So they do this. Every single virus hijacks our mitochondria in order to create new versions of itself and do basically anything that it does. This is a paper that I wrote about this phenomenon with my colleague, neuroscientist at Polybio, Mike Van Elseker, who also is a neuroscientist at Harvard. We wrote about how pathogens, bacterial, viral, fungal, parasite pathogens even, hijack the metabolism of the mitochondria of the host cells they infect to just gain those basic substrates, again, to just create new versions of themselves. This is core to what they do. This is a diagram from our paper. This is basically a human mitochondria in the diagram. At the intermediate of that paper, of the figure, you can see the TCA cycle. That's a very important part of just gaining substrates for our own energy metabolism so that we can function, burn glucose, burn other fuels that allow our mitochondria to make us energy producers in a good way. The blue boxes contain different human viruses that are part or can be part of the human virome, persistent chronic viruses. And those are just the different parts of metabolic pathways that they hack or hijack as part of their ability to just create new versions of themselves or replicate. Okay, so I mentioned before that inflammation, just chronic inflammation, often accelerating over time, is also strongly associated with human aging and issues with longevity, for example, in this paper. Now, what inflammation often results from is the activation of immune cells, including cytokines, which become active. And one of the questions is why, but we certainly know that especially cytokine immune cells become active. Now, IL-11 is an example of a cytokine. So it's an inflammatory molecule in the human body that can become more active when things become inflamed. Now, this doesn't seem too surprising then. In this paper, this team showed that inhibiting this inflammatory molecule, this cytokine IL-11, extended mammalian health span and lifespan, suggesting that inhibition of some forms of inflammation is helpful in that regard. Now, what, though, in the first place was causing that cytokine IL-11 or interleukin-11 to be active, to be more active than it should be? Well, one of the biggest driving factors, again, that so many viruses and other bacteria or pathogens or parasites do, is they activate immune cells as part of their persistence. What happens is the immune system recognizes them, tries to target them or to keep them in check, and in the process becomes more active, perpetually active. So here is a study showing that cytokine, IL-11 or interleukin-11, is actually stimulated both in animals and in the lab by viruses, including respiratory viruses. So these are drivers of inflammation. Most pathogens can be direct drivers of inflammation. Okay, now we just have the ability that viruses and bacteria, but I'm going to focus on viruses here, can basically just hack the signaling pathways that are the heart of our longevity health networks. For example, there are pathways in the human body that control processes associated with cellular senescence. For example, that's the ability of a cell to correctly divide, to correctly grow, not overdo that, not sort of underdo that process, but to do it robustly. There are networks in the human body that scientists have calculated as mattering in terms of human signaling associated with longevity. Well, this team did a network-based analysis, and they uncovered dozens of viruses that encode proteins experimentally demonstrated to interact with proteins associated with these human aging networks, including senescence. So just dozens of viruses and thousands of interactions between these viral proteins, to the point where they ended up calling dozens of viruses in the study that they identified age distorters, because of the fact that their proteins could have such detrimental or modulatory effects on these aging networks. In other words, their reproduction and their ability to replicate benefits directly from interference with their host's aging processes. And here on this chart are just some of the top viruses that were basically shown to have proteins that interfered with human cellular senescence pathways. They're the herpes viruses, which most of us acquire over the course of our lives, the papilloma viruses. Interestingly, influenza A virus was one of the top drivers of aging. And we never even think about the flu-type viruses, which is influenza in an aging capacity, but we probably should a little bit more. So with that in mind then, this is a final takeaway from that paper. This is what the team concluded. Owing to the considerable number of human viruses, this evolutionary-minded view encourages a reconceptualization of the locus of aging, no longer exclusively focused on our own genetic material, but expanded towards a larger set of genetic entities interacting with our species, such as viruses. So, boom, the heart of aging. All right, now, what about cognitive decline? What about just direct mechanisms by which viruses or other pathogens can drive cognitive decline? Here is one. This is the team that we work with at Harvard Medical School. They're really cool. They've been using models of a brain in a dish, where they actually recreate the neuron structures of a brain in a model, or just experiments in mice to show that the Alzheimer's plaque, the amyloid beta plaque, that is the plaque that forms in the brains of patients with Alzheimer's disease, that defines the disease, actually acts as an antimicrobial peptide, or part of the immune response that forms in response to pathogens directly in order to combat them. So basically what happens is there's a virus that gets into the brain tissue model, and then the plaque forms around it as part of the response to the virus. That's what they were showing in this study in response to the herpes viruses, but this team has also shown the same phenomenon with bacterial pathogens and with fungal pathogens. This places infection at the heart of the driving of amyloid plaque in the Alzheimer's brain. Here's another example of a team who's working on the same phenomenon, Ben Reeshead's group at Arizona State University. This is an image of cytomegalovirus, which is another herpes virus that many of us just carry with us for life. Look in the image here, it's concentrated in the microglial immune cells of the brain, around the plaques of these cells, along with the axons and dendrites of neurons, again, that are inflamed and directly part of the Alzheimer's disease process. So there are a growing number of teams connecting viruses directly to neurodegeneration. Now, this is an interesting study. Okay, what do we do? Well, there's some really low-hanging fruit. No one's even doing anything about this. And this is an example of just easy measures we could take to control the impact of viruses on aging if we made it a priority. This is a team in Taiwan, and what they did is they tracked people over time, some of whom were given just affordable herpes virus existing generic medications. So for example, let's say someone gets genital herpes, they're given Valtrex. It's just an over-the-counter herpes, anti-herpes virus drug. So some of the people in the study were given more of those anti-herpes virus drugs and some weren't. When they looked at the group that was given these anti-herpetic medications, they had a much lower risk of dementia than the people who didn't. In fact, up to a 10 times lower risk of dementia. So really, it's extremely low-hanging fruit to maybe start to use some of the drugs that we have to inhibit viral activity in the context of human aging. Now, what about in COVID, long COVID? Now, I know we're all a little burned out on COVID, but really, like, part of what our group does is study still the chronic consequences of SARS-CoV-2. We have to. It's because it's one more virus that is one of these players that can contribute to chronic disease and unfortunately aging processes. And you'll hear about long COVID and it sounds like a vague phenomenon when you hear about it in the news often. Really, it's not though. A lot of us that are directly studying long COVID realize that the persistence of the SARS-CoV-2 virus in tissue in the human body over time, in other words, SARS-CoV-2 potentially becoming just another member of the human virome, is happening in at least a decent number of people with long COVID. And here's a paper that a group of us, of long COVID researchers, wrote about SARS-CoV-2 persistence as a driver of post-COVID symptoms. Here's an example of a team that we work with. This is in the bottom right, gut tissue from the lining of the gut collected from someone almost in one case over 2 years after they got COVID. And in this case, the person did have symptoms. They had chronic symptoms. But still, what you're seeing there in the purple, that pink part is the SARS-CoV-2 virus still there in the gut tissue after over 2 years, sort of embedded there with immune cells around it clustered, preventing it potentially from being cleared. So it's there in a persistent capacity, which means that at least in some people, SARS-CoV-2 may be acting or seems to be acting as a persistent virus that can also contribute to chronic disease and aging processes. In fact, this is a table from one of our papers that there's some of the studies that have shown persistent SARS-CoV-2 up to, again, over 2 years or more after initial infection in at least a subset of people. Okay, so then what do we do about this? Well, one of the drugs we're actually looking about in the long COVID world is rapamycin, which I know that some of you will be familiar with in the context of mitigating aging or extending lifespan. So we are actually running at Mount Sinai in New York, where I serve as the scientific director of a clinic called CORE, which is treating people with conditions initiated or exacerbated by infection, is we're actually running a trial of rapamycin in patients with long COVID. Rapamycin is an mTOR inhibitor that has different properties on the immune system. Now, one of the things that's really interesting about rapamycin is that in some studies, at least rapalogs or analogs of rapamycin, drugs similar to it, have been shown to, in a low once-a-week dose, not in a high dose, in a lower dose, to enhance parts of the immune response that can better control viral infection. So for example, that trial that I showed you gave patients 2 rapalogs over the course of 6 weeks, and a couple things happened. First, they showed that people taking rapamycin an increase in interferon-induced antiviral gene expression, with interferons being one of the primary molecules or parts of the human response that combats viruses and keeps them down. Also, the people in the rapamycin group, everyone in the trial was given the influenza vaccine. But those who took rapamycin had a more robust response to the vaccine. In other words, their immune system seemed to activate more and create more antibodies in response to that vaccine. Also, the participants on rapamycin, even though they just took the drugs for 6 weeks, reported a lower rate of infection for a full year after being on the rapamycin. This includes respiratory infections, UTIs though, multiple types of infections, suggesting again that rapamycin was helping to control viral activity. And in a related study, the team found that rapamycin in some patients improved T cell exhaustion. And again, when viruses persist, they tend to knock down T cells and their activity, which are parts of our immune system, making them literally exhausted. And rapamycin was shown to potentially improve that. Again, so rapamycin, we're trialing now to see if it might help patients who have persistent SARS-CoV-2 or other virus problems in long COVID better control those infections. And what this means is there's, a use of rapamycin in terms of potential viral control that is also probably relevant to human aging.
Well, that was fascinating. I really enjoyed that one. A big thank you to Amy for dialing in. And next we have Mary Lou Jepson, who has some exciting gadgets as well to go through on stage with us. Welcome to the stage, Mary. Round of applause.
Hi, great to be here. Just first a brief intro to myself. I'm a hard tech pioneer in moonshots. I've created multiple multi-billion-dollar products on the hairy edge of physics. Former MIT professor, Brown University PhD in physics, and about 8 years ago, I started my latest project. It's called Open Water. And in rooms like these, we've been building the fact that our bodies can be penetrated by infrared light, ultrasound, and electromagnetics, and a belief that maybe we could leapfrog current healthcare systems and even drugs by modulating the phase of light and sound. So we've been doing that for a while, and the reason that I did it is I've shipped a lot of innovative silicon chips, so using silicon manufacturing that's coming online in consumer electronics and phase wave steering, I knew that we could steer beams of light, decode phase with interference, and even selectively select or destroy certain cells or stimulate certain cells. So we built these systems up for about 4 years, got pretty interesting results, filed a bunch of patents, a lot of work, and decided in early 2020 to get them into hospitals, start testing this on people. And the results are somewhat spectacular. First, in stroke, large vessel occlusion stroke is the #2 killer in the world. If you could diagnose that stroke in an ambulance, you could get the patient to one of less than 5% of hospitals. $1 million from the Shiba Inu coin. Woohoo! Thank you. Non-dilutive, and it's made all the difference. With that money, we've been able to reduce those carts from really a laser the size of a room to this that's going into production next month, and those next month. This is a platform with a life-saving pan-disease potential for not just stroke, but all cardiovascular disease, not just glioblastoma, but all cancers, not just mental disease, but potentially all mental disease and beyond. So open source, make hardware and software open source. We open sourced all of our patents. You still need approval to use it on somebody. It's FDA, it's regulatory approval. The reality is, in a comprehensive paper published recently, the average cost of a novel therapeutic medical device approval is now $658 million in capitalized cost in 13 years. So even if you open source it, what do? Well, the key is here. 85% of that cost isn't in clinical trials, it's in the device. So that takes a lot out. Further, another 7% of that is in safety, so share the safety. Do we want a safer device or a less safe device? Will the regulator be able to approve a device, pan-cancer disease with 100 times more safety data? Will that make a choice easier or not? Will a doctor and patient find it easier to be able to access the safety data? We think it's yes on all of those. Running those numbers, our hypothesis is we take $653 million out of the cost of developing a novel medical device with a de novo approval, so down to $5 million sub 3 years. So how does this work? Phase wave modulation. Well, these are the waves in light and sound. And what we do, for example, on these yellow emitters is we delay the phase from emitter to emitter so we can focus that sound near or far, right or left, up or down, anywhere we wish to in the brain or the body. So glioblastoma cells can hide out among healthy neurons. And the neurosurgeon, they can't take them all. Cancer cells have really large nucleuses and small cytoplasms. And we can exploit that like an opera singer can ping this wine glass, hit that note, and destroy that wine glass and harm nothing else in the room. So that's what we're doing with glioblastoma. We did sonification parameter sweeps, found the frequencies. This is low intensity ultrasound. Lower intensity than used for diagnostic reasons on pregnant women and their fetuses for the last 50 years in rich countries. But these cells can't take it. We're destroying them. And here, at a different frequency, I can tell you the frequency with open source. This is 400 kilohertz. The other one is 150 kilohertz. We're able to turn on, stimulate, or destimulate neurons, and that's been helpful not just for non-invasive brain-computer interface, but also for pulling people out of mental disease, addictions, and so forth. It's all together, I think, we're enabling read-write brain-computer interface while we're trying to solve mental diseases. They're impossible to separate. So another module, this is our read module, uses that laser I just picked up that we've reduced down. This laser and a bunch of camera chips, 4 camera chips that are in your smartphone. And those camera chips are super small. We take the lens off and they're cheap because they're small. They have pixel sizes the size of the wavelength of light. So we let that light go into, oh, that didn't play, okay. We let that light go into the head, and what we see on that camera chip is this, and it looks like the waves on the ocean, and we can read the waves on the ocean like a sailor can read the waves on the ocean and know where the fish are, know where the land is. Here we interrogate a blood vessel, and the pattern changes because where the light hits the moving blood cells, it ricochets differently, changing that pattern. And we can read blood flow very accurately with this way. In fact, we can read it 20 times more accurately by some measures than multi-million-dollar MRI or CT scanners with this laser and some camera chips. So that's not just good for stroke, but all cardiovascular disease and all micromotions of the body, we believe. So to get this far, we've been working with a whole bunch of great institutes, but everybody wants it, so that's why we shrunk the system down and decided to go into production. And also, you can build it, it's all on GitHub, you can build it yourself if you'd like to. Everyone that wants, I want to mention here, there's also evidence we may be able to suppress cytokine storms, as Amy just discussed, the impact of them. Treat inflammation, even deactivate COVID with the same way we're deactivating glioblastoma cells. There's some evidence we're working on that in our labs. And we're using our devices to do research on long COVID and microclots. We can see if we can ID them and if we can break them apart. So as we discussed, this is the problem. $658 million in 13 years. It's why we don't get any new devices. It's why healthcare, we've got 20 to 40-year innovation modes. So here's what we're doing about it. We're flipping it on its side to make an open source general purpose platform, and the apps on top of these are the treatments. So those are the ones with regulatory approval, 3 years, $5 million. Then we get into, we call it a 510K, substantial equivalence, sub $1 million, sub 1 year. So the question, we're like, look, it's free as in beer, free as in speech, not free as in beer. Like, you can publish the recipe of the beer, you can go make your own at home, most of us just go to the store to buy it. But by making more of something, it's cheaper, we enjoy a portion of that savings as profit. We engender trust. That's new. We don't charge $1,400 for an EpiPen one day. If we misstep on something, if we screw up, you can go get it made yourself. But we ensure quality standard that's IRB ready and FDA ready. We're ISO 13485 compatible. By safety sharing, we have the cost of clinical trials and double the speed for our customers. Plus, everybody just benefits. That's a cycle of innovation that's not a 20-year moat. So here are these new units. I've got them out here, LIFU and OpenMotion. All the electronics are going into the mechanicals and being tested, so they'll be ready next month. Here's more. And this brings me to a moment. We also did something just to save another $150,000 using our smartphone. And Vitalik, are you going to come up to get scanned in? So this is just in, so we prepped a little on this. So this is the whole unit that's replacing that room. And so if we put this on you, we can actually turn it on. Ooh, you can see it. So, and then I will, oops. The strapping is being perfected. It's Velcro, I don't think it's sticky enough. Can you? All right, so what we do, whoops. Thank you for doing that. I just opened the wrong app. So, I'm just putting in a number here, and then I start, and it's just saying unable to focus. Okay, try again. Okay. Okay. So I'm just taking some pictures of him with the camera. That's all you have to do is walk around. And then we have to get the top of his head. Okay. That's it. So that's all, so we can take this off now. Although we should leave it on if we were actually going to sonicate him. So now we scan him in, and Vitalik has an amazing brain, and we get to look at it right here, although this isn't the interesting part of it. This is an MRI he did last week, and what we're going to do is pick a spot for a target, the anterior cingulate. It's going to make him happy. We know that. And so, okay, we scanned him. So these are what the pictures look like. And then this is making him 3D. And this is so we can know where I'll show you what this does. So here we overlay the 3D MRI with a scan so we match his bone structure. And then we look at where the transducers are, and we know exactly where they are. And now we set the target, and we compute what phase delays we need on the transducers, and then we nail that target. I would love to sonicate him on stage, but we don't have permission from the Thai government yet. However, I met somebody that got permission to do 200 people at Esalen recently. So next year, we'll do something. But yeah, this is how it works for any part in your body. And the interesting part is, as we develop our read part, the part seeing blood flow, we can get away from the MRI machine and use different scanning technology that's lower cost. So with that, this is somewhat like a smartphone moment from 20 years ago. Smartphones changed our lives. Look, a silicon hospital can happen. If you think of your smartphone, there's a dozen radios in it, 4 cameras, and so forth. As we populate this, it can treat us for the diseases we have. Again, you might be asking, can I have one? My company, country, whatever. Yes, everybody can have one. Everyone has permission. You can build your own. I'll be showing these prototypes out in the hall shortly, and thank you.
Thank you, Vitalik. Thank you, Mary Lou Jepson. It's incredible how this has progressed. That was an amazing section. So a massive round of applause for the biodefense section and everything that was in it. We're going to take a 5-minute break. So stand up, just move your bodies a bit, talk to the person next to you. Don't leave the room, because if you leave, it's going to be hard to come back. And we're going to get started again in 5 minutes. Thank you so much. All right, let's bring back the energy to the room. If you see people outside, please grab them. We've got 3 more sections left as we go through this DAC journey today. Next up, empowering a safer internet. And first up, let's invite Quintus to the stage to speak about hardware security. Quintus, come and join us.
Hello, everyone. My name is Quintus. I'm from the Flashbots research team, and today I'll be talking about secure hardware. The sort of premise and the context for this talk is that, as the quote goes, software has eaten the world, and as most of you may know, software doesn't run literally in the cloud. It always runs on some actual hardware. And so all of the digital technology that we rely on today actually means that we rely on hardware. And so this applies to the cars that keep us on the roads, the planes that keep us in the skies, our hardware wallets in our, somewhere safe, I guess, your password manager on your phone, the server your bank runs on, all of that. Every time we use these technologies, we make the assumption that the hardware that is supporting this technology is actually working in the way we expect it to work, and is not actively working against us. But this foundation is not nearly as secure, or rather we have no reason to believe that it is secure, and that's kind of the topic of the talk today. So this is from Ledger's website. For those of you who may not know, Ledger is a very popular hardware wallet. Now, Ledger has every incentive to convince their customers that they are super secure and that their hardware is, serving you and protecting your keys. But if you look at their website, what is actually the case is that even their low-level software, some of it, has to be closed along with the full hardware design. So this means that you are trusting the hardware providers, you're trusting Ledger, that the hardware is not, it doesn't come with a backdoor, that it actually has the defenses that you expect it to have. And this isn't a Ledger-specific issue. Because of the difference between the open hardware, open source design, open fabrication process, because of the difference between that cluster of things and the closed alternative, hardware companies have this choice between more secure, more performant, more cost-efficient products and improving their trust. Pretty much everyone has to, in some way, choose the more efficient outcome and take on board these trust assumptions. Now, the reasoning behind this is quite sound in some regard. The user mistakes, software bugs, all the thousands of hackers out there who don't have access to your device, these are more legitimate threats. And if we were trying to secure a system tomorrow, these are the attacks we'd spend most of our time on. The more difficult attacks that can be executed by fewer actors are much less likely, and these are the attacks that require access to the hardware or to be implanted in the manufacturing process. But I don't think that this is actually a good reason to dismiss worrying about hardware security. And one reason for that is that there actually just have been a lot more vulnerabilities than people have realized, or that I was aware of before I looked into this. And you have to ask yourself if there are examples of governments implanting backdoors into hardware, of corporations potentially under the influence of governments implanting these kinds of backdoors. What reason do we have to believe in this world where all of the hardware is closed anyway, that there aren't like active hardware backdoors, active Trojans among us right now, like in this room? And then another angle to this is just that you may not expect a hardware manufacturer or someone in the hardware supply chain to be malicious, but they could just be lazy. They could be selling you chips that are not up to scratch. And so you expect to get a certain level of protection when you buy this hardware, and in reality it is just a much lower degree of protection, and you have no way of validating this, or it's much harder to validate. And this is an example from one particular study a couple of years ago. So one part of my motivation here is like this old piece of wisdom that if you're going to build something, you want to make sure that the assumptions that this system relies on are strong. Because when the going gets tough and your foundation is not strong, things collapse pretty remarkably. And I guess the image I always have in my mind is you think of all these cars on the roads, or everyone who's using a ledger, so much value in the crypto ecosystem that's could be attacked in one fell swoop, I guess. But another more optimistic take on this sort of securing this rant, I would say this talk is in favor of securing hardware, is that there is a growing movement, I guess, in the crypto ecosystem and outside of it, like the OpenAI quote I have up there, to use assumptions in secure hardware to actually do more than we have been able to today. We are in an industry of improving trust assumptions, and secure hardware provides us with another primitive to improve these trust assumptions and unlock new use cases. And so if we are able to improve these trust assumptions or to bolster the security that attention to, I am here to say that this is something we should pay attention to, and that it is something that we actually can do something about. There is no technical reason, or no obvious technical reason that we cannot address this problem. And to make that case, I'll briefly go through some of the research that's out there today that, taken to its completion, constitutes some of the puzzle problem. So we can break out this problem for most hardware into two sub-problems, and then I'll speak about two other ones. But the first is taking a piece of hardware and being able to actually look at it and see what is going on, imaging this piece of hardware. And the other is having something to compare that image to. There's no point in being able to look at a piece of hardware and see all of these wires and transistors and not being able to compare that to something for which we understand the logic. So first, understanding the imaging, I'll point to one sort of research direction pursued by a legend called Bunny. And for context, what has been the issue in the hardware imaging world for a while, or like one of the issues, is that imaging techniques are destructive or very, very expensive. What Bunny has pioneered is using shortwave infrared light to image chips without having to destroy them, without having them to ship them to having them shipped to a facility in Switzerland the size of several homes. And this is actually something that we ideally could scale so that there's testing facilities and as for a reference, this is a really challenging problem, and probably the one that we as an ecosystem can put much of our weight behind. Currently, as I was alluding to earlier, so much of the technology that we rely on is closed. And there are projects that are taking this problem on head-on and are directly working on either developing their own open source IP or on, I guess, purchasing from other people. And they are moving this barrier of trust lower and lower and lower, but still they have not been able to open source the information we'd need to be able to assert that this piece of hardware does not contain a hardware backdoor. And their motivations are pretty pure from the other open source angles. They want people to be able to iterate on their designs and to not be worried about vendor lock-in, but the security angle is still not completely addressed. And so one thing we can do is we can add our weight to this movement and push for completely open source designs. But there are also many pragmatic ways to get around this problem in which we navigate without going into the details, we navigate this problem of having fabs which don't allow for the low-level design descriptions of chips to be made public, to circumvent these closures using ZK proofs of chip validity and other forms of proofs. And I'll link to something at the end that goes into that. And so solving these two problems solves the easy case. And so this solves a case for hardware that you have physical custody of. This is for your phone, for your ledger. And solving this has already changed the world, I would say. But I was talking about TEEs earlier and using secure hardware to be able to assure someone who doesn't have physical access to the device that the hardware is operating correctly. To address this problem, we need to solve two other sub-problems. One is how we generate a key and tie it to the hardware in such a way that we can be convinced that the key is not compromised and is uniquely available to the logic in the hardware. The sort of magic answer here is puffs, which are really interesting technology that use the inevitable randomness in the manifestation of the chip, in the physical chip, to create a secret. And so anyone trying to investigate the chip to get to the secret inevitably disturbs the chip structure, destroying the key. Pretty cool technology. And one that has actually been tested out, and there are existing puffs in the world today. It's not like spacey magic. Then on the attestation front, the question is, how do we now allow someone to investigate a physical chip and then convince a remote user who doesn't have access to the physical chip that this chip is what they expect it to be? And in order to do this, there are actually some investigation protocols, some verification protocols that we can implement where the user has to only assume that some threshold of actors in a committee is honest or rational. And there's, we've proposed one specific protocol for doing this, but there are many improvements that can be made to it, and so I'll encourage you to have a look at that. The real point that I wanted to make today is that, look, this is a very important problem, and it is a problem that we can solve. We've mapped out some of the technologies that can solve these problems. We've mapped out the sub-problems that need to be addressed to enable these technologies. What's really left, and obviously there's a lot of work left, is energy to do it, buy-in from the community. And if the large hardware companies that make trillions of dollars in their incumbent position, with the world relying on them, trusting on them, have no incentive to move from where they are in their comfortable position. If there are a group of people who can move the needle and breathe energy into this, it should be the group of people who are working on trustless technologies and the group of people who are trying to improve the trust assumptions of the world and have the ideological orientation of the people in this conference venue. So this should be something that we care about because it is an important thing that we actually can make a difference in. And so I guess my first call to action is to go look at this post that several of my co-authors and I put out, where we go into more detail about what I was describing now. There are several academic research teams that are moving the frontier. They need funding. There are several problems that people with formal methods skill sets, with hardware design skill sets in this room can address. And I think even more broadly, just having this be acknowledged as an important problem in our space will surface more and more of these people, and so I hope I've communicated that to you today.
Thank you so much, Quintus. And next up, I would like to invite Marcus Haas to the stage. He is with EthOS, and they're building some incredible hardware devices that we'll be learning about today. Welcome.
Hey everyone, my name is Marcus. I'm building EthOS. So the first question is, what is EthOS? So 3 years ago, putting Ethereum into the OS layer because we think that basically current OSs see Ethereum as more, as an app, but we want to really leverage the protocol. So the first thing that we did was basically put a light node on it. And Yeah. And so, for example, we have on ETHOS, we have a system-level wallet or OS-level wallet. So we took basically a signer, put it into the OS, and any app can basically connect to it and make signature requests to the user. And the upgrade for the users, they don't have to switch apps or anything, and it just works. There's also basically upgrades to privacy and security. And basically the reason is it doesn't do any outbound internet transactions, so you also don't need any internet to sign anything. Also, yeah, as I mentioned before, we put right now on ETHOS, we have 2 light client proxies. So when we first started, we wanted to put the first thing that we wanted to was put a light node on it. And at the time, we didn't have much to choose from. So we took the Gef light node, put it into the OS as a system server, and basically what happened was it really turned the phone into a pocket warmer. The battery really drained pretty quickly. But it did work. When you had a stable internet connection, it would connect to peers, and then you would have a local RPC with which you can send transactions, get blockchain data, and also any app could connect to this RPC. Yeah, as I mentioned, right now we have Helios and the Nimbus verified proxy. They're both currently light client proxies, not full light clients. Because of the merge, the Gef light node stopped working because the beacon chain was added to Ethereum. And so right now, basically, you still need a centralized RPC, but it does verify some pieces of data that it gets from this RPC. So this is pretty cool. And also, like, for the UX for the user, we wanted to make it so that it's like as simple as turning on and off Bluetooth or Wi-Fi. You can turn on your light client and just like have a local RPC on your phone. And so this brings me like to the first issue that we have. Basically, there is almost no mobile native dApps currently. So basically, I'm a big fan of like native dApps. Currently, like all of the dApps are like web dApps, and then there are some that are progressive web apps, but they still face the platform risk of, you know, Apple and Google can shut you down if you are a PWA. And so basically what we created last week actually is like a, basically an app wrapper that is a native, it looks and feels like a native app, but it actually opens up a web view that auto-injects the OS level wallet into the web app. So for a user, it's just like, you know, opening Aave, and the wallet is connected, and you can start like basically, you know, doing transactions. And so this brings me to basically our announcement from last month. We announced our first hardware. So basically what we first did when we first started was basically bring your own device. We still have a web installer where you can basically buy a Pixel by yourself at a local store. It has to be bootloader unlocked. You connect your phone and it just installs ETHOS on it for you. But like people ran into some issues. So basically, you know, because you had to get a specific Pixel and it had to be bootloader unlocked, and some carriers actually lie about it being bootloader unlocked. And so basically we then started like selling Pixel 7a's running ETHOS. But then we also came into a roadblock, and basically the roadblock there was that it's very hard to reliably get Pixels. And so we were just like, hey, let's do some hardware. And so we started talking with some phone manufacturers, and they sent us like some phones that they did in the past, but they all really looked bad. And we were just thinking, okay, nobody is going to replace their like iPhone with, you know, a random crypto phone. And so we thought to ourselves, hey, let's first make a really cool, fun, and exciting secondary device that, you know, because it's a secondary device, it doesn't have to be boring. And basically, it's called the Degen 1 because it's our very first device, and it's our first device on our journey that we want to, like our big mission is like self-sovereign hardware. And basically, what is self-sovereign hardware? I'm glad you asked. So basically, I wrote a blog post about it last year, And for me, self-sovereign hardware is where basically not only the OS that runs on top of it is open source, which we have currently, EthOS is fully open source, but also the hardware is open and inspectable. Like literally from the CPU instruction all the way to the app. It's a big mission, but I think it's very important. Because currently with like, if you look at the current hardware wallet landscape, for example, if you take a ledger, you really rely on security for obscurity. And that's very, very bad, especially if you're storing large amounts of crypto on it. And basically, not only that, but also basically last year, there was like this big controversy, if you remember. The Ledger, they announced like this Ledger recovery program where they basically said like, yeah, with a firmware update, we can extract your private keys. And it was like, oh my God. Okay, so basically if a Ledger a firmware update can extract your private key, what stops a malicious actor from pushing a malicious firmware update? It's basically the Ledger firmware assigning key. Now I assume and I hope that they hold it very dearly and very secure, but this is like a huge trust assumption for like every ledger to be secured by basically one Ledger firmware assigning key. So this is like very bad. And so for self-sovereign hardware, it's like a natural use case for crypto because you don't have to trust. There's no trusted modules. Everything is open, and like that's the one of the like big things with like the current phone landscape. Like the iPhones is like the worst because it's like okay, closed OS and closed hardware. You can't inspect it on any level. But with Android, it's a little better. You can inspect the OS, but there's still like proprietary blobs of code, like for example, like Play services and like device drivers for hardware, which they don't allow you to open source, just like Ledger, they can't like open source like some things on the like low level stuff. And so this is like, you know, very bad as soon as you have crypto in it as well, because you're like, okay, I have this phone, it has, you know, this OS and it's open source, but there's still like some trusted like blobs of code that are closed source and you don't know what they do. And so basically, yeah, that's like our big mission. And yeah, the DGen 1 is like our first step towards that mission. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Marcus. It's really exciting to see all of this hardware being built. And next up, we'll have a remote speaker. We have flipped things around. So we're actually going to have Michelle Shen right now. It's different on the program, so if you're confused, that's why. Welcome, Michelle, to the screen.
Hello, everyone. Greetings from Taiwan. I am Michelle Shen, Product Director at Whosco. Today, I'm going to share how Whosco empower internet safety through a community-driven approach to scam reporting and prevention in Thailand. So, in the digital world, trust is fundamental to the online interaction. At Whosco, we are committed to building that trust by combining cutting-edge technology like AI and with global partnership. This approach aims to create a safe collaborative space where user activity and participate in combating scams. Whosco was founded in 2012, and we are founded by the trusted company GoGoLook. So GoGoLook now has a dual headquarters in Taiwan and Thailand. So for over a decade, we work collaboratively with governments worldwide, including the police agency across Asia, and to enhance anti-scam solution. We now have more than 250 employees around the world. So for those who never heard Whosco before or you never installed Whosco, so here I want to give you a very quick introduction through a video.
ว่าจะทำอย่างไรเนี่ยว่าก็พาว่าไปทำหนูได้จากการทำงานไปจริงๆหนูว่าไอ้เนี่ย อยากจะฆ่าตัวตายเลยนะเนี่ยไม่อยากอยู่แล้วทำร้ายตัวเองแล้วยังจะทำร้ายลูก
Okay, so we just published a book. This is a book includes more than thousands of the scammers' calls, and weight is more than 7 kilograms. So this book is just a concept that we want to give a simple introduction of who's code. That is, if you cannot remember all the scammers' calls, the easy way to protect yourself is to install who's code. So why we can do that? I think now because we have the largest number database in East and South Asia. And every year we block more than 2.6 billion of spam calls and messages. So we help users identify the stress and stay protected every day. So now we reach the more than 100 downloads over 100 downloads worldwide. So who's got over not only the caller identification as SMS filter, but we also evaluate our new features. So right now we also can help users to do the personal data leaking monitor, and also we can detect the suspicious website. And also now we are trying to provide some defect scan detection. The reason why we are consistently evolving and to meet the new threat is because the scan become a new normal. According to our annual scan report in APAC, only 1.6% of people they never encountered scan before in a year. So it means that people will at least encounter once a month. Even some of the people, more than 50% of people, they will encounter every single day. And I think the most important is that the scammer, they are so smart. They will involve with technology. So with these new technologies, such as social engineering, phishing, and defect, they leverage the data science, big data, and AI to power themselves. So that also gives us a learn. Even at experts acknowledge that it's a battle that we cannot win only by ourselves. We need to fight with the network. So that's why we want to build an evolving network to combat a scam. A part of our self and AI technology to prevent scams and public database, we also collaborated with government, including the lawyer-type police. Most importantly, we believe that we should work closely with our users. Through their reports, we can discover the new trending scam is happening. So who are these hidden heroes? What outcome that they contribute? In the past years, these repo users, they submit over 4 million of scan code reports through the host code. So who are they? After speaking with them, some of them just the uncle or auntie that you will meet every single day. So this community-driven effort reflects a strong sense of justice among our users. And the only purpose they want to report is that they want to protect their loved. Like they believe the report they built can help more users pretend scams. So we also found that this value to shared will transcending age, even gender and demographics. So while community-driven reporting is effective, it also raises some of the challenge. So such as how we're going to ensure the report is trustworthy. And we also have some challenge into meeting the regulator compliance. So I think we also see some opportunity, such as incorporating blockchain could facilitate report origins and data integrity will help us to overcome this challenge. So in closing, Unity is essential in combating scam. At Hostco, we are built for trust and join forces with users, partners, and governments to create a safe internet. Together, I think we can make a meaningful impact. Thanks for your listening. This is Michelle from GoGoLook. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. And next up, to finish off this section, we're going to have Isla and Una come and join us. And they are going to be speaking about DIAC as social tech from a Swiss perspective. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you. Yeah. Hi, everybody. I'm really excited to be here talking about DIAC. So we want to tell you about DIAC the Swiss way. Una and I are working on Switzerland, which is a network state and society sandbox that has... Yeah, so how did all of this begin? We were at Zuzulu in Montenegro and had just an incredible time, literally life-changing experience. If you haven't been to a Zuzulu pop-up city yet, it's definitely a very different experience to a conference experience and really meaningful. And it's led to us actually really coming up with a concept of how we want to launch a permanent network state sandbox in Switzerland. And we're working on a joint venture now to create a livable living lab in Switzerland in a beautiful alpine region. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about that. Why a permanent sandbox? When Vitalik made the call to decentralize the Zuzulu movement, I was very honestly slightly upset. The experience in Montenegro had been so amazing, and I couldn't really imagine a space like this being created again in the same way by a random bunch of people in a decentralized manner. And I wrote a big post on the Agora forum about how free social spaces were so important, and that what was created with Zuzulu and Montenegro was kind of like a social technology that had been created and a free social space that had been created where radical social innovation and technological innovation, but personally, most interestingly, social innovation can happen. And a place where we can work with existing models and new models and experiment and iterate in really interesting ways. And I was worried that we wouldn't keep that free social space alive and that sandbox alive if we decentralized. But interestingly, we took the challenge on and we said, well, Switzerland is the home of the Ethereum Foundation and it's home to many, many early crypto companies. And if not in Switzerland, then where should there be a pop-up city? So we went a bit deeper. And we really started looking at Switzerland and what can we actually do in Switzerland as a pop-up city that's very meaningful. And you may know this quote from Vitalik's DIAC, or Defensive Accelerationism essay, where he says, actually, Switzerland is often considered to be the closest thing the real world has to a classical liberal governance utopia. And it's very much true. You know, values back and forth, and everyone's going to have their favorite thing. Switzerland is an incredible country. I've lived there now, both of us have lived there around 10 years, and it's incredibly successful. So #1 for innovation per capita in the world for the last 13 years running. It's a direct democracy, and it's still working. And I think that that's what makes it fascinating. It's one of the only direct democracies, and I think a lot of people are scared that democracies don't work, especially direct ones. And Switzerland has made it work in a way that we think is very, very interesting. And they've actually been working on decentralization and democracy for the past 700 years, and they've been very much a part of the humanism move, incredible social technology that's developed over literally 700 years of iterating and working together. And we realized, as we started thinking about this more, that this is a social technology that we should be building on top of, rather than starting from scratch. And we realized also, as we looked into it more, that the secret sauce that a lot of scholars actually write about why Switzerland is successful is actually defensive accelerationism, in other words. So they define their mentality as having a very good balance between caution and progress. They manage to innovate, but they do it in a way where they move reasonably fast, but they don't tend to break things. And so Switzerland has managed to become not only fast and a great innovator, but also a very stable and strong economy, and actually even has, for example, a kind of a UBI. If you become unemployed for whatever reason in Switzerland, you have up to 2 years your income covered by an insurance. So instead of leaving people on their own when something happens, they reinvest in the people and in their human capital. And it's quite an interesting model because it's based on sort of insurance rather than a purely social support. So it's an incredible place, and there's a lot that we can learn, and we believe that it's a great place for network states to iterate and to build a sandbox where we can build our own kind of network state and society, but also iterate and build other network states and societies and have them build with us. And core piece here is the balance of the state between the individual interests and collective interests. And this is really what we think that Switzerland does well, is they balance the cypherpunk values with the solarpunk values. And when in doubt, they protect individual freedoms and things like privacy. Interesting example of kind of some of the weird stuff in Switzerland. So when you first move to Switzerland, they give you your residence and your address, and then they say, and by the way, here are some iodine tablets just in case there's nuclear war. And it's funny because it's like Switzerland is probably the last place in the world that actually expects to have nuclear war. But there you go, you get your iodine tablets. They also have bunkers, for example, that could house the entire population in the case of war. And so even though they do everything in their power to actually protect against that situation, they have ways that they can be protected from the worst possible outcome. So yeah, I would hand over here to Una. Based on all of this, we've decided to do an 8-week event in May and June 2025 and have a bunch of you amazing people over and for a really long sleepover and to nerd on AI, privacy, ZK, rationality, DAOs, XRISK, governance, and in particular really learn from Swiss democracy. But there's actually more to this, and Una's going to tell you about that.
So instead of, not only conceptually, Ayla mentioned a lot about how we're conceptualizing Switzerland as a perfect DAC, but at the same time, as part of social technology, for creating this safe social space, we think that we want to build this permanent place at this potential park that we can have residents to come in and different people come in and have fast iterations and different products that we can test in a scale that matters, which means that we can actually accommodate 6,000 to 10,000 people on site and have testing all different kind of social technologies on site. And one thing that we firmly believe is that why we need a sandbox in Switzerland is also change within the regime tends to be incremental and path dependent. We need a little safe space that we want to create and carve out from existing good society to have a path breaking innovation. And this is what we see have the potential with a permanent location. And as for Switzerland, we believe we have the best ingredients to make it happen. We have really great people, all the Zuza people. I think I see half of here probably are Zuzalians, and we're great. And then we have the culture and philosophy, as Ayla explained, the DAC and solar-lunar punk integration. And also we want to have space and infrastructure to make rapid iteration happen. With all of this, we think that we can make meaningful, radical social technology happen. And our rough plan from 2025 and to 2030 is that with 2025, the first 2-3 years, we want to have pop-up villages and pioneer residency and have a basic renovation at the physical location. And from 2026 to 2029, we want to have experimental villages and scale up a little bit, and with living labs and sandbox and have deep tech on the park. And with 2030 onwards, we want to have a real high-tech civilization accelerator village on site. I was meaningful of being careful with the time. I think that's our slot. Thank you for your attention. I hope you're excited as us about this. And welcome to connect with us in the corner, I guess. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Isa and Una. That was amazing. Next up, we have Mutu and Wei speaking about programmable cryptography and DAC. Welcome to the stage.
Hello, everyone. So in the next 20 minutes, we're going to be talking about the role of programmable cryptography in DAC. Programmable cryptography has been talked about in this conference in relation to Ethereum consistent protocols and trust minimization. And I just want to perhaps set the stage to say that cryptography is fundamentally about trust minimization. And there is a new category, a new wave of cryptographic schemes that can help us better minimize trust in different settings. And maybe perhaps the first thing that we'll do here is to introduce our panelist, Muthu. And Muthu has worked for over a decade in cryptography. And maybe can you tell us briefly about your background and your experiences in these cryptographic primitives?
Yeah. Thanks, Wei. My name is Muthu. I'm a professor at Georgetown University and founder of a zero-knowledge company, Ligero. I did my PhD back in 2004 under Rafael Paz, who was a student of Silvio Micali. I've been doing research in zero-knowledge and multi-party computation for, I think, 2 decades now. And I think one of the things for me, just blockchain ecosystem and the Ethereum ecosystem, is that these primitives that we have studied that was discovered in the 80s are really coming to life. But today, I guess we are going to talk about more advanced primitives, which I would also include like from FHE to FE, witness encryption, and indistinguishability obfuscation.
Yeah, so perhaps let's dive straight into it. So I think most of us here probably have heard ZK, zero knowledge, and MPC, multi-party computation, and perhaps to a certain extent FHE, right, fully homomorphic encryption. Can you explain the landscape there and also functional encryption, witness encryption, and indistinguishability obfuscation? What do these things actually do?
So when you think of encryption, it is one way to look at it is that with a secret key, you get sort of an all or nothing functionality. If you have the secret key, you can retrieve the entire message. If you don't, you get nothing. these primitives, functional encryption and witness encryption, push these encryption schemes to what we like to call now programmable cryptography. So let's start with witness encryption. So what does witness encryption allow you to do is to encrypt a message with, say, a puzzle. And the idea is that you'd be able to decrypt this encryption only if you know the solution to the puzzle. And this is really beautiful because you don't need to give a secret key to anybody. The secret key is the solution to the puzzle. Now, what could this puzzle be? In the context of, let's say, bitcoins, etc., you could imagine that, I want to lock some amount of money for anyone who can solve, say, the Riemann hypothesis. So now you can imagine that anyone who can solve it gets the solution and can decrypt and get a message, which is a transaction paying you some amount. So witness encryption pushes the boundary of encryption to the point where I can now not give a secret key, but just be able to decrypt if I know the solution to a puzzle. Functional encryption and indistinguishability obfuscation, I'd say, is like a little bit of mother of all primitives. Like you can construct one from another and also do a lot of things. So functional encryption allows you to generate like a programmable secret key. This is how I think about it. So what happens is that in a functional encryption, I can encrypt a message, and then I can generate a secret key for a target functionality. And this secret key will allow me to decrypt any encrypted message to reveal just the function applied on the message. So if I say some function f, I can generate a secret key f, that if I hold this, for any ciphertext or any message that's been encrypted in the scheme, I can learn f of m. Now, when this was discovered or when this was defined, etc., one of the classic examples is spam filtering. So I can have the cloud just have a targeted sort of secret key to see whether when an encrypted message or comes to my inbox to do spam filtering. But as we will talk today, you will also see that this functional encryption also has other powerful applications. Now, indistinguishability obfuscation, I would say probably is higher than witness encryption and functional encryption. It actually has this promise that I can take any program and obfuscate, meaning that I can give it to you in a way that you cannot reverse engineer the original code. Now, you should take it with a grain of salt. Pure obfuscation is impossible. So if someone comes and says, hey, can I use indistinguishability obfuscation to replace TEEs? This is not true. So,
yeah, I think there's a lot to unpack there, but continue.
So indistinguishability obfuscation, I want to say, is that it's something that it tries to find the right definition of obfuscation that is both realizable and actually does have meaningful consequences. I'll just stop with the definition of indistinguishability obfuscation. It says that I can obfuscate programs in a way that I will not be able to distinguish the obfuscation of two programs that have identical functionality. And it seems pretty weak, but this form of obfuscation already can give you witness encryption, functional encryption, and a lot of other things.
So just to recap at a high level, if we have obfuscation, then that implies witness encryption and functional encryption. Yeah. Or the other way. Can you repeat some of the landscape?
So actually a strong, again, just like with obfuscation, even functional encryption, there are different definitions. There are different levels of security. If you go for like sometimes the strongest form of security, it becomes impossible. But for a certain kind of functional encryption, actually you can construct indistinguishability obfuscation. So in that sense, I would put both of them in the same category, and both of them imply witness encryption. And going back from witness encryption to these things are harder.
Got it. So witness encryption is kind of the easiest to get, and then functional encryption, I/O, obfuscation could be equivalent, depending on that definition. So perhaps let's zoom in on witness encryption for now. And I think one use case that's really sparked my interest in actually looking at witness encryption is actually being able to extend the existing protocols without actually running MPC. So one example of this is in Ethereum, we'll have BLS signatures. We'll have already a lot of validators with existing key infrastructure, and the question is, can we actually encrypt to a set of these validators? And there, the condition, right, the puzzle that they described before will be, has enough nodes signed a message, so that you would then be able to decrypt. And so I think that's one application where people have proposed where we could use witness encryption. So just looking at this particular use case, can you describe to us, is this feasible right now? Do we need custom scheme, or do we need generalized witness encryption?
So, I mean, just probably before the TLDR is that actually this is one of the recent advancements where witness encryption for a specific language can enable exactly this functionality, which is that let's say that I have n signers for something and I want to be able to decrypt something as long as I have, say, T out of n signatures. I can encrypt a message, and the puzzle really is that I need to have T out of n signatures. And there has been a recent construction even implemented to show that this functionality is feasible. But let me just say that general purpose witness encryption would be to ask, can I do this for an arbitrary puzzle? And the answer is, today we only know how to construct that from obfuscation itself. So general purpose witness encryption is still far from being practical, but for this specific application, it is possible to do it. And I want to say that if you also trace history, witness encryption, it goes back to even like when you think of CCA2 encryption, it was a limited form of witness encryption. And since then, there have been some progress, but I want to say general purpose witness encryption is still far way out.
We'll definitely zoom in on that in a later question. But so let's go to functional encryption and obfuscation. I think one of the more recent proposals that applies functional encryption is to actually add features to Bitcoin for it to become more like Ethereum, right? So there's this thing called Bitcoin covenants, which is not feasible on Bitcoin today. And people have been proposing to use functional encryption to get covenants for Bitcoin. And the use case there is to say that ECDSA signing key must be used in a certain way, only if a condition on the signing message is true. So this requires computation on the message to be signed, a condition to be checked, and a signature to be generated as the function to be computed. Can you comment briefly on this particular use case and whether that is feasible currently using obfuscation or functional encryption?
Okay, it's going to be hard to comment, but I will say that if you look at the construction, I want someone to implement it to really see the overhead. Although just looking at how I have to implement the circuit, I need to embed arithmetization of one prime to another prime for elliptic curve operations. I think the overhead, the margins are going to be a lot. But that should not deter people from trying to implement this. But just to maybe give a rough idea of, not the construction, but where it comes from functional encryption is that, so functional encryption, again, just like witness encryption, if you want for general purpose polynomial size computation, the only way we know is to do it from indistinguishability obfuscation. But a very restricted form of functionality is an inner product. Okay, I take two vectors, I want to compute the inner product. Can I do this under, can this be the function, and can I do this under functional encryption? And there are constructions, actually there are, I want to say, feasible constructions to do this. Now, this recent work that has shown that we can implement this functionality that Wei said, where if a certain condition, and this condition really you can think of it as verifying a zero knowledge proof, then I will sign a particular message. And this can be, again, translated into whatever functionality you want in the underlying blockchain layer. And just using this inner product functional encryption, you can construct one that can do this functionality, which is verify a certain kind of proof and then sign, say, under the Schnorr signatures, which are needed for the Bitcoin protocol. Again, I want to say that the fact that these primitives can be useful for these is not surprising. These are like really very strong primitives that have, really a vast range of applications, but discovering where it is practical and feasible is still really an ongoing research.
Got it. So perhaps let's zoom out a little bit more to DIAC, the concept of DIAC more broadly. I think one way to look at where we can apply programmable cryptography is wherever a TEE has been used, right? So there's two angles to this. If a TEE is currently needed, can we remove that reliance on the TE. And so can you actually comment on the difference between trust execution environments, trusted hardware, versus programmable cryptography using obfuscation?
So as I mentioned before, right, TEE can give you what is called, close to what's called a black box obfuscation. And that's a technical term, but what it really means that it can give you access to just the input-output behavior of a functionality. Now, in general, if you want to realize it without any hardware assumptions, it's impossible. So indistinguishability obfuscation cannot serve as a replacement for TEEs. But I think maybe I want to make a spiel here of a larger point in general in this area, and also probably because of my sort of background here, is that when we all study, now witness encryption, functional encryption, I/O, all of these help to address certain adversary or certain kinds of attacks on the protocol. Actually, it can minimize interaction, it can help you interact with smart contracts better, etc. But I think if you look at it, MPC on its own can solve a lot of these. So when we think about these primitives, we also need to understand, is it that this attack vector is why these primitives are crucial? Again, I mean, I don't want to comment on that, but this is something that people have to understand. And even when you have to implement things like witness encryption and functional encryption, there is going to be a DKG component. The DKG assumption is no different than what you will have to make for MPC. From a security standpoint, you're going to say, hey, up to n-1 of the parties are going to be corrupted, or up to like half of them are going to be corrupted. So at least from a number of collusions, etc., these, like when you compare MPC and witness encryption and functional encryption for these things, you can't put them on the same place. And I'll also say that MPC today is far more efficient than it was, I want to say, like when I started studying MPC. So when we are thinking about these applications and these great primitives, I would pose this question that, hey, can we devise first an MPC solution? Can we deploy it? Can we see, is this enough? Like, is this already going to give you certain meaningful privacy guarantees? Yes, at the cost of maybe some denial of service attacks. But I do think that in terms of even realizing the potential that we are seeing of these things, to look at MPC.
So is it correct to say that there's a spectrum to something that's very trust minimized, where we actually rely on math? In the middle is MPC, right? MPC still relies on mathematical assumptions, but we actually ask certain nodes to be honest, right? And there's ways to hold them to be accountable if they behave dishonestly, which is actually a quite open research area. The notion of accountable MPC, which I think is actually within the same category of programmable cryptography. We should do applications first using more trusted well battle-tested primitives, and then move to things like obfuscation. So maybe in the last couple of minutes, let's explore the actual feasibility of these more advanced primitives. I think the first result that's peer-reviewed and accepted by the wider cryptographic community that says I/O obfuscation is possible came from 2021, right? And can you comment on what has happened since then? Has people implemented this primitive, and what is the performance like?
Yeah, actually, when I was doing my PhD classmate, Huijia Lin, she is one of the authors of this 2021 paper that solved indistinguishability obfuscation. But one needs to actually understand, what did they solve, right? When you say that, can I realize indistinguishability obfuscation, it was like, at least a decade back, they showed the first candidate construction based on multilinear maps. But then after that, there was this huge cycle of people, trying to define what is the security of multilinear maps. There were constructions, they were broken. There were constructions, they were broken. The obfuscation construction itself wasn't broken, but the assumption was broken. So really, in the theoretical community, it was about trying to find the falsifiable assumption based on which you can construct obfuscation. And this JLS paper in 21 came up with the first set of falsifiable assumptions. And I just want to say, as a cryptographer, for us, our bread and butter is about getting things using falsifiable assumptions. And that was the huge breakthrough in JLS 21, that you could construct obfuscation based on falsifiable assumptions. But if you look at this construction, it requires 4 different things. LPN, LWE, bilinear maps, like several cryptographic assumptions went into constructing this. And now since then, what people are trying to do, which again is one of the other sort of really motivating questions in cryptography, is to minimize the cryptographic assumptions. You don't want to assume 4 different things. And a more recent line of work is trying to get another flavor of a single assumption, which is a lattice-based assumption. They define something, it gets broken, they define something. But this is a cycle that theory people are used to in terms of these constructions. But just to wrap up with the practical feasibility of this, we are far from obfuscation being practical. I want to say that there was a paper, I forget now, maybe 6 to 7 years back in crypto, where they did construct an obfuscation that could do 5 operations. And I mean like really 5 gates. Of computation, and that took like hours to run using multilinear maps. And that being said, definitely research should still go into making these things, both reducing the assumptions, but also trying to find out in a limited form, can these things still be practically constructed?
So, commenting on this.
That's a great question. I will first say that I will not bet against cryptography. I know all the researchers in this field. They're making tremendous progress in doing this. But will it accelerate as much as zero knowledge and MPC? I think that's a little bit of a different question. It really comes from, is the community invested in solving that problem? Let's take the Bitcoin signing example. You don't have this particular opcode that you want that will allow you to verify zero knowledge proofs. In my opinion, well, if the Bitcoin community are willing to bring opcat, you can now verify zero knowledge proofs. That is, to me, an easier path towards that particular goal than trying to make a functional encryption problem solve.
Well, I think that's all we have time for. Thanks, everyone, for paying attention.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mutu and Wei. And next, we are moving on to decentralized AI, a very important field as AI is becoming such a massive narrative. So I would like to welcome to the screen Emad. Unfortunately, he's not able to be here in person today, but we'll have Emad followed by Vincent going through both open and decentralized AI, and then a DIAC vision for decentralized AI. Welcome to the screen, Emad.
Unmute, there we go. Hello everyone. I'm sorry I couldn't make it today, but it seems like everyone's having a great time in Thailand. A bit of introduction to myself. I'm Emad Mostak. Previously I was CEO, founder of Stability AI, where we had about 300 million downloads of our open source models, from stable video, stable audio, but most famously stable diffusion, the most popular image model in the world. At one point, we were running about 10,000 A100s, which is one of the top 10 supercomputers, and it was quite a ride and interesting. But the original intention of Stability was to be decentralized. It was actually originally to be a DAO of DAOs. And earlier this year, I had a big think about that and the future of AI and where we're going. So in this talk today, I'm going to touch on a few elements of that and try to frame it and how we can impact that. Now with my new organization, Shelling, we've kind of honed down to, we're moving to a post-labor economy. So let's try and build AI money to stack GPUs and increase the intelligence by building open source models and supporting others. So demand side of DeepIn. But that's a story for another day, perhaps. I think that there are 3 types of AI model, and this is where it becomes very interesting. The one that's been most famous has been these private models, these chat GPTs and Anthropic Claudes and others. These are like expert systems trying to achieve AGI, kind of do everything. And the knowledge that they have and the data sets they have are private. That's interesting, but I don't think it's that exciting, honestly. In the middle, we have a different type of knowledge, which is public knowledge that is licensed. So that's entertainment, innovation, licensed data and weights. And I'd put Mattel's llama model under this, open weights, but you don't know what's inside it. On the left-hand side, I think, is the most interesting, which is common knowledge. And we recently wrote a piece, How to Think About AI, where we're like, models are like graduates. And, they're going to come out as doctors, lawyers, etc. Every industry that's regulated is likely to require an interesting part. There was a very interesting paper by Anthropic at the start of the year called Sleeper Agents, where they showed why it's important to know the data that goes in, as in what are the ingredients, how the sausage is made, with a single indicator. And you can't tune that out and you can't identify it beforehand. So I think rather than having black boxes, the models that we have to run our lives will be open source, open data. The question is who will build those and who will coordinate those? Because the reality is models are reaching a bit of a plateau because you can't have that much higher on language understanding unless you get to full AGI. So this is closed versus open weight models. But models ultimately are a function of their data. And the data sets are getting better and better. And again, this gap is closing. The output of models as well is getting more and more structured and more deterministic. So we designed Stable Diffusion to be deterministic. You put the same seed in, you get the same output roughly. Now you're getting towards 100% on structured outputs. So these little models, which is a few gigabytes, can transform any incoming data in a reliable deterministic way. When combined with large context windows, that makes a lot of the problems that we've been facing as a kind of community a lot easier. And you should really look into where structured outputs are. So OpenAI's GPT-4 is now pretty much 100% on structured outputs. So you have increasingly intelligent models that are getting more and more structured, more deterministic, and they're getting a lot cheaper. So Frontier AI is at 100 times drop in price, and that's amazing. And that's a combination of faster compute, but then also algorithmic optimization. But I think what's more interesting is AI equi-intelligence. So this is a chart from Andreas and Horowitz of the cheapest LLM with the minimum MLU score indication of language understanding. Again, above 83 is that graduate level. Above 42 is, it's okay. It's not that smart. And I think this is a log on the left-hand side. So it's getting increasingly cheap. And what does that really mean? Well, for a start, that equi-intelligence level is getting above 100 in IQ. So you have 120 IQ on OpenAI's O1 model. And that's quite something. This is why they're looking for data sets. For example, XAI, those of you that are IMO medalists, they're hiring to train their model to generate synthetic and human-made data. And that's quite something because O1's probably a model that's maybe 30 gigabytes big. And yet it has an IQ over 100. To put that in context, this is average global IQ by country. So where's Thailand on there? You're in the 89 or so. The pairing of humans with AIs that have IQs above 100 will be incredibly interesting. And I think this is what we're going to kind of look at as we think about how do we position for an open and decentralized future. This chart, however, isn't because anyone's stupider than others. It's a question of infrastructure. So this is a very interesting chart. It's energy versus wealth. So on the left-hand side, there's energy consumption by capita, and then there's GDP per capita. If you don't have the energy, then it's very difficult to build the institutions and frameworks that you need to have that level of intelligence, to have the schooling, to have the electricity, to have the power. I mean, Lee Kuan Yew in Singapore said one of the most biggest advances in there was introducing air conditioning, because it's hard to think when you're hot. Yeah. But this connection between labor productivity and energy productivity is being broken by these models. Because to remind you of kind of that drop in intelligence, that purple line to run Llama 3.23b requires 5 watts of electricity. The original GPT-3 required 1,000 watts of electricity. So that's a massive drop. And this comes at the same time as this chart here, which is the solar PV cost per dollar. It's now less than $1 per watt of solar PV. And a GPT-3 plus to GPT-4 level intelligence only takes 5 watts of electricity to run. The compute required to create it is in the order of magnitude of 10,000 A100s, and I don't think that will exceed 100,000 A100s. To give you an idea of how 100,000 A100s, or actually H100s, shall we say, Elon Musk's supercompute cluster, Colossus, that's the total emissions of BitTensor over the next year. It's about a week of ETF inflows into crypto. So I think that the compute side of things becomes interesting. The energy side of things, equi-intelligence, and again, let's bring intelligence of 100 IQ to everyone, so we can lift everyone to 100 IQ is interesting. And it's within reach to decentralize this technology, as in have it completely offline. A solar power panel, plus a chip gets anyone a GPT-4o level AI in a few years. And that's really interesting to think about, because when it comes to cryptography and what we do and blockchains, I think those are amazing for verification, coordination, and resilience. And when we think about that left-hand side, open source, open data models for the stuff that we need for living, the stuff I think many of us actually join the industry for, then we need to have verification of inputs and outputs. And now again, we can have deterministic ones. We need coordination to create the data sets and to bring this technology widely, the incentivization. And we want it to be resilient. We don't want it to be censored. We don't want it to go down when there's a server error, Azure, etc. And interestingly, just a few gigabytes and a few solar panels, we now have the ability to distribute intelligence to the edge with minimal interaction between them. So I think that we're moving from this era of scale. And again, I think 100,000, maybe a million H100s are all you need. Don't quote me on that in a few years. I think that the scaling hypothesis is showing minimal gains versus the data underlying. And the most interesting thing now is the spread of this technology, because you're moving from a research artifact that was interesting to stuff that's genuinely useful. AI models that outperform humans on diagnosis and empathy in medicine. AI tutors that are showing massive impacts. 50% of certain industries are now using AI. And looking at this spread and the feedback loops from that, that's how you build better data and better models. So when we think about open and decentralized, I think, you've got not your models, not your mind. I'd like to think that that's the equivalent of not your keys, not your crypto. I think open models will run the world. It will be the infrastructure upon which our societies run. And I think, let's make them awesome, and let's think about leveraging all this technology and innovation we're thinking about to do that, because I think open source and decentralized AI has a massive advantage over these centralized ones, because you need that spread, you need that reach. And as it goes into everyday life, and we leverage, again, the systems and infra we've built, we're in prime position to help build the infrastructure of the future, to make a difference in people's lives by increasing the intelligence of every person, of our institutions, and ultimately humanity. So thank you for that, and hope to see you all soon. Take care.
Thank you, Ahmad. Next up, we have Vincent Weiser, who's going to join us and talk about a DIAC future for decentralized AI. Welcome to the stage, Vincent.
Thank you, and thank you everyone for coming. So very excited to talk a bit about a DIAC vision for decentralized AI. So I think in very few fields, like the kind of like philosophical principles of like DIAC are more important than for AI, where I think like really we're like kind of like standing at the crossroads. Like this is from Vitalik's blog post on this, where really there's these two camps more recently. Obviously, some of you seen it probably on Twitter or on X, on both kind of like the 10% probabilities of us dying, as well as like the extreme optimists who are basically talking about like no risk whatsoever. And I think like it's extremely important to take like the synthesis of those views, because I think extreme optimism and extreme pessimism kind of lead to inaction. And I think the more realistic view is that like there's a lot of like positive things, and I think also a lot of risks. And I think actually quite importantly, even the people talking about the risks, they often obviously propose things like, for example, alignment and safety, but then it ends up in this kind of like totalitarian, almost like one world government views of like heavy compute governance, like nation states enforcing things behind closed doors, and kind of fantasizing about like the desert project behind closed doors to build super intelligence with our bros. Like that's kind of, I think, like a really the dangerous almost like proposal from like the people building the technology, like the closed frontier AI labs, which are obviously predominantly based in the US and maybe China. So I think there's kind of like a middle ground, and I'll talk through the different 4 aspects of DIAC, and we'll try to like bring them back to AI. So I think on the one side, there's like differential progress and the idea that progress is great, but you need to make progress on things that make the world a safer place. Kind of the principle of decentralization and of open architectures and open source, of democracy and of defense. So I'll go through one by one. So kind of like on the differential progress point, I think it's quite important that basically like this point that like not all technological progress is equal, and there's some progress which basically makes the world a safer place and is great to put in place beforehand and basically accelerate differentially, like basically meaning that there's some things which if we solve them, and a lot of the things we covered today, like biosafety would be a great example. It's one of the things also the AI people are most worried about is biosafety. So if we wouldn't have to worry about any pandemic, if we would have like all the vaccines and all the detection, then potentially there would be less risk from AI as well. So we kind of really need to accelerate some of those defensive capabilities that we discussed today to have like a safe kind of like ground for also like AI progress more broadly. And I think really importantly also like enhance kind of like human agency. The second one is decentralized and open source architectures. And I think this one is actually extremely important, and I think the problem a bit is that like the camp taking very short timelines and like AGI very seriously is usually the closed source camp of people, like the OpenAIs of the world. And then a lot of the open source people, like exemplified maybe by Llama and Jan LeCun, are kind of almost like AI pessimists, I would say. Like they're basically, they don't really take the possibilities seriously that we'll get like very fast progress over the next like 5 to 10 years. So they also don't take the risks as seriously potentially. But I do think that like there's a lot to learn from like open source and decentralized technologies, and it's actually incredibly important, I think, not to like build AI in a vacuum in like single labs, but rather I think like building them decentralized and open source makes it way easier to be safe, because everyone in the world can like audit, can see the code, right, and can help improve it and make it safer. And also it's like you don't have to repeat the effort, right? It's like right now every AGI lab is doing safety, but they're doing it in a vacuum. Like they're doing the safety basically 5 times. Like they're not coordinating on sharing their research as much as they could. So I think really the core of this is also like that the natural tendency of AI is really towards concentration, right? Like you need a lot of compute, as also Emma touched on. So I think there's basically the natural drivers towards massive centralization and also towards kind of like nation states capturing it for their own interests, which I think is potentially some of the like the biggest risk from it is basically it's like almost like very heavy-handed governments enforcing kind of like AI governance and policy and kind of like making it very hard for individuals to participate. So there's different elements to this. Like I think there's also obviously kind of like now more and more things happening at the intersection of crypto and AI and decentralized AI. A lot of it is still very nascent, so yeah, I think there's a lot of things to do. I think one thing that I think is actually crucial is that I think even like crypto and decentralized AI could contribute to things like verification of specific safety properties, for example, to actually like basically advance the technology safely. The other piece is like democracy, and I think one interesting element there is that like a lot of the proposed solutions from the AI labs is like obviously AI governance and policy, but like it usually happens in a board of 5 people that can then kind of like make those decisions, or behind closed doors in some small government. It's not really like a global democratic input into AI, like it's really like limited to a small set of people. So I think actually it's extremely important that like basically AI and AGI development is like accountable to the broader public and takes like democratic inputs, not just from like specific countries or specific stakeholders, but kind of like across the population. And really then it preserves kind of like those democratic values, as well as kind of like distributes the benefits broadly, right? It's like, I don't know how many people really trust in like kind of like the changing narratives of some of the big closed labs like OpenAI that obviously promise to spread everything, like spread the benefits from the technology. I think like this promise got weaker and weaker over time. So I think at this point, I think there's very few people who actually trust them to spread the benefits of the technology if they're tempted and kind of like shareholder wealth maximization entities. The other fourth piece is defense. So I think basically it's quite important to build these like protective capabilities because I think there is obviously very concrete risks which are also solvable. So it goes back to like differential progress. It's like we'll get all the upside from AI like if we actually build it in the open, like open source, if we make it safe to use and easy to use for people. So I think it's actually quite important that we also take the aspect of defense seriously. Yes, so I think there's like different impact areas to highlight for me. It's like open source and decentralized AI, but also using actually AI to advance science, like all the areas we heard about today, be it neurotech or biosafety, could be advanced with AI, and I'll touch on briefly before wrapping up, like how they basically led me to the conclusion to work on those areas. So, like I'm building a platform called Primate Lake, which is kind of like a peer-to-peer compute and intelligence protocol, really with the goal to make it like way more accessible for everyone, to accelerate human progress. And some of the things we did recently was, for example, training large foundation model of a 10B model size, like distributed across like Europe, Asia, and the US, as well as like advancing some differential like progress. So the first foundation model we built was like a metagenomic foundation model that basically discovers pandemics and wastewater. So it's like was a project with a team at MIT. And it's a good example of like differential acceleration because like it wasn't very expensive to build a model, but it helps us now to potentially discover the next pandemic extremely early, say at an airport. So I think there's all of those almost like opportunities also for like open source AI and decentralized AI to contribute differentially to the progress that like makes like AI progress go smooth. And I think the other thing is really like there has been a bunch of like interesting work obviously on making those systems safer and more aligned, but I think there hasn't been enough of that kind of work in the open, like with open source. So I think that's also another huge opportunity for like decentralized AI. So that also concludes my talk. So the conclusion is like DIAC provides like a really valuable framework for AI, and if you think like pretty rapid AI progress is like ahead of us, then it's worth taking seriously like the huge benefits AI could potentially bring, but also the huge risks, and how kind of like the DIAC philosophy, but also crypto could play a part in like contributing to kind of like a positive outcomes for this. So I think it's like, yeah, like incredibly important that basically AI doesn't become like captured by like small groups or individuals or nation states, but rather that it's like kind of like openly accessible and with democratic inputs to everyone. So that's kind of, I think, like what DIAC can contribute to AI. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Vincent. And that concludes what we were talking about with decentralized AI. And now we will be moving on to, drumroll, physical resilience, and then we'll go through the closing panel. So stick around. We've got 2 more exciting talks and then a panel to wrap up the day. As a reminder, pay attention. We have 3 prizes to give away at the end of the day for those who remember a few things throughout the day. And next, I would love to welcome Rev Miller to the stage from Ukraine to tell us a little bit more about his work. Thank you.
I'm one of actually active participants in a lot of initiatives that are happening on the ground in Ukraine. So today I'll be sharing more about what is happening on the ground, how Ukraine stands out with the crypto initiatives, and how that actually leads to the physical resilience of Ukraine. Before I start, I'd like to take a moment to just think of how many of us actually day-to-day build credibly neutral systems, but that doesn't mean that we are ourselves have to be credibly neutral. I think when in the moments of crisis, that's where the testament of crypto really happens, and each of us can contribute to that. That's a photo of a lady walking her dog just casually in Ukraine. The reason for such darkness, as you can see on the picture, is that the 50% of Ukrainian energy system has been disabled because of Russian missiles. What that means that a lot of day-to-day activities that every Ukrainian used to do, they are changing and they have to adapt to the realities. You can see that that's part of the interview from Yuliana, who's head of foundation leading a lot of initiatives for renewable energy in Ukraine. And she said that from the invasion, a lot of sources of energy that Ukraine used to produce, like from wind power, the nuclear and so on, has been destroyed. And right now we are faced with the challenges where we need to rebuild the systems. One of the things that every Ukrainian probably has, either in their homes or if they're business owners or running nonprofits, it's generators. Generators fill our day-to-day lives. They help us light up our homes as well as our shops, and most importantly, our lives. Specifically for medicine, that pretty much becomes a difference between life and death for some people. There's been some of the powerful initiatives like Points of Invincibility that basically started this decentralized movement of creating this local places where people can, charge up their phones, their devices, get warmer, and just socialize with others in these tough times. And moving forward, I would say that one of the critical part of the physical resilience related to energy is creating more smart grids and microgrids that offer more secure ways of people to distribute powers to their homes and enable this more reliable, autonomous way for them to power up their lives. So you can see this graph where there's renewable power generation source, then you can store some of that in the battery energy that can light up your home or the whole units of the buildings, and then you have the other utility power generation outside. So this is what's happening right now in Ukraine. We see a lot of different initiatives creating this renewable decentralized energy systems for high schools, for hospitals. The photo on the right is actually a hospital, and then you see the high school. Moving forward, the food and water. So by March 2023, 11 million Ukrainians have been facing the hunger. The reason for that was severe damages for the infrastructure of food and water. Part of that was obviously agriculture. Around 9% of all farmland has been just pretty much destroyed and abandoned. And because of that, a lot of farmers, they were basically facing with these problems where they had to shut down their businesses, unfortunately. Nevertheless, we've seen a lot of positive signs of the opposition. People started creating this different alternative decentralized networks of food distribution. A lot of organizations that came to Ukraine to support abroad were using local food to support local economy, as well as the powerful use case was with crypto payments. Some of the locals started actually accepting crypto payments, as with the advent of crypto debit cards that became more popular. In one specific case is Kakhovka dump. So the dump was destroyed by a Russian missile, and that was unfortunately realities. And despite those realities, people were still, providing food and also evacuating people and animals. The reason why they were trying to provide food with drones is because part of that area was occupied by Russians, so people weren't able to actually rescue people. And the other sort of this kitchen, army of youth around the country that unite to prepare food for civilians and military. This lady on the right is part of the volunteering group that prepares around 2,500 meals every single day. And I would say so far till today there was around 3 billion meals distributed by one of the largest organizations in Ukraine. The war enabled us to create novel ways to, protect ourselves while integrating this, shelters in our day-to-day life. Like volunteers, you can see me, some of my friends that are trying to rebuild and becoming more and more creative of how we are doing this. And one of the things that I actually came up with is how they can engage, people who like to rave and people who would like to rebuild. So they created this initiative called like Repair Together, Rave Together, basically. And that was pretty cool. And actually, they ended up rebuilding many houses with volunteers, completely for free. Only, the cost were just like rebuilding materials. And a good friend of mine, Jean Christophe, he once asked Mayor of Lviv why they're not printing buildings to be able to host the people as there were more and more people moving to Lviv. So soon later, he actually did that himself with some of the people. So they ended up having this project, which is the largest 3D printed school in Ukraine, which is pretty cool. And they're now leveraging AI and robotics to fasten the process of rebuilding Ukraine and using also local materials for that. For the internet communications, I would say we have diverse, sort of resilient connection system with a lot of internet service providers actually coordinating and communicating and cooperating with each other, which enables more decentralized movement towards enriching and strengthening the Ukrainian connection. At the same time, across all of the Ukraine, we have 47,000 Starlinks that day-to-day help us connect with each other, especially that becomes critical in the areas where other alternatives are pretty much non-existent because of the destruction. You can see that there's smart traffic management system where there's rerouting if there's any damaged areas, load balancing across all available networks, and then there's day-to-day emergency response teams consist of the telecommunication engineers that are always deployed on the ground whenever the work is needed to be fixed. Then we have Dia app, which is a fantastic app built by Ukrainian government that features more than 130 government services. You can have your digital passport, your driving license, you can get married in the metaverse, you can pay your taxes, you can pay your bills, whatever you want. We can all do that in literally within one app. And that app used by over 20 million people. It also provides a lot of services for internally displaced people, and at the same time, they actually support crypto a lot. They introduced crypto education program that featured within the app for 20 million people. I also contribute a little bit to make that happen. At the same time, they play important role actually in Ukrainian community. They support a lot of initiatives while also trying to be a bit neutral. This is part of the event we hosted in 2022. We hosted the hackathon in a bomb shelter with like 500 people joining around the world and more than 100 hackers being with us. So Vitalik also came. Thank you so much, Vitalik. And a lot of people, we're very happy that even in the bomb shelters, people can still continue building. And I would say that, crypto has been used in a variety of ways besides the ones that I mentioned. And crypto proved to be extremely helpful in Ukraine, and actually throughout the whole wartime, the adoption of crypto has increased drastically. And from the people of Ukraine, I would like to thank you, everyone. And before we wrap up, share some key learnings that happened. So crypto-enabled borderless, coordination and support when actually traditional systems failed, and I faced that myself in especially first days of full-scale invasion. Community coordination, both local and global, played a crucial role on how we actually help each other and survive. And something that we've seen that wartime realities showed us that adaptability is vital. And if we want to have the real resilience, decentralization is at the core of that. So, and with that, I would like to say thank you.
Thank you so much, Rev. And last but not least, before our closing panel, I would like to welcome David and Yesh to the stage for our last talk of the day. Thank you so much.
Hello. So I'm Dave, a co-founder of Alliance to Feed the Earth in Disasters, or ALFED, also a professor at University of Canterbury in New Zealand. So ALFED's mission is to build resilience. Its vision is feeding everyone no matter what. ALFED is all around the world, has board members including Robin Hanson, Andrew Sandberg, Jan Tallinn and Martin Hellman, who won the Turing Award for cryptography. So one example of the catastrophes we work on was there was an eruption in 1815 that caused the year without a summer in 1816. And there was famine in many parts of, and there's the catastrophes we focus on disrupt food supply greater than 5% of total food production in the world. And there are many such catastrophes. One of them is abrupt climate change. Another one is extreme weather on multiple continents at the same time. And a UK government study estimated that that alone had an 80% chance of happening this century. But there are other catastrophes. There could be a super pest that attacks crops that's resistant to pesticides, or a super weed that outcompetes crops. You could also have disruption of pollinators, disruption of beneficial bacteria, asteroid impact. And most extreme is nuclear winter. So if we have a large-scale nuclear war, we'd have burning of cities. Smoke would go up into the stratosphere and stay there for up to a decade. And the global climate would be severely disrupted, around 9 degrees Celsius drop globally. And the agricultural output would fall about 90%. And to put this into perspective, you can see the yield, the number of tons per hectare per the Industrial Revolution. So what can we do about this? Well, we could relocate cool, loving crops closer to the equator, things like wheat and potatoes. Also, mushrooms don't require sunlight to grow. But there are a number of other options. We could scale up seaweed. Seaweed can grow around 10% per day, even in nuclear winter conditions. We could turn fiber or wood into sugar, so that's cellulosic sugar. We could take crop residues and make leaf protein concentrate from them. We could build greenhouses, and we could also do fermentation. So there are several companies that are now turning natural gas into protein, and also some companies turning hydrogen into protein. But these companies are not thinking about how to do it fast in a catastrophe, so that's what we focus on. We also look at catastrophe scenarios that could disrupt infrastructure, such as electricity. And these include extreme solar storm, a detonation of a nuclear weapon at high altitude, causing an electromagnetic pulse that could destroy electronics, or a cyber attack, which could be AI-enabled, or an extreme pandemic that could cause people to be unable or unwilling to report to critical industries. And then this would cascade across industries. So, as we've talked about today, future pandemics could be far more severe than COVID. They could have the transmissibility of measles and the fatality of rabies and have no vaccine. And we're not prepared for that. Could we scale up some of the technologies that we've heard about today, like UV or in-room filtration, like we have in this room? And it would be better if we could scale these ahead of the catastrophe, but we're not ready yet, and that's probably going to take more like tens of billions of dollars. So what we're interested in doing is figuring out whether we could scale them up very quickly with our current capability in a catastrophe, in an extreme pandemic. And another option is massively increasing ventilation from outside, and also sequestering workers. And in terms of cost effectiveness, we think that for the resilient foods that I talked about earlier, an investment of something like $100 million could get us research and piloting of the technologies and planning. And we have some peer-reviewed papers making the case that this is a very cost-effective way of saving expected lives and also improving the long-run future. But in this case, in particular, we don't need to build big industrial pilots. This could be done potentially for millions of dollars, so it would be extremely cost effective. So some of the pilots, the paper factories actually have most of the equipment already that we need to turn wood into sugar, but we'd like to actually try it out and convert a paper factory into a sugar factory. Another pilot we'd like to do is a resilient satellite. So if we had an extreme solar storm or EMPs, the satellites we have now would be destroyed quickly. But if we had a satellite that was resilient to these catastrophes, we could get emergency communication. And with just one satellite in a polar orbit, it would be able to get information to everyone on Earth with just regular cell phones once per day.
Thank you, David. You might have all seen already some of the solutions that we as a community can come together and build resilience to global food catastrophes. There is a lot more work to be done. Some of the things that we can do using the decentralization ethos and the defensive ethos from the crypto ecosystems could be communication of crucial information. We would want to have the capability and the capacity to distribute things like disaster resilient guides or response plans when these catastrophe occurs. So one thing that we can do is we already have decentralized hosting and storage through your IPFS, but we would still need mechanisms that would help us when we do not have access to internet. So we need to have such technologies to be able to communicate very crucial information that could save a lot of lives during such a scenario. We could also build software solutions to enable coordination with multiple stakeholders who would do decision making. This need not be during a catastrophe, but this could also be done on a, without a catastrophe too. We can utilize all of the things that the Web3 ecosystem is working on. For example, more pluralistic decision making and using prediction markets, as Robin Hanson was talking about today, for more informed policy decisions, but this time only to sort of predict the different catastrophes. We can also build, govern and launch our own community-owned resilient satellites. As David previously explained, we need satellites which can be resilient to solar storms or HEMPs. So I want to leave this with all of you about a potential idea of a food resilience DAO so that we as a community, we can together build and govern resilience at a planetary scale. Does a DAO structure suitable for this? I'm not sure yet, but would love to love all of your inputs. But there is so much we can do together and take control of our own resilience and defense as a community. There are some other simpler things that we can do. For example, directly sort of supporting the work that Allfed does through Ethereum. You can just send some ETH to allfed.eth. Some of the things that Allfed's working on currently is sort of mapping out the entire technology roadmaps, sort of building a technology tree for food resilience. One of them could be research on precision fermentation. You can make fats from microorganisms, but we would need to still map out what sort of bottlenecks are there in the industries. And as David pointed out, when a catastrophe occurs, how can we actually scale up very rapidly? So we need to have that research and plans available beforehand. We can also do some really cool pilots. We can simulate a nuclear winter condition in the Australian interior. We can do a test launch of our resilient satellite as well. So if you're interested to contribute and help, my signal is up there at yesh.88. You can hit me up. yeah, so I want to leave you with this about potential community-owned resilience. And if you have any questions, we can now take it. I think you can go to the QR code on the side and have some questions there. And thank you.
Thank you so much, Yesh and David. If you've got questions, we'll have you guys outside, and there'll be a number of different chairs outside that you can go and sit at. So last but not least, well done. What a marathon of a day in DIAC. Today was incredible, from kicking off the day with longevity and neurotech to public epistemics, biodefense, decentralized AI, physical resilience. Thank you all for joining. The future is bright, technology is beautiful, and humanity can flourish with it. So on that note, I'd like to welcome back onto the stage Vincent, Vitalik, Juan, Eli, and Robin Hansen. Thank you. And while they get seated, we've got 2 awards to give out for those who were very attentive. Firstly, whose brain was scanned and was on stage earlier today? Okay, I've got a hand over there. Yes, come on up to the stage and get your gift. All right, the second one I have is whose talk actually spoke about these awesome air quality devices?
Janine will give you
What was the name of the person whose talk it was? Unbelievable. No. No. Yes. Yes, come up to the stage and grab your device. And on that, we'll get started with our panelists. Thank you.
Awesome. Yeah, so excited to kick off this panel after such an amazing day and looking forward to have a fun chat. So I want to kick it off with a high-level question also for the people maybe that didn't see the whole day, about kind of like what DIAC is in almost like differentiation to some of the other movements that came before it, from effective altruism, accelerationism, like transhumanism, all of those different areas. Maybe Vitalik, you want to kick it off, giving kind of like your definition of like almost like which movements also inspired you potentially, and like how you came to some of those ideas with DIAC.
Yeah, so when I was started writing my post on techno-optimism, I think there were a few different things going through my head at the same time, right? One of them was seeing the discourse on techno-optimism, and of course Mark Andreessen had published his famous EAC manifesto about a few months before that, and the debate between that and AI safety people that was like very strong at that time. And also I think just an effort to like even make clear to myself as much as make clear to other people kind of what even like are the principles that I'm like seeking to try to achieve and move toward, and like what is the thing that's like updated to the 21st century that yeah, because at the time crypto I think has been for a long time following these ideas that originally came around in like 2008 and 2013. I think a lot of the core thoughts were based on January 2009 Satoshi or a central bank on brink of second bailout for banks and like all of that stuff, right? And like those ideas were at the time already 15 years old, and they were very different from things that at any like other point in our lives over the last few years like we've actually been concerned about. And so the goal was to try to like actually create an updated philosophy that would bring a lot of those thoughts together to, as well as try to make a more concrete picture of like what kind of productive role crypto could play in this kind of future. And so that's where the post was born. And DIAC itself is basically this attempt to find, I mean, I don't want to just say find a middle ground, because like finding the middle ground is like such a cliche, right? And like the whole concept of like, you know, being the third thing is like so overused that there's like literally, it's like there's this concept of the third way and there's this concept of the third position. And if you look at what they actually mean, they're like almost opposites of each other. I think it's, in this case, an attempt to like integrate the parts of both that make that I think make the most sense, and like basically try to create something that is like very philosophically coherent in its own right, but that still like actually brings the kind of future that we want.
Does anyone of you want to add some perspective on your thoughts?
Well, maybe I'll add that I think in particular the EA-EAC debate created a whole bunch of confusion in the world that I think DEAC is solving. A lot of the EA philosophy initially was extremely accelerationist, was very oriented towards progress and accelerating good positive change. And crucially, EA took on a defensive, a selective acceleration path of their specific technologies that you want to accelerate first. And this is an idea that a lot of people pioneered before EA as well. So these ideas are older. But then EAC specifically took a very strong position on just going all the way, accelerate everything, you know, minimize, just accelerate the path of minimize, what is the right phrase, like minimizing free entropy? Something like this, where it's just like trying to organize, try to let matter and computation go as fast as possible. It's totally fine if AI, you know, grows and obliterates humanity and wants to minimize, reorganize the world in paperclips. And this was a core of this is not like a fringe belief in EAC that was kind of a mistake. It was just a core component. And so a lot of the people that think about EAC don't know that. And so the synthesis between EA and EAC is actually quite large. Like the two communities agree on way more than those communities actually think. And I think of DEAC as a way to leverage a lot of the good parts of those communities, leave that set of disagreements kind of behind, and say there's a tremendous amount of positive outcomes that are possible, but it really does matter which things we get first. And it really does matter how you orient the outcomes. You could orient them towards bad things or good things, and we have agency in that choice. And so to the extent possible, let's try and minimize the bad outcomes. So it's not a try to just accelerate for acceleration's sake, and is not a, hey, halt all progress sort of perspective, which both of those things are now caricatures of those movements. I'm not trying to say that that's what they mean. And just instead try to find a much more nuanced perspective of finding the right path, accelerate progress, but don't wipe yourself out and kill the species while doing so.
I mean, one brief thing I would also add is that I think the EA versus EAC frame, at least as it existed a year ago, also created the impression that like whether it's a hero or a villain, AI and AI developers are like the only main character that matters, and San Francisco is the only city that matters, and like focusing on a really small number of narrow things. And to me, a big part of DEAC is also creating a much bigger tent of people working on all kinds of technologies and all kinds of environments that we've seen present today.
So I think, like, kudos to the EA people, because like this is all a reaction to sort of to something that they kind of kicked off, right? So I think of EA as like very like seriously applied like Oxford utilitarianism, right? Like the work coming out of like Peter Singer and Dirk Parfit, and I do think that it does have a blind spot, which is it's like very top down, and it's very strongly convinced of the truth of utilitarianism as like a moral perspective. And I think like the EAC reaction is like mostly vibes based. It's like it's not similarly rigorous. And I think that DEAC is a much more reasoned reaction to EA based on pluralism and based on the idea of like, okay, maybe like, you know, top-down utilitarianism you use to like decide where to put a bridge or something like that. But in ordinary human life, there's many other values that we need to consider, including the values of freedom and human rights and other things that we wouldn't like brook like a global totalitarian state to like stop a hypothetical risk or something like that. So I see it. I see one of the values of the DIAC response to EA is like, no, let's have a more pluralistic response.
Yeah, what I wonder is almost like as an observation for me is like talking even to a lot of people like that consider themselves EA or like EAC. I think funnily enough, like a lot of them have more actually like a DIAC position, but it's just like the meme is very polarizing, right? So they're like get stamped as like this extreme safetyist or decels or as this extreme accelerationist. But then if you talk to them, like to a lot of the scientists or researchers or startup people, like they actually have this more like reasonable middle ground position. So I wonder like, and I think that there's like a strength to the meme and like to the polarization of like EA or EAC that say progress studies, DIAC and like other such movements are missing. Like they're not as like edgy, right? Like they're more reasonable, like almost maybe too reasonable. So I wonder like what your perspective is on this. I was like, is that also like a risk to take like the synthesis of like two polarizing views? Or like basically it's like how to, for DIAC and those movements to succeed in that like mimetic warfare almost.
So I got my PhD in formal political theory, and that contains this essential contradiction that sort of as a mathematical game theory modelist from STEM, we're all about precision in language and being really clear about what we say. And then this whole world of slogans and teams and all this sort of vague flags is just really hard to navigate. There's a basic fact that every one of these labels is vague, and then it's each sort of pulled and pushed by its members and its opponents to an extreme to be a stark thing that everybody else can criticize easily or understand easily. And then, as Vitalik said, there's always this temptation of saying, well, I'm the reasonable middle. I'm not those crazy extremists. But then the middle is kind of hard to say. So I struggle here to like say what's the precise thing I could endorse with a respectable STEM background and trying to be precise. And I guess the thing I would most come to is the idea that of the D in deaccelerate, that the EA people are often quite willing to be centralized and authoritarian in their recommendations, and the wise recommendation is say, fine, we share your goals, we're going to be careful, but you're invoking some pretty dangerous stuff there, and we think maybe we could do similar things in safer ways. A more decentralized approach is a bit safer because there's the danger of invoking these centers and these authorities, and that's really the thing that, that's kind of what puts off Andreessen, really. He sees them invoking these centrals and he goes, no way, I do not want that at all, and he's trying to take the most extreme position he can to reject that, which then looks kind of silly on the other extreme.
I'm curious, like, we touch obviously on a lot of them throughout the day, but if there's specific areas that you think are most crucial, almost like for differential acceleration and like for DIAC to make progress on, if any one of you want to start on it.
The big one that I think is perhaps most on my mind is neurotechnology. And I think to me, and I think there's a huge difference in opinion here on how far you think AGI might be or ASI might be. If you have different opinions on the time frame there, then you probably think differently about other technologies. I care about a lot of them, a lot of the ones discussed today. The one that I maybe represent more these days is neurotechnology, because that's the field that is both in its infancy to some degree, has way less energy, way less people and capital, and it's the one that I think needs to be accelerated the most from where we currently are in a defensive orientation. So that would be my plug. It's BCI and eventually whole brain emulation as a very large hedge to make sure, hedge is the wrong word, but as a defensive push to make sure that when we do make AGI or ASI type beings, we don't accidentally create a competitive species that wipes humanity out, and instead we have some kind of smooth upgrade or smooth synthesis along the way.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm a big fan of neurotech as well, but one other thing I would highlight is the cyber defense and info defense side of things. And I think there the challenge is basically that like threats that we get on the internet are rapidly becoming much more sophisticated, right? So as basically one big switch that we've seen between like literally 2 years ago and today is that there is basically no longer any reliable way to tell that someone is human just by looking at their pattern of behavior on the internet. And that broke a lot of things, right? And we're seeing all kinds of new types of scams. We're seeing all kinds of like new types of hacks. We're seeing like all kinds of growing. Like this, there is a risk that this basically becomes this frontier of like low-grade war of all against all that constantly risks escalating into a worse kind of war. And to me, the only way of resolving things like this without basically taking the Hobbesian solution, which basically says that there is one small group of experts that all trust each other that decide everything for everyone, is to actually like figure out what is the defense on that side. And there are a lot of like really interesting solutions, right? So like on the cyber side, like there is actually an opportunity to formally verify a huge number of things that were not formally verified before. There's massive gains in specific types of computer security that have been made. There have been massive gains made on hardware, like more things happen on trusted chips. There's more work on making hardware more secure. There's all of these like new epistemic technologies that are being developed. Like, how do we get to a world with like 5 more things that look like community notes? And like just seeing more experimentation in that space happen at a rate that is fast enough to keep up with the pace of change on the internet feels like it could be extremely good for us and for like our ability as a global civilization to just maintain cohesion as we enter this age of some form of AGI and then superintelligence coming to us.
I agree with all that, and relatedly, I would say authenticated comms. So like, I think one thing that AI is going to be very good at is phishing and, voice cloning and doing, calls on the phone. Like our communication systems are not ready for this, right? Like our phone calls are completely like unauthenticated, and our emails, are easily spoofed. And the traditional problem that has plagued this is public key distribution, and blockchains are actually maybe a great mechanism for distributing public keys. And we could have a system where you can be reasonably certain that that you're talking to the right person, even in a world where there's voice cloning. And so I think that would be like something that is a near-term, like very practical step. But then also like in a world where we do have maybe a malicious superintelligence, like it wouldn't be able to exploit that vector, right? And so it is both a near-term benefit to build something like that, and also long-term, safety enhancing.
Like I wonder, almost like cutting to the crux, I think almost like between DIAC and like some of the other movements. Like I would argue that a lot of them like actually share the majority in common. Like they do all love rockets and like bioprogress and progress across every vector. I think it really comes down to an extent AI, and I'm curious if like on your all's perspective, but like I really wonder for like what the position of DIAC should be, or like is on kind of like on AI development specifically, because I think it's unclear almost like how to navigate it, I think, for a lot of camps. And I wonder if there's, because it obviously promises some of like great positives and upsides, but also some potential risks. And obviously both the closed source and the open source paradigm has risks, and the centralized or the decentralized approach. So I wonder kind of like if you agree that this is like one of the core differences maybe also between some of those technological movements, or if there's some others where DIAC takes like a different position.
A generation ago, I get to play the old man position here, we had the great nanotech debate, and I think we learned a lesson from that, which was Eric Drexler tried very nicely to call attention of the world to an exciting technology and honestly paint both the upside and the downside, but the net effect was people overwhelmingly looked at the downside and wanted to distance themselves from it and assure everybody that that couldn't happen and they were just going to lock it down. And something a distance away and can describe it abstractly in ways that could, terrify them, they don't react very well. So there's a basic problem here that maybe I fear there's the problem that a lot of us who know more about technology in the future, we want to identify with that knowledge and that difference, and we want to really paint the fact that big things are coming soon and we know about it and other people don't, and hey, you guys, you need to wake up and hear. But the way most people react to that is, if they actually believe you, because mostly they don't, if they actually believe you, they're going to react and say, oh my God, something big's happening, something should be done, someone should be in charge. And that's exactly the problem.
I kind of feel that's different in maybe the last 10 years. I think I agree with a lot of the prior decades definitely operating that way, and to a big degree, some of the AI risk is being taken that way. But I do think in the last 10 years, we've seen the effect of being able to talk about the future actually recruiting a dramatically large contingent of people to help build it and help accelerate the build out of that technology. And so I think these days, I think it took a while for the internet to really percolate through a lot of the world. But nowadays, we are having gatherings like this in Thailand. We are not presently in a room in Silicon Valley talking about the future. We are now in being able to gather people around the world on a range of components. And so I think we have gotten the ability to marshal resources around the world well. There is a risk of scaring people and causing unnecessary or bad slowdowns. I guess I think it does. I think a lot of people's positions will really center on what they think will be the timelines on AI development and how quickly we'll achieve some things, because some of the things that you might try to achieve will feel not relevant to you. Now, I tend to take a very conservative position here in terms of broadly, you should let as many parties as possible accelerate the range of things that they think, because knowledge is not evenly distributed and is not equally distributed to everybody. So different people will be able to spot really valuable components, and you should have a broad rights protecting system that lets people accelerate the things that they think are valuable. But I do think, at least for a set of us, to your AI specific question, I do think doing something about that differentially would be valuable, though I do very much agree that you cannot quite slow it down, and it's actually potentially even more dangerous to slow it down.
Yeah, I think I'll step out of the kumbaya a little bit and answer the original question, which is what is a crux between EAC and DEAC. I would say DEAC is the consequence of the acceleration is that one thing gets 51% of all of the power of human civilization. And regardless of whether that thing is a nation state or a AI philosopher god trying to implement a pivotal act, which was one of the EA theories, or the first corporation that happens to figure out how to unlock the next scaling law. To get more concrete, I think the way that OpenAI originally started as this effort that basically said that there are all these big corporations that are doing closed AI, and so we need something that is open as an alternative to make sure that these benefits widely reach all of humanity. And then, of course, as we know, 4 years later they sacrificed openness for the sake of safety, and then 4 years after that they sacrificed safety for the sake of growing and getting even bigger. And honestly, that scares me. That's one explicit difference for me.
I'll take maybe just a really agnostic approach. I think people are. I don't put a lot of credibility in any of these forecasts, right? Like I think that even the experts, right? You said like people, you know, like lay people don't know what's coming, but like even the experts are bad at predicting the effects of technology. And if you think about, like I think about very often the Declaration of the Independence of Cyberspace, this document from 1996, John Perry Barlow, founder of EFF, also lyricist for the Grateful Dead. And he thought he knew what was coming, which is that governments of flesh and steel were going to be obsolete, and we were going to create a society of mind in cyberspace. And if I look at the internet today, I don't see a society of mind. And, you know, tell the people of Ukraine that governments of flesh and steel are irrelevant. It's not, right? And so even the experts don't know. My bias is the physical world still matters, not just the digital world. And I do think, you know, like if AI follows the pattern of the internet, it's going to be incredibly significant, maybe more significant. But a lot of that significance might be cultural or, you know, not in sort of the physical, like the physical.
To go badly. And if you look at the history of regulation, I'd say the best regulations and regimes are ones where you're responding to pretty specific problems with a pretty known context, and you have something that responds to that. And then, you know, if things change, you change that. And the worst cases in history, like things like nuclear power or even genetic engineering, are where you're responding to a pretty abstract concern that hasn't been very much realized, and people sort of make an abstract response to it that isn't, you know, adapted to a particular context or how the problems that are realized. And that, I think the lesson there is that we overestimate our ability to see and plan these things. And yes, you might envision various AI terrors, but honestly, so far, hardly anything has happened. Let's emphasize this. Hardly anybody has been hurt at all by AI, and we're not even close to anybody being hurt anytime soon by AI. So I would say, hold your concerns, watch for things, but wait till you see some actual harm in a concrete context, and then we'll listen to your concerns about what we should do about that.
But that's not a good way to avoid falling off cliffs.
Well, if you have some light in front of you and if you get a few feet to the
cliff,
cliff, you could stop.
And I think it's precisely what we're talking about. I think a few of us think that we see the edge of the cliff and we're trying to avoid the edge of the cliff. And this is not going to smoothly follow some slope. There can be a very dramatic drop. And I think that's what's fueling a lot of the concern. So if we take your analogy of just wait until there's a bunch of damage, I think that's true up to a point, but I think a lot of people argue that may very well be way too late. By the time you see substantial damage, it might be way too hard to recover. I'm not necessarily, you know, in full agreement with that point, but I think with a lot of people trying to selectively accelerate other things or decelerate AI would like take that position.
In the history of technology, we just haven't seen cliffs of that sort. That's maybe on
nuclear weapons
territory, like you know, driving across a terrain, you might come across a cliff, but that's even really rare.
Nuclear weapons, we blew up 2, and we said, and then we tested a bunch, and we said no more, and they cannot be used in war. And I think today we are in a much better position because of that.
And we said a whole bunch of things could go wrong if we made nuclear power, and we made sure to stop those, and we sort of killed the whole damn industry.
Yeah, I very much agree with you on that part. Yeah, for sure.
Right. So I guess the question is, would the world be better or worse if anyone could buy both a nuclear power plant and a nuke at Walmart?
Sense of how big they were and how expensive and how heavy, and a whole bunch of details about nuclear weapons that we could respond to in regulating nuclear weapons. They weren't an abstract.
Devcon to Ethereum and crypto. And I'm very curious, like, I think the audience is like largely builders in crypto, like if I'm not mistaken, like a big chunk of people in the space. And I wonder the specific advice to the audience of Devcon to builders in crypto, how they can like differentially accelerate, how they contribute like in a DX way to improve the world. curious for any.
I mean, one very practical answer is that crypto is just like a very high-value test bed for cyber and info defense technologies. In very obvious ways, been one of my hopes can actually be a bridge to building those technologies that could then be helpful to people in many other environments.
Yeah, hopefully prediction markets can help us get better timelines on any risk, on any upside, and help us with those questions.
Yeah, the probability of a cliff we'll have.
Was SBF a cliff?
Awesome.
I was going to plug some other ideas. So, look, find the field and technology that you think you are passionate about and know a lot about, and you think will most impact the future. And in whatever you do, try to aim for good outcomes. At the end of the day, it's the people that are building things that end up writing a lot of how these technologies end up impacting billions of people in the world. So the values that you imbue into the technology that you build have a huge impact in the future. And so today we're massive beneficiaries of the values of the people that built the internet and built the web and build so much of what we use day to day. So as you go and accelerate some technology, imbue it with good values to end up with safe outcomes and the best benefit to as many beings as possible, though I do agree with utilitarianism is probably not the right moral philosophy for the future. But overall, try to do good things and try to
And that wraps up to the Devcon team and to all of the speakers for today. Thank you.